Hello, gamers. How's it going? And welcome to the Saturday stream. Happy weekend. We're here once again for another weekly tier list. This is now 3 months done. And with this, this will be the finale as well. Crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. We actually did these every single week with no breaks. I think before we started, there were maybe talks of having a break week at some point or something. I guess we just went with it, you know. So yeah, it's all coming to an end today. It's probably not, possibly not the final tier list of the year per se, because I might do some other more fun ones in the future. But yeah, this will be the last of the servant class tier lists, the gameplay ones, of course. But yeah, after this, I'm gonna take a nice, probably fairly long break from tier lists. Because man, it's been, like I said, it's been three months of just constant grind. But it's been fun. And that's all that matters, right? Yes, indeed. Yeah, I guess it's pretty funny timing, Garya. Wait, what happened to the music? Oh, that video had like a bunch of nothing at the end. One of those again, classic. Okay, there we go. So how you guys doing? Hopefully the weekend's good. This week is pretty fucked for me, I'm not gonna lie. It's hopefully a fun week regardless, but fucked as in like there's so much for me to stream and do and whatnot. Like we had OC4, we got this final tier list today, and tomorrow is gonna be the mini subathon finale for the EDA lottery as well. Crazy. There's so much like overtime this week. But yeah, so be it, dude. If I survive this week, I can survive any week basically. So far it's been pretty lovely, but yeah, this weekend will be the true test, if anything. Hopefully everything goes well. So yeah, today on the tier list, we're going to cover Alter Ego, Moon Cancer, Shielder, and Beast. There you go, that's all the classes that's left. And then we're done. Yay. Did I finish OC4? Yes, I did. I did it all in one sesh on Thursday. It was a 6-hour stream because I wanted to do it in one stream. And I think it was a good choice, because it would be hard to avoid some stuff otherwise. So yes, I did play it. The video is up on YouTube as well. I uploaded my full playthrough of it actually as well, for people wanting to see that. So there you go. Alright, let's see here. Hello. I'm gonna already preemptively reduce the song volume by quite a bit. Again, it will be pretty low because, you know, me and the host need to be audible first and foremost. So it's just gonna be like kind of chill, quiet background music stuffs. But yeah, you see it in the title right now, hopefully as well. But again, disclaimer. I'm gonna mention this when we start the recording as well, because on video it also needs to be a disclaimer. This will feature one OC4 thing that's arguably still a spoiler. Okay, so if you don't want to see that, close the stream right now, because I'm about to scroll down, and then you'll see the servant. Okay, because we will cover it today. That one special case, because it's a gameplay thing, and I think it's going to be common knowledge sooner than later, because again, it's just one of those gameplay things, not even story related. I mean, obviously it's story related too, but it's a gameplay thing, so you know it's just going to happen. So again, if you don't want to see it, don't watch this right now, okay? But I feel like it's going to be unavoidable anyway, because it's that big of a deal. So again, I'm going to mention that when we start the recording as well, like at the very beginning, just so no one gets upset. So here we go. I'm going to scroll down and boom. There's Paladin Mashu. Yeah, she's at the very end of the list. She will be covered in this this very list. We decided to do so because it's pretty fun and exciting, and again, it's a gameplay thing. So yeah, she's there. Okay. So there's the full list. Otherwise, pretty much exactly what you would expect. Yeah. There's 3 Bashu. Yeah. There is, yeah. So yeah, I'm guessing this is like a 5-6 hour list again. Who knows? Probably gonna be fairly lengthy regardless. Maybe even the lengthiest, I don't know. Depending on how much we have to talk about each servant. Or want to say about each servant, rather. Anyway, let me ring up my co-host. Not sure who's gonna be available today, but we'll see. Let's see. Okay, there's one. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
I hope the others are awake.
Okay, I think Blushy picked up for a second. Maybe he's still asleep. Oh, there's Otto. Good morning.
Good
morning.
Yeah, I think he's on mobile. I think
Is he, is he
and
still
now
on
he's
his bed
going into
again?
his
I think it was
PC.
like last
He's
week. He
"Oh,
was like
no."
waking up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's our plushie. Good morning. Good morning.
Yes,
Good
indeed.
morning.
Yeah, it just wouldn't be fitting if we didn't have all four of us here on the last day.
I kind of agree. Yeah. It's only fitting.
And then after this week, I get to not wake up.
Yeah, yeah. You can sleep a bit longer if you want to.
I got used to it. I've gotten used. It's horrible.
Oh, really?
Getting used to waking up early.
Fair enough.
I actually, for this is completely unrelated, but like, I don't think people realize it, but like, I changed out and I got like a thing for the top of my mattress that's just like padded, and it's so much easier to sleep. I didn't realize.
Yeah,
that,
mattress
like,
can
just
make a big difference for sure.
Just by changing some stuff with your bed, you
Oh
sleep
yeah,
so
yeah.
differently.
Like changing your bed stuff around can actually have a big impact on your ability to fall asleep for sure. I got an ergonomic pillow myself, mostly because it helps a little bit with my migraines as well. It's like this. I don't know what. It's like a different kind of material. I don't know. It's like a thing they use like for astronauts as well for their seats, because it's like it's kind of hard to explain. Like it's like elastic, but also kind of hard, but also soft. It's weird, but it's kind of nice though. It's really nice for my neck in particular.
An ergonomic pillow.
Yeah, yeah. They also sell them as mattresses, but those are way more expensive. So I just bought the pillow because my neck is probably the worst part about the migraine stuff, because it's like a stiff neck can make me more susceptible to those as well.
Yeah, I just looked up what it looks like, and that's
Fuck, what is it called again? I think there's a word. I forgot what the word is, because it's like an actual brand. They have it like patented and whatnot. Fuck. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, I'm annoyed now.
I wonder if Plushie's alive. Well,
yeah, I don't
he'll
know
show
actually.
up eventually.
He fell back asleep, probably.
No, he didn't. He's never done that before.
So yeah, how are you guys feeling now? Because this is now gonna be like 3 months exactly. I think this is list number 12, if I counted correctly earlier. So that's like three months in a row, no breaks.
Is it that long?
Yeah, it is. Mostly because we had more lists this year because of the splits.
Oh yeah, that's true. You did more.
Yeah, we did low stars in 2 parts, so that's 2 more lists, and then the extra classes are 3 parts instead of 2. So there's 3 more lists basically.
Now, is that worth not having 10-hour streams some days?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, someone in the chat remembered it. It's called Tempur. Like it's written in the chat. That's what it's called. I have like a Tempur pillow.
Like Tempur-Pedic is the brand, at least over here.
Yeah, maybe it's the same thing. But yeah, it's called Tempur. So very interesting. Yeah. I can't really again explain how it works. You would have to go into one of their stores and try it out. It's very interesting.
They have those like beds that can like move and stuff like that, and are really expensive.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive. I think my pillow alone was like 200 euros. That's just the pillow. They sell mattresses too. They were like in the 4-digit, market. Maybe someday, who knows?
I once had a one of those. I don't know if you ever like. There's a brand called like Purple or something like that. Once, like this was a couple of years ago, just a box showed up at my door one day that was one of those, and I'm like, that's weird. Like a week later, a guy showed up on my door, was like, "Hey, UPS said they delivered a pillow here."
Oh, so it was the wrong address.
Here you go.
Interesting.
But it was like there was like no name on it or anything. I was like, that's weird that a pillow would show up here.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you do when you get when UPS drops off a box that's not yours, but it's not addressed to anyone?
Yeah, that's pretty
has
weird.
Your address on it, and you're like, huh?
It must be a gift from the heavens.
Surely.
was some guy's pillow.
That sounds like a gift from the heavens to me.
Close enough. Man, honestly, this list is pretty spicy, huh? I don't think there's like hardly any actual really weak servants in it. Maybe some that are like mid or something, but there's a lot of pretty spicy stuff in this list. Which is funny because the classes themselves, at least Alter Ego and Moon Cancer, I don't think they're very good classes as a whole, but there's a lot of like servants in them that happen to be like pretty jacked up. I don't know what to call it.
There's a couple middling units early on, but like,
yeah, like if you look at all the like latest editions, there's a bunch of spicy stuff. Not every single one necessarily, but a lot of spicy stuff.
After a certain point, they're like, yeah, we'll just go ahead and make them insane.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, I wonder what Plushie is all about. I mean, he seems to be a mobile, but he hasn't said anything. I guess we'll wait like a minute or two still, and then we'll just go regardless. Maybe he'll pop, join at some point.
Maybe he'll pop in.
Yeah.
Dude, have you seen? I'm not going to mention anything at all. Have you seen any videos of people doing that last battle?
No. I only did it myself. I haven't looked at any of the videos or anything.
I saw someone just knock out that last bar in one go. I was like, really? You can do that?
Okay, that's pretty crazy if you can do that.
I struggle. And they're just like, nah, what if we just
I struggled too. I was molding, I'm not gonna lie. Like I was kind of sad about it because I was loving the moment, like it was so cool and everything. But then the battle part itself was like ass, so I was getting annoyed as hell.
I feel like I misunderstood a mechanic.
Same. Somewhere. I literally audibly asked chat, "Am I missing something here? What the hell is this?" Like I was so confused and mad at the same time. I was exactly the same.
I'm not going to say which mechanic it is, but I think you know the mechanic that's really annoying.
Yeah.
Like, why is this happening?
It's such an annoying mechanic to fight. Yeah.
Like, am I doing this wrong? Like, do you avoid this somehow?
But at least it was cool though, even if the battle itself at that point was like, okay, why though? Yeah, pretty amusing.
Skill issue? Well,
I guess.
I ended up like having to quit out like twice on that fight because I'm like, oh, I'm in an unwinnable position.
I used cubes twice.
Oh.
Yeah, I said fuck it, because you would have to do the first part of the fight too, right? So I was like, I'm not doing that again. That's gonna take like 20 minutes again.
Well, the first part wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad, but it took a while because again, I was doing it really slowly, and I was like reading all the buffs and debuffs and gimmicks and everything.
Oh yeah.
So I just fuck it. I just want to beat this today.
Yeah. I was already 12 hours in at that point. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, you were even longer than me because I was 6 hours in, but yeah, that's already pretty long.
Yeah, I had to dip out at like the 10.5 hour mark. It was, I mean, like I have a lot of stamina when it comes to streaming, but that was just that was still a lot.
Yeah.
I was sitting there farming SQ for shooting because I hadn't finished Ordeal Call 2 until, well, I mean, I finished it during that stream, but
Otto's sitting there and he's like, why can't I enter OC4? And I'm like, he's like, I did OC3, and it's like, did you do OC2? And he's like, no, and I'm like,
no.
Well, no, duh.
Yeah, I was assuming it was gonna be like
it's not Epic of Remnant. You can't just go in randomly.
Yeah, because like you can do like whichever at whatever time, like, and that's how it was with Ordeal Call 3. So I feel
it's because it was tied to the event. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
It was like a special limited time release thingy at first. Oh yeah, people asking, will we cover Metatron, John? No, there's no plans. Maybe in the future we could do like a mini thing with some new servants that were added, but to be honest, it's, I mean, there is a chance we could also, again, do these next year, so, it would be nice to have some new servants every year on these as well. This is like the one special case because, you know, it's kind of hard not to talk about it, the one new edition here. And it was all too fitting that the release was like this as well. Again, obviously, we had no idea. This just happened to be like this. So it's a funny coincidence, really.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting anything till like
Mm-hmm.
the very end for her. So
Yeah.
it was like, huh.
It's a considerable change. All right, I guess we'll just get started here soon then.
Here. Who knows what happened? He got kidnapped.
Yeah, I assume he will join at some point because he didn't say he was like going to be missing or something. But yeah, I guess we'll just probably get started then. I need to make sure the servant is not visible here because again, for the intro of the video, I'm going to immediately mention the disclaimer as well. So, but otherwise, after that, we can just, you know, always talk about her in the list and whatnot after the disclaimer is given. So yeah, just have to do it in the intro in case someone doesn't want to see it, I suppose. Even though it's going to be hard to avoid though. That one in particular.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how people would do it.
Mm-hmm. I can avoid the story parts pretty well, I want to say. But yeah, gameplay stuff, yeah, it's borderline impossible to avoid gameplay stuff.
Like, who could avoid Oberon for 2 years in NA?
Yeah, that's like, not happening. Definitely. I mean, because it was the introduction of the class and everything, so yeah. Right, okay. I guess we'll just get going then. So again, there will be a queue for intros and whatnot, as usual. And then we just blabber on and start. Okay. Hello once again, for the last time in 2025. For the servant class tier lists, we are here to finish it. It's 3 months of work weekly, but now it all is ending today. Now, before I say anything else, I want to give a disclaimer. This list will feature a servant, a specific servant of Ordeal Call 4 released this week, okay? Now, the reason the servant in question is featured is because it's a gameplay thing, and it's going to be pretty much unavoidable, you know, to not get notified of this thing. But just in case someone wants to try and avoid seeing this stuff, I'm going to let you know right now they will be in this list. So if you don't want to see it, tune off right now, okay? Because we will be talking about it during the list, and of course we will be covering said servant as well, okay? So just there's your disclaimer, okay? Before I say anything else, because I'm about to scroll down later and you'll see them, and then, you know, stuff like that. So there's your disclaimer. Do with it as you will. But also, before we get started, I have some lovely co-hosts with me today, so I'm gonna let them say their introductions now.
Hey, hello. Week 12 of this. That's 10 episodes for me. Yeah, hi, I'm Otto. Otto Bino on YouTube, Otto Bino on Twitch. Links in the description. I'm glad to be here.
What a shill. Anyway, it is also here for, I think, 10 out of the 12 weeks. It's me, Rio Emerald, normal guy, never done anything weird or wrong ever. My links are also in the description. And better than his.
Nice. But yeah, you might
He says that, but we had a court trial of this guy, and he was convicted, and that video got more views than most of what he gets.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Now, you might notice that Plushy is not here right now. We don't know why. Maybe he fell asleep or something. So he might just pop up randomly at some point, at any given point, maybe even during this intro. We don't know. We don't know, you know, what's going on. But yeah, you're probably going to see him at some point, but he's not here right now, and we really needed to get started. So yeah, or that happened. Who knows? Everything is a possibility at this point. But yeah, you're hopefully going to see him later too. Or not. We don't know. But yeah, so yeah, the final tier list is here. I'm going to scroll down again because I already gave the disclaimer. So there's all the servants. And again, main differences compared to last year, in case some people only watch some of these. We separate low stars into their own list because, you know, these were getting so long. Don't worry, this list will still be hella long. In fact, it's probably going to be one of the longest ones we've done this year. And also, one other key difference is that I'm not going to be relying too much on spreadsheets this time around. I am using this, however. It is an AoE farming numbers sheet. So for this one, I do want to give a shout out to Opal, JR Tamula, and now in addition, we also have Rien and Wasted helping out with the list. just to get some numbers for more comparisons. Again, not putting major emphasis in like raw numbers, because sometimes they can be misleading. They can be a bit misleading and whatnot, but yeah, I am using this. And then also I am kind of using this as a reference. It's like an average stats sheet for servant classes, just to get some more comparison going. I won't really be showing this too much because I also have these numbers written down, but it is a source of reference here, so shout out to Bupa for this. Very cool. And shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this awesome template. He's been making every single one since the beginning, and he's even made them in the previous years. He's a huge help, so shout out. What a legend. And of course, like my co-host said, shout out to Otto and Ryu, and their channels will also be linked in the description. Like these sheets, this template, everything, they're all going to be there. And in addition, also timestamps. If you want to hear us talk about a specific servant or two instead of listening to the whole thing, feel free to again jump around with the timestamps. They're there for your convenience. Enjoy. And yeah, that's about it. But yeah, this is the final tier list of the servant classes this year. It is a pretty long one. Actually, it didn't even count, but let's see, I can do the fast count. So this is 30 servants, but there's like some exceptions. Like there's the mecha lists are placed together, for instance. So it's like 31, I guess, unless there's some other exceptions. Because everything else will kind of, look at them by themselves. They're combined into one entry, so yeah.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. But yeah, it's probably going to be a fairly lengthy list regardless. That's for sure. So yeah, again, for the placement order, we're not going to do them like one class, then second class, then third class, like in order. They're just going to be fully ordered based on release date, okay? I guess Orthodox is the one exception. She's like right there next to OG, which I think is fine. I thought about maybe covering Paladin as the third one, but I was like, it makes sense to be the last one, so I kind of made a small exception there. I just moved her at the, or to the end of the list rather. But yeah, otherwise we're going to go fully from a release date. So again, it's going to be alternating between 4 and 5 stars as well, just so you know. But again, if you're looking at the screen right now, it's pretty obvious how the placement order works. And again, if it wasn't obvious, I don't think I mentioned, but yeah, this covers the rest of the extra classes. So we have Alter Ego, Moon Cancer, Shielder, and Beast. So we got a 4-class doozy here. But it's still, like with this split, because we did this in 3 parts, we found like a nice balance. So there's no other reason for it. We just kind of wanted to have a fairly even 3-way split for them. But yeah, that's all the servants that are left, and then we are done for 2025. And again, for people that are asking, will we cover like stuff like Metatron, John, and whatnot, other new additions? I don't think so, because again, we might do these lists again next year, and it would be cool to see some new servants there as well. Because otherwise it would be kind of boring if we just reevaluate everything. It's kind of the same as every year. But if people really, really, really want to hear some opinions about new servants, maybe we can do like a mini tier list at some point in the future. But most likely it's going to be just stuff covered for next year. Hopefully you understand. But yeah, with that, I think we hopefully should be good to go. Unless I forgot something. Yeah, it's there's your intro right there. And hopefully no one's going to be mad after the disclaimer at the start. Because yeah, Paladin Mashu is here to stay, and good luck trying to avoid that gameplay spoiler. Story, yes, can be avoidable, but when it's stuff like this, especially when it's something that everything will literally get, it's completely unavoidable, then yeah, good luck, I guess. Right, so yeah, let's start covering. We're gonna start with the, more tame Mashus, I guess. Still notable, because again, the main difference is that yes, Paladin is very poggers and fresh and cool, and she can do so many things and whatnot. There is still one upside, at least, to the old Mashus, which is that they still have a 0 cost. Because Paladin Mashu, for those that don't know, is considered a 5-star cost. So she is now premium for real. OG Mashu, still completely free to field. So that's still one very cool thing that OG and Orthodox have going for them. So we're going to start by covering the base version. I don't know really what to call it. Non-Orthodox OG Mashu, basically, with her upgrades. So her stats, they're pretty standard. Obviously, the attack is not very high, but again, she's not a DPS anyway. At least not in this form. So the stats are fine for what she's supposed to do, because she is a support/tanky servant, someone you can kind of feel into any party. People also put her in parties because, again, 0 cost for farming, so you can have easier time of using a party-wide, 5-star CE lineup as well, funnily enough. She's got double buster, double arts on the normal deck. Her gains on base, they're actually okay on the arts cards. Everything else kind of bad, but they do get better with one of the skills as well. So, skills then. So first skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% defense for 3 turns and a 2k damage cut for 1 attack. So with that, you're basically infallible for 1 attack, unless it's an MP. Even against a crit, you're not really going to feel it at all. It's going to be heavily mitigated. The only thing that can really kill you with 1 attack at that point would be like a Noble Phantasm. So it's a pretty standard but fairly effective defensive skill right there. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, targeted skill, target gets 20% to battery, and also an invul for 1 turn. Kind of weak, not gonna lie. It has a very high cooldown, and it doesn't really do a whole lot considering that, but you know, still, pays for her tanking. Said then she could also obviously invul herself in combination of the third skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn and 400% MP gain for 1 turn. So yeah, remember those decent arts cards? Well, now they're just absolutely insane. You don't even really need to crit to get a full gauge going with this. Very interesting stuff. So getting her MP, at least, you know, occasionally is very, very easy. Even with like hardly any batteries on her kit because of this thing. It's an interesting kit. It's very basic, but it kind of has some synergy and it just works. Now, passives. Look at the OG stuff first. Wait, actually, no, is this? I guess it has them combined here, but we'll not list the new passives, I guess. So yeah, she's got 20% debuff res and 6% quick up on the passives. The quick up is pretty meaningless with her 1 quick guard being like not good anyway, but the debuff res is nice, especially for a tank because, you know, when you're taunted, single target debuffs always land on the taunted target as well, so it can help with that too. And then she gives some bonus bond on some main quests as well when she's in the party. Pretty cool. Not really a gameplay thing though. She has a very unique third append as well. She is the only servant in the game, I believe, to have anti-extra class attack. So that's very cool. So against all the extra classes, she has 30% more attack, if you max it, that is. Pretty cool, especially because, again, this carries over to the Paladin version. So there, it's actually can be very relevant. Not so much for Orthodox and OG, I would say. So we have OG's MP, then the upgraded version. So because she's still on all forms, I believe stuck to MP3, what you get is the party gets 775 damage cut for 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns, and then on base overcharge 30% defense for 3 turns, scaling up to 50%. So that's actually getting, again, a lot of tankiness right there. This in combination with her first skill can actually kind of make you be able to tank some MPs as well. If you have a little bit more on top, it can actually be used to stack some nice defenses. And the attack is a cool boost as well. She obviously doesn't get it, I forgot to mention that, but again, in this form, she's never going to do any DPS anyway. She's full neutral and she's like nothing for attack or DPS. But yeah, OG Macho, I mean, she's just good old reliable, right? Basic, but free, and just can be used in any party if needed for either, you know, farming for cost or bosses, you know. Can be like a backliner as well. Most people don't really run her in frontline anymore. You can though, she's totally viable, but she tends to be somewhere in the back if anything. She's just good, very good. No real complaints. Again, mostly because the zero cost being so amazing. So yeah, I mean, she's great. That's all I have to say about OG.
There's just been better defensive options than Mash for a while. So I mean, for the most part, like I don't know if anyone, like the main use for her is that during lost spells she gets the 20% bond bonus to everyone else in the party.
I mean, yeah, that is a use case too.
So you backline her and everyone else gets bond.
And then also you're forced to put her in the party half of the time, so there's that too.
But I feel like most people do it anyway because you're gonna load your party with like high cost servants and Cs, so yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more impactful things. There, you can load up your party with expensive servants and expensive craft essences, and she helps offset that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah, by the way, I assume this is the case, but because since her bond is unlocked now, I assume that applies to old versions too, right? So that makes her even nicer. Because now the zero cost becomes even more valuable then. Oh, it doesn't? Is it only for Paladin?
No, you can bond in outside of Paladin.
Can you?
That was a lie people spread online.
Huh?
People
Well, so
online are
chat is
they
saying only
can't
for
bond
paladins.
her.
I'm not sure actually then.
Well, I mean,
More
there's like certain points in the story you have to pass for her to for her bond capacity to increase, right?
You can bond her?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
But
so
you
again,
can
it's
switch it
even
back
more
to the
value for OG as well then, because now she has
Like,
much more bond to get unlocked for 0 cost.
yeah. Uh, uh, she also gets more coins from bond than normal. By the way, they
Yeah,
implemented
because
that
she's a very special case.
in I don't know when they implemented that, but like if you look, she gets like 20 coins from from 6, 7, 8, and 9, which was to allow people to unlock an append on her.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you always even though her base form wasn't used as much, you still wanted the append 2 to be able to use her MP more because it still is like a decent defensive NP. Like combine that with her first skill, it's 50% defense for 3 turns
Yeah.
and a little bit
I
of
think a
damage
big
up for 3
I,
turns.
th- I think a big part of the NP is it has some effects that you usually don't see on an NP, and it's pretty important whether your effects are on your NP or on your skills, because sometimes
Yeah.
they're effects that stack really well. So if you can get 2 NPs off, like she has 60 or 80% defense, you just don't take damage at that point.
Yeah, you can
It's
nullify
hard to do a
stuff.
second because if you have one
Yeah.
arts card and you use that skill 3, that's basically
To be honest, it's also
400.
with the skill 3, it's also very easy to get 200% gauge on her, so you can get like a bit of overcharge for more defense as well.
Yeah.
If you crit with an arts
Yeah,
card,
then,
it can definitely jump to 200%.
and she's not like completely defensive either, because 30% attack, like, it doesn't look as impressive, but 30% is. I think 30% is a pretty solid number. That's
For a
like
spread,
what
it
you get
is,
out
yeah.
of.
Yeah.
That's like the
But
offensive buffs you get out of like waiver, for example.
Yeah.
by
Um,
the way, the MP gain on the 3rd skill being 400%. That's because that's the buff cap. Because MP gain, it's a range of 500, but MP gain starts at 100, right?
Mm.
And so it can go to minus 100 or down to 0, up to 500. So 400 puts you to 500. So that is, she does actually go to NP gain cap with that
Yeah,
skill,
I guess that's
which is
true.
why it's such a ridiculous amount of gain.
yeah.
It's a funny skill.
Yep.
I would
It's like a
She has
battery
2
that's not
buster
battery.
cards, more buster cards make more sense later on, but on this one, I'm not sure why that's the
Yeah, it's
case.
kind of weird.
I mean, if they had made her triple arts, that would have been a terrible.
No, maybe
We
like
would have
double
been
arts,
in some
double
kind of
quick. She
nightmare
has writing as
situation.
well.
Yeah, she could have had 1 hit arts cards.
Oh gosh.
Hey, at least she wouldn't have a terrible quick card if that was the case.
I would say OG is still at least an A, maybe probably an A plus as well. Just because the 0 cost is so
I don't
good.
know.
You think she
I
should be
mean,
lower?
I wouldn't say A plus. I mean, I think just like
I think the 0
for
cost is really good
utility.
though. It's so good.
Yeah,
I mean,
the 0 cost is kind of carrying.
Like if she
for
was like a
here.
1-star servant, a kid, I was like, yeah, okay, the 0 cost is like whatever. But she's a really solid servant. Still, maybe obviously not top tier. There's like you said, there's probably better options nowadays. But 0 cost and that's all the stuff you get. It's a great deal though. Very good deal.
Yeah, like you could field like a 2-star servant, get less out of them, and then you have to downgrade from a
Yeah, and it
5-star
would cost.
CE
Yeah,
to a
exactly.
4-star CE. And yeah, I feel like people kind of underrate how or undervalue how valuable craft essences can be. Like 5-star CEs are just super impactful,
Especially leveled ones. Yeah. I would say A plus still.
Yeah. I just have feelings on other things with her later, so that's why I say A.
I would honestly say maybe even EX, but like now maybe because I don't wanna because we
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna have a lot of EX.
Even if they and even if they are not directly compared, even among the same spirit craft, but yeah, it's I feel like A plus is fitting right now. I'm gonna start with that. All right, let's talk Orthodox next then. Mostly similar, but a bit more offensive oriented, but still has some good tanking capabilities as well. I guess we can change the art too. There you go. So again, the stats are pretty much the same, of course. Still fine though. Her even if this version is a bit more offensive focused, her damage still won't be amazing, but she can do an occasional decent hit, I guess, as a bonus. But she's certainly not bad either. So again, we already covered this stuff up here, so it's just okay. So Orthodox, first skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 100% Buster up for 1 attack, 3 turns, 100% Buster crit damage for 1 attack, 3 turns, and she ignores defense for 3 turns. So again, she's capable of doing this one solid Buster crit every like 4 turns. No cooldown reduction counted for now, but yeah, it can actually hit okay. But that's it. That's all that she has for damage. She won't be doing any other damage. You really need this skill to be FGO, because you wouldn't bring her for DPS, or you wouldn't use support skills on her either, like stack her like that. I'm sure some people will, of course, but viability wise it's just not there. But this will give you a nice slap here and there. You can maybe even hit like upwards to 100k in a really good day if you have some spread buffs as well going on.
I think on her own it's like 40 or 50k. Her NP does help contribute to it.
Yeah, and then you might have some spread buffs too. So you can get like upwards to, I feel like closer to 100k can be still realistic. So it's not bad by any means, but that's it for her damage, really. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn again, but this time 20% to battery. So it's also a lower cooldown, so there you go, I guess. More taunt action. And speaking of more taunt action, how about another one? So now on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn, another taunt for 1 turn. She gets invul pierce for 3 turns, does 500 damage to herself that cannot be lethal as a demerit, and then you get 30 stars on use. So again, very commonly you might see this comboed with the first skill, because you get the stars to go with the Buster crit too. And then of course, in case the enemy happens to have invul, now you have both invul pierce and defense ignore, so you should be able to land your 1 decent Buster crit there. And the stars can also be used to give to your teammates, because again, she doesn't have absorb herself, and her base absorb is just, okay. So you can use it to give some stars to allies as well, if needed. And then having double taunt is pretty cool. That's one of the things that is pretty nice about Orthodox, actually, that she can taunt on 2 separate turns. Granted, yes, the cooldowns are a bit different, but just having access to 2 different taunts is pretty cool. Granted, the second skill can be a bit spicy sometimes, because it doesn't offer any defense on top of it. So unless you have your MP, she might be a bit susceptible to getting downed on that turn. The third skill is a bit more safe with the invul. But it's just cool to have the double taunt, I want to say. Passives are still the same. They're just like whatever, not much to talk about it. The append is the same, which even for Orthodox, it's a bit better, of course, than OG, but still, she's not really a DPS, just a bonus hit here and there. But, at least some value here and there. Then the MP, of course, has also been upgraded. So again, on an MP3, the party gets 775 damage cut for 3 attacks, 5 turns. 30% defense for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 50%, and 20% attack for the full party, including herself now, for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So again, now that it's on herself too, she can benefit a bit more for those random Buster crits. It's mostly the same otherwise, but like the damage cut is now also hit-based instead of just flat turn, so it's a bit worse there. But mostly still the same MP, really, than the upgraded base MP. They're very similar. I think Orthodox is also legit. I think maybe she's not as easy to use as the default OG, but sometimes Orthodox could actually be even better, I want to say, because the double taunt is certainly a thing that's pretty nice to have sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like the double taunt. I think it's. Oh, hello.
Oh,
welcome.
Hello.
Okay, well there he is. Good morning.
I think that Orthodox is better than OG, which is why I wanted the OG down another one. Because I think Orthodox is objectively better.
Where are we?
Then
we just covered OG Mosh, and now we're talking Orthodox right now. So we're still at the start, basically.
Sorry.
Yeah, true.
You shouldn't have slept in so late.
Okay, I'm gonna be real. I got a bit spooked when I heard Mash. I thought that was the last one we were gonna talk about.
It is the last one. Where the Paladin is gonna be the last one. I was thinking maybe we could do them all in a row at the start, but I was like, frick it, we're just gonna do it as the last servant. So yeah, that's gonna be a while from now.
So okay. Oh, Did we are we done with Ortnax?
No, I just finished kind of reading
Oh,
the kit, and now
no.
we're kind of just talking about her in
okay.
general.
Oh, my bad. All right, keep going.
So, yeah,
Okay.
I think
So
Ornax is better than original, to be honest. Like
In some cases, I agree. Yeah,
'cause-
actually.
well, for like when you're forced to frontline mash, right? Being able to draw 2 hits is good. A star bomb is good. It's a 30-star bomb. It's having a battery is nice. Just a direct battery, so you don't got to rely on getting an arts card. Is good to have there. I think that for like and then once they upgraded the MP, I think it was fine. Like because it was the attack up is back and it hits the party and it hits her. I just think when if you're not like trying to like when you actually have to use her, because there's so many better defensive options in the game than the original version. Like if you want to stall something out, I think that having this version was just better to use after all was said and done.
Fair.
I feel like there's a lot to be said about how good having 2 separate taunts is. I think it's better than having a 3-turn taunt a lot of the time, because you can specifically target certain turns. Like you use the 3rd skill for one single target NP, and then you use the 2nd skill for another one. I usually use the 2nd skill really early on because it's a lower cooldown, which it's also a pretty nice thing. And you can get her 5th the pen for free.
And you can
so
get your MP faster too, because the battery.
Yeah. Yeah, and then also you have times where it's like, okay, you pop her 3rd skill, you absorb damage, and you get some defensive NP gain. They use her 2nd skill, UNP, and then she can potentially tank an NP with that. Also, like the combo of Pierce Invuln and Ignore Defense, it means that even if you don't like how her first skill works, it means that it's basically always going to do damage, and like if it does almost 50k damage, it's like bringing a neutral single target. So like,
And it only
it
occupies
does do
one card, so you could still like slide in some of your DPS cards there too, because it's only that one
Yeah.
card that does damage. He doesn't need a Brave Chain. She's not going to hoggle that much. It's like one Buster card occasionally for some bonus.
Yeah, I also I actually kind of like that it's 1 attack 3 turns. If it was 2 attack 3 turns, that would be better, but this means that you can pop it several turns ahead of time, and then because like you could pop it on turn 1, and then you have you use your 3rd skill on turn 3 or turn 2, and now you have a Buster crit. So
Yeah. Like it's a decent boost to damage. Not anything crazy, but just a cool boost.
Yeah, this skill is like, I guess it works well with like Force Story because Force Smash, and then like she usually gets like a damage boost or whatever. So like her Buster card would actually hit really hard during those. But I would say outside of that, usually you probably just use her as a double taunter. Like
Yeah,
if you were
it's
to,
mostly a
I don't
bonus.
yeah, I don't think people really use her, either form of her, outside of story.
Well, because the zero cost,
At
she
the
still
point.
can be used quite a bit, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just backline her, but
Yeah, that's what most people do, I think. Yeah, and especially for farming, but even for like harder fights, you can frontline Mashu, of course, but most people would just put her on the backline if they bring her.
Yeah, really good. Now you can bond grill her and backline.
Yeah,
her,
we're just talking
so,
about that. The bond it's shared for even the OG versions, right? Which is really good for that zero cost. Very solid.
Yeah, that's gonna be, I feel like, another big thing.
Yeah,
That people just gonna
it's like a small
It's better
buff
than
to all the
one
OG variants as well, because that with that bond thing.
Yeah.
So I think she's also like at least an A, maybe also an A plus. They're both just because again, mostly because the zero cost and now the bond thing as well, and they can be used for both. Farming to make the comp better, or like cost wise, or in some boss situations too, for either for like taunt sack thingy, or just actually using her like, you know, as a tank as well is not too bad either.
Oh, my question is, are we giving her credit for the zero cost thing though?
I mean, we
100%.
definitely
Well, yeah.
are. It's a big selling
I
point.
don't know why not to.
Yeah, it's
Why not?
I
it's a
feel like
very
that's
important
a
thing.
big selling point for this
Yeah, we were
one.
talking about it earlier. Like, yeah, Otto was saying, like, you can bring a 2-cost servant that does less, but also costs more. You can bring Machu that does more and costs 0. Like, yeah, it's like,
guess,
yes, she
yeah,
doesn't
I
do a
guess that
crazy
is
amount
right.
with these 0-cost versions compared to like some SSRs, but again, it's 0 cost, and the amount of stuff you get for a 0 cost, like it's more like the contrast between that. It's the contrast between the cost and what she does. It's not a 5-star kit. No, but it's a very solid kit and it's a 0 cost kit, so it's way better in that sense.
I guess I never thought about it that way because like whenever I thought about her zero cost, I'm just like, oh, it's a good backline. It's put it was thrown in the back. But yeah, I mean, I don't think Orton Axe Smash is necessarily worse. Again, like I really like the double taunt and the star bomb, but oh really? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. You're putting both
Hi.
older forms in A plus already. That's pretty.
See,
I am
think
thinking
is,
about it,
is
yeah.
too much. I think they should
That's
be
pretty high.
A at best. Like I think it sets a precedence of too high. Anyway, hi, I'm back. My
Because like
my audio
like
I
crashed.
didn't even know you were gone.
because like as high as you know, as good as she is at zero cost, I feel like for boss fights, like are you really using this character most of the time?
To be honest,
Like,
she's always
don't-
like in my backline when I do a serious
Right,
party for bosses.
yeah, but like back
That's a
again,
cost
But-
thing. That's a team building thing.
It is, but at the same time, I'm never mad when she comes into the field, though. If my people die or I do kill them on
Yeah, she-
purpose, I'm never mad about it. It's still gonna do stuff.
Right, but that's a cost mechanic interaction. That is not something.
I mean,
that, like,
it is
we're
cost
not
first and
looking at,
foremost. Yes.
We're not looking at like when we were like rating like previous servants, we weren't looking at like, oh well, Dreamhild has 4 costs less than Vlad. So
Yeah, but
therefore
the
we
cost
have
between
to,
4 and 5 star is kind of
Well, there's-
negligible, at least in bosses.
Well, the thing is, she offers like at least 4-star level support.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, and she's 12 costs less than that.
Yeah, 12 is a lot.
than that.
Okay, that's a lot. Like you have 16 and 12 for 5 and 4-star, and then you have 0 for Bashi. That's a big difference, though.
My main question
Yeah.
is like, do you really run out of cost for boss fights?
Yeah,
You can
yeah. I mean,
sometimes,
if you just load your team with a bunch of 5 stars and 5-star Cs, even if it's 4 stars and 5-star Cs, you run out of cost.
But like you don't
Yeah, but when you're building-
because like
And sometimes you have to bring a full
building-
party yourself when you can't use a support either. Then it's even more valuable.
that
Yeah,
is
but-
true.
but when you're
That
building-
is,
when you're building a party and you're sitting there and you're like, ooh, I have this Buster unit, and you look at your Vitch and you're like, do I need a CE on Vitch? No. If you're doing a story fight, you just leave it. If you're running 5 stars for some reason, and you're like, you look at your cost, and you're like, do I need Vitch to have a CE? No, you don't. You just leave it off.
Well,
It's
because
I'm not
like,
sure. Like if I'm using Vitch for a team, I feel like I'm going in with a different game plan than I would use with Mash.
No,
right, no,
she
but
shells
understand.
more with.
this is the cost argument, like, oh, you slaughter in the back for the cost, but it's like, the cost. I don't think the cost argument is a good thing to bump her up a tier.
I mean the only
is,
reason
like,
now
from a-
except A
Okay,
plus.
I
is
could
if
probably
you're counting
settle
the
for A
farming
on
back.
both, honestly, but I don't know. We'll see later, I guess.
Yeah,
But I would never go lower than A. That would be like absolutely a
No,
crime.
I mean, I think that's fine. I just think like in context with a bunch of other units,
Yeah, the thing with this argument is like if you are counting backline farming, I agree in A plus. But like if you're not counting farming backline thing, in boss fights, like even when we are doing like when we're building min-turn comps where we're sacking 5 stars, like this crazy, we're sacking 5 stars, right? Literally sacrificing 5 stars. It's not actually that often you run out of cost. You have to like go with a really heavy team to run out of cost. So like I do feel like in a boss fight you don't actually run out of cost
It-
easily in the team. But in like if you're counting like the convenience for farming backline and like the fact that she has party bond boost as like a passive, then yeah,
it's
I
not
agree with A plus.
just
But yeah, she's
it's
like
not
a
just the party one though. I
yeah.
would say most people only run into this during lottos because most people aren't running. Most people aren't rolling the gotcha and getting 5 copies of the 5-star drop CE, and they're not going to run that all the time anyway. The only time this even comes up is lottos, which
Oh,
you
no,
know.
yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, but if you don't have
that's
the
not
event
your, like,
Cs, you might run like 5-star bond Cs, for instance.
Yeah.
Especially on Bleached Earth, and everyone does those daily. But okay, we'll just start with A for now, and then we'll revisit this again. We'll see how much the value is for 0. I might go back to A plus later, but yeah. For now, there's OG and Orthodox. Okay. All right, first alter ego time. There's going to be a big gap between we get back to Shielder again. But it's going to be worth the wait. But this is a spicy one for sure as well. Not to discount this, because we're going to talk about Melt next as the first alter ego here. She has gone through a pretty nice glow up. She was never really bad to begin with. Maybe not top tier for, many years now. But yeah, then they were like, oh, let's just give her a very, very crazy MP buff. So here we go. We have a single target quick DPS. And also, people like to joke that, oh, you don't even need like single target assassins or caster. You can just bring Melt or something. And I guess nowadays there is some merit to that too. So yeah, 11.6k attack puts her, if I can find my numbers, that is slightly below average when it comes to 5-star alter egos, but it's an okay number. She's double bustered. What was that?
I think that's more so because alter egos skew higher. Like some of the highest attack stat servants in the game are alter egos.
Yeah, I mean the attack is still pretty good regardless, even if she's like among 5-star leaguers, not the best. Still fine. But yeah, double buster, double quick deck works really well for her. Even better, has aged well with because of Summer Scotty and whatnot. So that's great because she also has crit potential too, definitely. Her gains cards, the arts card is good, and the quicks are pretty decent too, so no worries there either. So up here is good. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a dodge for 2 hits, 3 turns, 15 stars on use, and 30% the battery. It's just nice. I like the flexibility of the evade, and then you get both, tools for your MP and your crits, of course. And having some hard defense is nice for a quick DPS as well. Pretty low cooldown, not bad at all. Second skill on the 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, then this on-attack buff for 3 turns. Whenever she normal attacks before damage, she gets 15% crit damage for 3 turns. This includes the extra as well. Obviously, MP is the only card that's not included, but it's fine. You can still stack quite a bit of crit damage from this, because it doesn't even have a limit, it's just 3 turns. And then she gets minus 10% defense for 3 turns on use as well as a demerit. Not that big of a deal. And if you're really scared, you can even run a command code that would remove it. So it's not a huge demerit, I would say. Pretty heavily offense skill despite being basic. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get minus 50% MP damage for 1 turn. The party besides her get minus 50% MP damage for 1 turn as a demerit. And then she gets 30% MP damage for 2 turns. This skill, I don't really like it. It can, if anything, it's better defensively because you can maybe use it to combo with some other stuff to maybe tank some MP stuffs. But yeah, otherwise it's very underwhelming. Like that MP damage is not even high for being 2 turns on a 6-turn cooldown, and that's like that's the only upside minus the defensive thing there. And this is a buffed skill too, so this is like the one underwhelming thing about her. I want to say.
It was a lot worse before.
It was,
like,
yeah.
I'm fine with it now. It was a lot.
It was like a delayed thing as well. For like they were like, oh, 20% MP damage, 1 turn with the delay. It's like, oh. So yeah, at least it's more usable now. The skill set is fine. I think it does the job. It's fine. It's nothing crazy, but it's fine. 17.5% debuff rest, cool. 8% quick, very good. 10% crit damage, very good. 22.5% debuff rest bore, so that puts her at basically 40% on base, very good. Flat damage sucks. High Servant doesn't do anything. She's anti-Lancer, which is very unfortunate for an alter ego. So again, there's one drawback, I guess, if you want to nitpick. Alright, so then the buffed MP. So now she removes enemy buffs before damage, and this is both offensive and defensive. All buffs that can be removed are gone. Very good. And then before damage, she gets 10% quick for 3 turns. 1 base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. So there's a bit of a ramp up there as well. So now the order of operations makes so much more sense because both the quick up and the buff removal used to be after damage, which was just really awkward. And then the MP itself never really did like crazy damage either. So now the awkwardness is gone, and it definitely does way better damage now too. So yeah, she's just a very, very solid single target quick option for anti-cavalry as it stands. Yep.
I mean, I think the second skill is underrated because that's up to 60% crit up in a turn. If you like, as much as you mock it, if you do like card lock shenanigans, you can ramp up, for that, on that third turn to be between like 100 and like 20 to 160% crit, on it. And it's on a 5-turn cooldown with a pen 5. It's on a 4-turn on the first cycle, so it's up a lot. Like her cooldowns are low. I actually really like the second skill. I
it's
like
good
the
offensively.
mechanic of it.
Yeah.
And also in Grailfront, you can cheese it. Like we haven't had a Grailfront in a while, but it is one of my favorite skills to cheese in Grailfront. Because when you like double or triple stack it, you're just
because your
gaining, like,
cooldowns tick
50%
down
crit
outside of
every hit.
combat too.
Yeah, but you're bust down. And one of my favorite skills to cheese in Grailfront. No. I think she's one of the best single target damage dealers in the game. Maybe that's because they buffed her kit 4 times, but you know what?
I mean, yeah, well, you would hope so at that point at least.
Each
if they
one better than the last.
True, actually.
Yeah.
I
mean, the first buff was just to make her third skill not terrible. Like I understand, like it's just the 30% damage buff for 2 turns, but like, I think when you're doing like for like if you're doing something like for 3-turn stuff, like you can, the first turn being a little bit weaker is fine, and then powering up the next 2. But yeah, that's her weakest skill, and it's still fine, I think.
Yeah, it's not terrible, just underwhelming.
They should buff it again.
And also, it's kind of awkward to use sometimes if you want to use it for the defensive side too, because you want to use it for her offensive side. Probably turn 1 already, chances are.
I never really use it for the defensive side.
Yeah, again, I was saying if you want to use it, then it's a bit awkward like that.
Because I've the only time I've run into those situations is when it's the enemies that just do their extra attack instead of an MP, when I'm like brawling stuff out, and I'm like, wait a minute, does it work on this even? And I don't think it does. I don't think it does.
So I would say definitely minimum A+ with room for EX.
I mean,
that's how I'm feeling
EX, but I am saying EX, but no one else is talking.
I mean,
yeah, meld.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Like the buff removal on the NP spamming, like it's so good.
Yeah.
She also like you do a brave chain or like a mighty chain with her, you refund. You do a quick chain, she refunds. You do 2 buster cards, she kills everything.
I think the melt.
I may have 2 120 melts, but
I mean, I think the melt MP upgrade really like kind of hurts a lot of single target cavalry DPSs.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah, because she just out damages so many, and like because we all know cavalry classes have like the weird hidden like low like assassin caster. Like assassin, obviously you have like Kama, who's also a monster, but for a lot of the stuff,
like the classes themselves are not great for offense usually.
Yeah, so
outside of
melt is
Kama,
such a scary. Outside of Kama, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean.
There's no one else. There's
Yeah,
there's no single target in Ryder.
Ryder definitely can
like
pull its own weight, but caster and assassin struggles.
Pull stuff, but like for caster and assassin outside of Kama, I don't think there's anyone that the joke of.
I think Izumo could be in the conversation at least. Maybe not like amazing still, but she could be in the conversation still as well.
Yes.
I think she needs to hit the Monarch.
Yeah, even then though, like she doesn't have the same utility. Like she does ramp her damage up, but it's not to this. It's not I feel like the crits ramping up is pretty valuable, and then
It
like
is.
buff removal is like I know I harp on it a lot, but that shit is really
I
good.
mean, I'm in the same boat. If there's ever an MP that's like, oh, remove all buffs before damage, I'm like, yep, that's amazing. I love it.
And then buffing it to put it first just
Yeah.
makes her like a no-brainer to
Oh, honestly, I think she can be EX again, mostly as well because there's if she was Pretender, maybe A+, but on Alter Ego specifically, because there's not a ton of amazing options for single-target assassins and casters, I think that's enough for EX in this case. I think that's how I see it. Maybe even then, but it would be harder to. Then she would have way more competition at least.
But that's part of the problem with like Pretender is like Alter Ego has a bunch of cracked DPS and Pretender doesn't. And so Alter Ego feels so much better to use than Pretender, even though they're just mirrored class triangles.
Yeah.
And just because of the
it is the competition, yeah. Okay, we'll go with that. Right, so then we have a lot more servants from the same event, because this event not only launched the Alter Ego class, but also the Moon Cancer class. So next up, we have another Alter Ego, this time a 4-star. We got the Passion Lip. So AoE Buster DPS, farming on her is not very pretty, but she's an interesting DPS choice. Mostly because she has one pretty high attack at 10.3k. Even among Alter Egos is high, but especially among 4-stars it is definitely very high. And then the other cool thing is that she has a full Buster deck, including the MP. So there's some room for some face carding there as well. Because honestly, her MP, even after the buff, I don't think it hits super hard. But she's got some interesting face card potential at least. And her gains cards are okay on gains too. The 2 that she has. Extra is okay too. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 5 turns, debuff immune for 3 times, 5 turns, 20% buster up for 3 turns, and a 20% battery. It's a good skill. It's just, it gives you a nice defensive utility with longevity and power swap offensively as well. And obviously this makes her third skill way more usable too. So yeah, it's good even on its own. Probably her best skill, honestly. Yeah. Second skill though, so on a 4-turn cooldown she gets a taunt for 1 turn, 30% defense for 1 turn, and then this buff thingy. So she gets an attack buff, but it only works if the HP is 50% or less. That's when the scaling starts. So she gets like 30% attack on 50% and then up to 50% for moving towards 1 HP. It's a weird buff. Because I mean, yeah, she has this taunt and whatnot, but she's still, if you're gonna bring her, she's gonna be a DPS for you. So you ideally don't want her to go low on HP anyway, because it's a bit spicy. She doesn't even have a guts or anything like that, so you would have to bring a guts support or a guts C or something if you want to be safer. Yeah, I don't love the attack buff here, but the taunt with the defense up on a low cooldown can be okay. So it's not all that trash, I guess. Third skill, speaking of trash, haha, I get it. In name only, of course. 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack for 3 turns, Invul Pierce for 3 turns. Then she gets this funny meme buff. So she on attack debuff for 1 attack 3 turns. She gets a 10% chance to instant kill by 100% when normal attacking, and then 30% defense for 1 turn. And then she stuns herself for 1 turn on use. So again, if you use this and you don't have immunity, you just wasted your turn. You can't do any. You immediately get stunned. But again, you get the immunity here on the first skill with some good longevity. This is even better than Summer Tomo actually, because it's 3 times immunity instead of 1 time, and it's an instant thing too, so it's not like an enemy could debuff you in between the turns and make you lose that, because you can just do it on the same turn. Granted, they don't share the cooldown, but at least on turn 1 you can easily match them like that. The instant kill is a meme, but otherwise it's an okay offensive skill with some good amount of attack, defense, and the Invul Pierce. It's an alright skill set for a 4-star. I don't hate it. Even if some of the things in it are a bit wonky. 50% debuff rest. Nice. 6% crit damage can be nice too. 10.5% star gen. Not honestly that bad. Her cards are not that great for gains because her 3 busters are 1-hitters, but her MP can actually star gen decently okay. It's a high hit buster AoE. Then she gets some flat damage, which is useless, but another 20% debuff rest, so that's 35 on base. Very good. Not bad passives for a 4-star. She's anti-assassin, which is great for an Alter Ego. A very solid damage case there. And then the buffed MP, so it's a very basic MP. It only does AoE damage, and then it heals the party for 3k on base overcharge, scaling up to 7k, so it can be a meaty heal as well. But yeah, like I said, it's also a 12 hitter, so she can definitely starge in a bit with this at least. Even if the MP itself, at least in my experience, doesn't hit very hard. I think she's definitely a passable DPS, for sure. Mostly because the triple buster, and having some okay offensive buffs in her kit too, to help with that.
I wonder if it feels like her NP doesn't hit very hard, because do you ever build the team around her? Just like, or do you always slot her in as like a support thing for a gimmick, right?
Well, I think if you would bring her, you probably mostly bring her for DPS though, but yeah.
I went through actually I've used Passionate very recently, because I always do
in a team with a bunch of soccer face DPSs.
So I had all the soccer 5 going through OC4, and frontlining Passionate the whole time actually wasn't that bad. Because like I did have a heal. What?
I didn't. I thought you were gonna dump on her a bit more, but yeah.
No, I found her very useful to have, because there was the taunt, the defense. I had a heal. Honestly,
the damage cut on top of the defense.
Brawling stuff out, it wasn't that bad using her. Also, with Causer Drop, her Buster cards were critting for 100k, so I'm not complaining there. It worked out pretty well, I'd say, all things considered. I was like, I'm like, this isn't as bad as I remember it being, like just brawling out with her. I did never have a situation where that minus 50% attack up activated. That is, I think, the worst skill I've.
Yeah, it's a weird design.
If it's scaled from like say 20 to 50% starting at 100% HP, I think it'd be fine. But like when if you're getting under 50%, you might be dying like at any second.
Yeah, with 4-star stats as well. Even if she has that defense and damage cut.
Yeah, like I don't like what they did with their second skill, but I don't think it's a bad skill. Like having
it's still not trash overall. I just the attack buff is the one weird part about it.
Because like she heals herself out of it sometimes, because she has a
that too.
decent heal on her NP. Yeah. So like she NPs with the damage bonus, and then she.
Because this is not a snapshot, right? I'm pretty sure. It's not. So again, it's a check every turn, so the heal can absolutely ruin it.
But I mean, she does have 60% defense on the turn you use it if you combine it with the third skill. So.
And then you can have 1k damage cut too from the first skill. So unless you're getting MP, you're basically just easy tanking at that point. You're not gonna get hurt, even on neutral damage.
You probably tank out, a lot of damage there.
You can even suck up crits at that point.
I think everyone likes to joke that she's really bad, but I don't think she's as bad as.
It's mostly because her deck is good, and then she has that face card potential for sure. I think it's not a bad skill set either. Her MP is just a bit maybe underwhelming, I think, but it supports her playstyle otherwise. But yeah, it's mostly about face cards with her, really.
Plus, she has a costume.
True, I guess. Yeah, we have the amazing costume.
It's gameplay relevant because of Miss Crane, right? So technically, it's
technically it is a buff,
and also the bond boost CE. So it technically is relevant. So
it is nice to have actually, because Crane, you get more stars. The bond boost CE.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there also is some pretty interesting synergy with her and Miss Crane. Like, she gets a lot out of the star gen. You can also do this funny thing with her second skill where you waste Miss Crane's taunt on her, so you have a 1 turn on her and a 3 turn on the other servant, which can be pretty useful for turning wounds with
taunt tech. Yeah,
and the absorb from Crane can be good too, because she doesn't have absorb herself, and alter ego absorb is not like the best on base. It's very standard.
I mean, it's normal.
I think it's like Saber absorb.
Yeah, it's Saber, which is like the standard. I like to call 100 absorb like the standard, basically.
I like the Buster deck.
Is Passion Limp one of the lower alter egos as far as absorb goes?
Well, it's 97, so probably.
I mean, it's a difference of like.
Yeah, it's negligible difference.
Well, most are around 100, and I think she's like 97. I don't know how relevant 3-star absorb is, to be
Yeah,
honest.
it's like whatever. Passion
Yeah,
Lip, I
I
would
don't
say,
see
is.
that resting.
I think she's one of the B tiers, personally. I don't know which one, though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like she
I
gets more hate than she deserves.
Yeah.
probably
Totally
does
could
Yeah,
use a
deserve
but
more
buff.
hate.
Definitely,
I
I
mean,
definitely could like buff something on her third skill and make it so she like gets charge. Like you could get like 10% or 20% charge from being attacked for 3 times. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, because her MP is
But,
not broken, yeah.
Yeah,
mm,
her NP is kind of deceptive in that it
It's
looks
stars and
like
healing,
she,
is what it is.
yeah, it looks like it's just a heal, but 12 hitter AoE is kind of nuts. And she does have passive star gen, even if it's not much. It's still enough to get like at least 15 stars.
Oh, yeah.
She's also the only. This is completely pointless. Also, the only Soccer 5 to not be lawful good. She's lawful balanced. I don't know if
Interesting.
that ever
Isn't she
that's
true neutral?
just worse for gameplay. But you know what?
Yeah, like if she was lawful good, then you could pair her with Sabergeel. And honestly, that's a big mark against her, not being able to work with Sabergeel.
Anyway,
True.
question, do you guys
One of the
Maybe not
million.
be.
I don't have a lot to say about this character. Unfortunately, I don't use her a lot.
I feel like none of us really
She
use her a
just
lot here.
she just feels like an awkward taunt unit. I don't know. Like yeah, she can do a little bit of healing, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but yeah, we have a lot of servants that feel more complete in this like sub support role. I think who described the Metatron John as like 5-star passion?
Interesting.
That's
Was
not
that
actually the
you?
worst
What?
comparison. No, it
Hmm.
wasn't
Was that
me.
you?
But
That,
now that you've said it, I think that's
what?
a great comparison actually.
It's just because she heals on MP, but I forgot. Somebody said that, and I was like,
There's some similarities, yeah, for sure. Tanky AoE
but like
busters
I
with
mean,
face
it's
cards, heals.
The
but
taunt's
yeah,
pretty huge because, like, you can have turns where, like, you have a single target NP, and I know she doesn't have hard survival, but you can just target hard survival on her, and
Mm.
she just tanks it. It's nice for control.
yeah, but it's like it'll be a real shame if you have a really good AoE buster that has a taunt on her.
I'd probably start with B for now.
I start with B, but depending on where
Mm.
Yeah.
other
Yeah, we'll
characters
get some
go, I
comparison
may
going. There
say
could be B
push her
plus.
down.
Or you mean
Well, no,
down?
I was saying
Oh,
like depending
oh
on
well.
yeah, because there's some characters that I think are worse than her, but I don't know if
Okay.
you guys think they're worse than her.
Well, I guess we'll see. We'll start with that. Alright, first Mooncaster time. Again, same event still, of course. We get the first Welfare as well. It's OGBB, and we're gonna see many a BB on this list for sure. One new addition as well, of course. So yeah, single target arts, DPS, and a bit of a utility support as well, I guess. Interesting case. Mostly used against anti-Avenger. I hardly ever anyone see her use her as a DPS outside of Avenger situations, but yeah, she's still not bad there at least. Her attack at 8k is pretty low, even among 4-star moon cancers. Not that there's a lot of comparison, so again, take this with a grain of salt. But even as a 4-star attack stat, it is not the best considering she has a standard damage modifier on her class too. She's double arts, double quick. Gains cards, at least the arts ones are decent. Everything else, just okay at best. So not much to say there. First skill on a 4-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Cleanse debuffs from one ally, gives them a 3k heal and a debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns. It's an alright supportive skill, I want to say. Not bad. It's a low cooldown too. It could have been 5 turns, but they were like, hey, let's make it 4 turns. Yeah, sure. I don't hate it. It's okay. Maybe a bit. It's pretty reactionary, if anything, of course. It's not like, oh, you just pop it and you're immediately happy. In fact, most cases, you won't pop it immediately unless you need that debuff immune immediately. But it's okay. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown. One enemy gets their evasions and invuls removed. So it's selective buff removal. And then 100% chance to stun them for 1 turn. At least the stun is not dependent on any like traits or anything like that. It can work on any enemy that can be stunned. So there's a bit of versatility there, I suppose. And the selective utility of the defensive buff removal can be okay too sometimes. Third skill, buffed on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 800% absorb for 3 turns, 30% art sub for 3 turns, and then this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she uses an extra attack, the full party gets 10% bonus gauge, including herself. Pretty cool. Especially again if you bring her as a DPS, that can help your supports get their MPs as well. Never hurts really, especially if you're running Castoria, of course. Who wouldn't want more Castoria MPs? And the arts buff is nice because she really was lacking like good off. Like before this, she had nothing on her own kit that helped with her MP damage. So at least now there's 30% arts on a good uptime. So I like that. It's an okay kit. That's about it. 17.5% debuff resistance is nice. 10% debuff success rate is okay as well with her MP, and the stun, of course, can help land stuff a bit better. And another 10% arts, also solid. She's anti-alter ego, which is just a neutral case, and it's a rare class to fight, so maybe not the best append ever. The MP never buffed, has been never buffed, but it is a free MP5, of course, so she does damage to one enemy. The party gets, full party gets 20% battery on use, and then the target enemy gets minus 10% debuff for its down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 50%. So again, can make you land your debuffs better too, and whatnot. And the AoE battery is nice. I think she's like she doesn't do a ton of damage, but she's still like a very basic and safe arts DPS. But again, I don't think I would ever bring her outside of Avenger situations, really. So that's kind of how I feel about OGBB. And now, like maybe back in the old days when she was the only Moon Cancer, there was some insane value to be had there. But nowadays, you might not even need a Moon Cancer against Avengers, but there's definitely a lot of more options nowadays too, even if she is a welfare, yes. But I think she's still okay. That's how I feel about this.
She just does no damage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's like the main downside.
He just doesn't have a lot going on here. It's, you know, lights on, but no one's home type of situation with that one.
And she's, I mean, I like her utility effects. I like debuff cleanse. I like the buff removal, even if it's kind of limited in how it works. Stun. I like the charge on the NP. I like that she has a way of compensating the team for not picking their cards because she can Brave Chain and get them stuff. But yeah, I think the thing that drags her down the most is just like her damage sucks. Like at NP5, she is like she sort of matches the top one in her class, the top single target, but there's
it's not like there's a lot of competition.
Yeah.
So it's a bit deceptive.
Yeah, she doesn't get the most, like, the seal doesn't get the most of her damage from, like, her NP anyways. So, yeah.
They could definitely buff BB more. I feel like it wouldn't be outrageous to see an MP buff, honestly. I think that would be fine still, even as a welfare.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would solve a lot of her problems.
Because her damage, I'm pretty sure it's below average even for welfares. Usually welfares, you see, like, at neutral, they're like 50, 55k, but she's like 40-something.
Yeah, her attack is also not very high, which doesn't help.
Yeah, and unlike like Avengers and such, she doesn't have like a positive multiplier for her.
I would.
For her attack.
Is C plus low, or is that fine?
I think C plus is about
She's still a
right.
free MP and can be used as an anti-Avenger with some okay utility, but I think that's about it.
My use for her dropped once I got a level 1 spare Nightingale, because I just used her for the a spare level 1 copy for debuff immunity.
Yeah.
And now I got a spare Nightingale, and I'm like, why not?
Yeah. Do you have anything to add, Plushie, to OG BB?
I don't think she's very good. I'm finding people.
I don't think she's very good.
All right, C plus for CCC, I think. There you go. All right, final servant from the CCC event on that topic. We go back to Alter Ego at a 5-star. We got OG Kiara. So AoE arts, DPS, and I guess you can kind of farm with her too, but I definitely like her more as a DPS because of all this stuff, the utility and whatnot that she brings for boss fights. 11.6k attack is, again, not bad at all. Still a little bit under average among 5-star alter egos, but still as a 5-star is decent. She's double buster, double arts on the deck, which I think is fine. Gonna do a bit of face card damage, but mostly I think she's wants to MP spam as much as possible. Her gains cards on base, the arts cards are just okay. Everything else kind of not that great. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, one enemy gets minus 100% to debuff rest for 1 turn, minus 30% arts rest for 1 turn, and then she gets a 50% battery. I'm still kind of sad that this is not AoE arts rest down. I just don't understand why they kept it single target. They could have probably done the debuff rest on AoE too, because they're both 1 turn each. So it's a bit sad on an AoE servant. But at least for one enemy you get more refund and a bit more damage, I guess. But yeah, could be better still. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, all enemies minus 1 tick, all buffs gone, and then minus 30% defense for 3 turns. I love this skill. I think it's amazing. It's just so good. Like, this is so good for bosses. Buff removal on command, guaranteed ticks down, and then a big AoE defense down on a pretty low cooldown, all things considered, honestly. I think this could have been a 7-turn cooldown as well, but 6 is nice for this one. Yeah, I think this is definitely a great skill. Third skill, also buffed. On a 6-turn cooldown, she gets edible for 1 turn, 50% crit damage, MP gain, debuff resistance, healing boost for 1 turn, all of those for herself. And then now also 30% anti-good alignment power mod for the full party for 3 turns. 20% party AoE gauge, of course, and then also party gets overcharged for 1 step for 1 time, 3 turns. Yeah, it's a very solid skill now too, with that buff. Very, very good. The overcharge on her is maybe not that needed because the healing tends to be kind of overkill anyway, especially if you combo with the healing boost here. But it can be very solid in your party. Again, Castoria, the elephant in the room, of course, but there's other good options too, depending on who you bring. It's just a very solid skill as well. It has some. I like that the 2 of the effects have a bit more longevity now as well, because otherwise it was just mostly 1-turn effects. But still a very solid skill. Actually a pretty strong skill set, I want to say, overall. First passive, 8% crit damage, not bad. She doesn't have a ton of crit focus though, but sure, we take it. 2% crit, instant kill resist, and mental debuff resist as a bonus. Not huge numbers, but it's a boost. 16% defense against humanoid enemies. That's really solid, actually, because again, 99% of servants in this game are considered humanoids, and then there's some other occasional enemies as well that have the same trait. Just a lot of permanent defense. Very good. Then she has her unique passive. She gets half, attack up against Ruler, the 1.5x. Can be okay as well, because again, otherwise, a neutral case wouldn't even be that bad against a Ruler, but now she can actually be a fairly okay anti-Ruler option with this as well. Still not as good as like Avenger or Berserker, for instance, but I would, at least at Avenger, maybe not Berserker, but yeah, it can be an option. It's a cool passive, more use cases, and then even her append actually benefits that even more, being anti-Ruler as well. Pretty decent passives. Buffed MP, she gets the nice combo of first of all 1 turn of invul pierce before damage, and then MP damage itself ignores defense. It's not a 1 turn ignore defense buff, but I feel like it's fine because again, her face cards are usually not the most damaging anyway. I would see mostly her as an MP spammer, but it's nice that she has both of those on the MP. Just nice to have. And then on base she gets a 5k heal all the way up to 10k on max overcharge. So, and again, it's like 7.5k on base if you have the 3rd skill active minimum. So yeah, it's a lot of healing. Healing that she might not always need though, because she's an art servant, but sure, I guess. I think she's pretty attractive on bosses for sure. Farming numbers might not be that crazy, but for bosses, I think she's got a lot of nice things going for her. Damage could be higher too though.
Blushy, what's your opinion?
Oh,
you mean Kiara?
Yeah.
yeah.
She's okay. She lacks a lot of damage steroids in her skill set. And that's in my opinion her biggest problem. She only has like an arts down and a defense down. And the skill 3 is just the anti-trade, a small one at that. She's very good with like party support though. Like I used her a lot. Sometimes with another DPS just because she can help them as well. And we haven't gone to her MP, right?
Oh, I already covered everything.
No, we did.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just
Are
this
you-
one guy in chat.
Well, no.
I guess you were pretty active in the chat. Yeah. It's fair.
You're arguing in chat? You gotta stop.
Yeah, I'm arguing with chat because he's calling me a hypocrite for not putting Kenshin in EX, but Melt in EX. But anyways,
I'm
so
getting beat up by Max Tech over here, and you're paying less attention than me. What the fuck?
Max, are you
okay.
playing Team Fortress 2 again?
No, Max Tech is
that's
it's
Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk. But yeah, but
Stop
Kiara
playing
is Kiara. I have her 120. Her problem really is like I feel like her offense is just a little bit lacking in her kit. Her crit up's still 1 turn even after the upgrade, which is a shame. And again, like all of her steroids are debuffs, which isn't great if you're doing multi-wave stuff or the enemy has like high debuff res or debuff immune. And Kiara's MP heals a lot, and it's usually wasted in my opinion. I don't know why she needs to heal for 9,000.
Yeah, I think instead of buffing the heal on the overcharge with the MP buff, I think they should have left it as is and add a second effect instead.
Yeah,
I don't know why she needs that much heals. Like,
they even removed the HP demerit on the third skill later, which makes the heal even more overkill.
Yeah, and then they gave the third skill overcharge, so it made the heal even more.
Yeah.
So like, it's just
Yeah,
I have no idea why she needs to heal that much. So like, I have a I had a idea for like a Hans buff where Hans would like do like 10,000 damage to Kiara or something, but give her an offensive buff, so she can heal it back, so it's not feel like it's wasted.
I think that would be kind of cute.
It's just a lot of her effects feel wasted. Like if you're using normal like farming stuff, she's gonna be the only advantage is because she is a 70 charger and like party 20 charger. But like again, like her damage.
But she also has a lot of. I agree. I think her main problem is the damage, but she has a lot of cool utility as well for bosses. Damage is like the main thing holding her back.
Yeah, the overcharge also combos well with like Castoria, for example, right? So like it's just a lot of good like utility, but the damage really hurts her, I would say. And that's my general like experience with Kiara. 120 her definitely solved a lot of the damage issues, but sometimes you still feel it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's just her damage. Like her kit is pretty crazy, I would say, because like her NP always does damage. Of course, she's tied to Black Grail basically, but the good thing is her.
I love the second skill.
Kind of offsets
it's
the
so
demerits
good.
of it. But like also AoE buff removal on a normal cooldown skill is
with ticks down. It's a good break.
Nice.
And I don't think she has as much issues in challenge quest as it is like farming, because
yeah, she's a safe pick for CQs for sure, even if she's not super fast
farming,
always.
She just does no damage. Like I have her at a relatively high MP level. I don't know if she's MP5 or not, but like anytime I've ever tried to use her, it's never been something I've been particularly pleased with. I don't know. Like it just feels not great. I don't know, for like damage and farming.
I think she's still like A tier for sure.
What do you think, Plushie? I'm just gonna default to Plushie's opinion.
I don't know. I don't know if like,
he's like C+.
me feeling. No, I don't know if me feeling hers not that bad is because I grilled her or not. So I think realistically, she's probably like B+ or A, depending on what you like, I guess. Because like there are a lot of servants that have like bad damage, good utility, and then some people don't like that. Some people like that. But yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely a servant that depends on what you like.
Yeah.
I think she's really solid. It's
I want to go A tier here.
I guess you can go into A because of the 70 charge. I think a 70 charge does give her some
The 70
farming
charge is a
edge.
lot.
I just like all the
Yeah,
tools
yeah.
that she has, really. But yeah, the battery is
Yeah,
nice too.
Also, if you think about it, like what she's competing with AoE assassins and AoE casters. And
Again, yeah, it's the
like,
alter ego
there's
boost.
some hard hitters in those, but there's a lot more soft hitters in each of those classes than hard hitters.
And their kits are not as loaded as her.
So she doesn't do that much damage, but she does more damage than most AoE casters, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah. There's only one AoE caster that actually does damage, so we can.
Yeah, again, it's she gets a bit of a boost for the alter ego thing here, I guess. Sure.
Yeah, she's good by the fact that her competition is worse.
Mm-hmm. I think that's why she can be in A for sure, among the other stuff we just listed. Anyway, that's it for the CCC event. Now we move on to a Halloween event, and we have a double servant here. So we're just going to cover them in the same thing, because gameplay-wise they are identical. So we got the Mecha Lizzes, our next welfares on the menu. So single target buster DPSs, attacks at basically 10k each, which is fine for a 4-star. Even on alter egos, totally fine and good. Also like Lip, triple buster on the deck. Gains cards, actually, especially that arts card is very strong. So that's cool. There's not obviously only 2 gains cards, but they're not bad at all. Especially if you overkill arts, you can like see your MP jump a lot. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. You get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns and 30% defense for 3 turns. Probably the best skill. Still doesn't say too much though. It's kind of basic, but yeah, it works for bosses. Second skill, buffed on a 5-turn cooldown, gets 20% battery, 25 stars on use, and 500 damage. That cannot be lethal as a demerit. Also okay. Just a bit held back on the numbers, if anything, on both of these, at least. Well, the defense up is the one thing that's fairly high, at least. But otherwise, they probably could have done with a bit more numbers on these. And then the third skill is a bit awkward sometimes. 5-turn cooldown removes all defensive buffs as a demerit. It's a 500% chance, so can't really even resist that, unfortunately. But then she gets 60% MP damage and crit damage for 1 turn. It's like a weird mana burst, really. It can make her MP do a lot of damage for that 1 turn, of course, but man, it's a lot of downtime, and you have to order her skills in a certain way as well, so you don't accidentally wipe. Like it can, this is also a defensive buff, this defense up, so you would want to use this before the first skill, and any other support skills you might give her that are considered defensive buffs. Very basic kit. It's not the worst I've ever seen, but just very bare bones. Could use some defense too, to be honest. There's like the only defense thing is the 30% defense. Would like to see like an invulner dodge or something. 17.5% debuff rest is fine. 8% debuff success rate up, also okay with the MP, I guess, to land the defense down a bit better. She's anti-lancer, which unfortunately is a very bad case for her being an alter ego. Then the MP, so does damage to enemy, and then after damage, unfortunately, removes the defensive buffs for the target, and then also does a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns on the target on base overcharge, scaling up to 40. So this is like the melt dilemma all over again. We have both of those effects after damage. Unfortunately, it would be really nice at least to get the buff removal before damage. I can maybe understand keeping the defense after, because she's still a welfare, that's a free MP5, but man, that defensive buff removal really should be before damage. It's just it's wasted so much, especially because again, while her face cards, because of triple buster, can do some damage, I feel like her meat and potatoes is still that MP damage. It's still not the highest, of course, but it can do some decent damage. I think she's an okay, like, newer account single target DPS option, but I feel like a lot of accounts will outgrow the Mecha Lizzes pretty fast. But to be honest, again, single target casters, assassins, there's not a ton of really good ones. So a bit of bonus value, maybe. That's how I see
it. I'd say it's really just single target casters that are lacking. I think single target assassins have. I think that power level has shifted up over the years. Well, I mean, like you got Shiki, for example. Like Shiki,
yeah, even
I would
among
definitely
welfares,
use
yeah.
Shiki against a rider. I would use Geez, like writers are very stacked as well.
I mean, you have literally Cinderella Liz as well, like her own other welfare is competing
Yeah,
there too, and she's a really good 4-star.
Remember when I said I think they're 4 stars worse than Passion Lip? Yeah, this is them.
I agree. Yeah.
I think they're really bad.
I don't think they're terrible,
guess-
but worse than Passion Lip for sure.
Yeah, I guess their one turn burst isn't like
Here,
terrible, but it's
here's
one
the
turn
thing.
burst.
Here's the thing. If all you have is a 1-turn burst, you should have an upgrade MP.
Yeah, because the NP is not super spammable either, to be honest. Like, while that one Arts card is great, you're not going to have that all the time. And you have, like, one battery that's 20%. So they could upgrade the MP for sure. And then do the melt treatment of at least moving the defensive buffs before damage. I think that would already help a lot.
That would be really good, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like, that would give her some use case where you're just like, oh, you know, I just specifically need defensive buff strip. And then... yeah, you know, it's just unfortunate. I think like her damage doesn't justify her lack of stuff.
Yeah, she's lacking stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And she removes them as well. She already doesn't have much.
She didn't have any defensive. Yeah, they're all gone. I actually think it's legitimately just a really bad character.
Yeah, like it's a shame because she does have like the triple buster deck, which is I really like, and also, you know, a free nuke. I remember when she first came out, she was actually considered pretty nice because, you know, if you just need a big nuke for cavalry classes, she's nice. But yeah, I don't know.
Her gains are really nice. Like for
when you have the cards, yeah. I still use her on my free-to-play sometimes, actually, because I don't have a ton of options.
If I'm bringing an alter ego for like just to beat up foreigners, I wouldn't pick her either. There's like a better welfare, so I don't know.
I think when JP got Salem, I used her in that Abigail fight. Because again, I didn't even have a ton of options back then. I remember using her in the Abigail fight.
Salem was also like 7 years ago. So
yeah, again, my account didn't have a lot of options, and the game didn't have a lot of options either.
That was a huge theory of like people thinking
alter egos.
Yeah, there was like Melt and her, right? Was there anyone else out at that time for single targets?
It was Melt.
No, I said Melt and her, but yeah, was there anyone else? Maybe not. And I didn't have Melt either.
No, I think part of the reason why they released this character is because of Abby, because this event happened like
they were close to each other. True, actually.
Yeah, that was one of the theories that people still use today. We're like, oh, they reran Ramaru because we're getting Ordeal Call 4. I assume exactly 0 people use Ramaru in Ordeal Call 4 in chat here, but yeah, it's interesting idea.
I would say flat C for the mechas.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
Might end up being the lowest of the whole list, actually.
We put the pink one in C, but the silver one in D+, because its color scheme is just objectively worse.
You were talking about the color. I was about to say, I think the personality is a downgrade, because I don't like Kuderais personally. I know chat always gives me shit about it, but I'm sorry, I just don't like Kuderais. I prefer personality. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I know people like that shit, but I'm not into that. But yeah, I'm gonna obviously place them in the same tier. There you go. Okay. All right, more alter egos. Time for unbiased moment. But to be honest, even as someone who loves this character, yeah, it's not like I praise her a ton anyway, gameplay wise. So this is funny because in the first tier list we covered the better version, and now on the last tier list we covered the OG version. Like a huge gap between these two. But yeah, it's time for OG Okita Alter. So AoE Buster, I want to say mostly a DPS. You can farm with her, and I sometimes do, but mostly because I have a cracked copy, but it's not very pretty, so I would not recommend doing it really. Attack is pretty high though, 12.4k. That's nice. So she's got that going. Like, the stuff up here is good. Even the deck, like the double buster, double quick, I'm okay. One could say maybe triple buster would be better. But at least the one nice thing about this is that she still has the Okita gains, okay? So the gains cards are still pretty okay. Among all the Okitas, they are probably the weakest, even accounting Assassin here. But they're still good overall. At least I never really have issues with her gains when I use her. So stuff up here, I'm at least happy with. But then we get all the rest there where we could see improvements still, and they have been trying, but I say trying because first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% Buster and Quick for 3 turns, and then 30% anti-Sky attribute power mod for 3 turns. So it's okay. It's just okay, but it's still underwhelming even after the buff. Like, they could have at least made the Sky thing 50%, I think. Like 30%, I don't know. It's not. It's one of the more rare attributes too. So I don't know. It's okay, but not very impressive. This one is even worse. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and then 20% attack for 3 hits, 3 turns. You're killing me. What is that? Even if it was 3 turns flat, it would be like, okay, sure, it's an okay offensive skill. But why is it limited to 3 attacks when it's 20%? That makes no sense. Yeah, you can use it in farming, of course, whatever, but man, it's so sad. It's so little, and that's the only thing they added with the buff. I don't get it. They were seriously holding back with this one for no reason whatsoever. I'm still mad about this one. It's just an okay skill best.
I prefer this skill over the first one just because Sky is.
Yeah, I mean, neither of them are very impressive. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I at least like the third skill, kind of. Yeah.
Like even against Sky, like.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's that big of a boost, so. Anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, the third skill is actually okay at least. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, overcharge for 2 steps 1 time 3 turns, and then an evade for 2 attacks 3 turns. So this is some okay offense on a decent uptime. The overcharge doesn't really do anything for farming, but for bosses can increase her damage potential. And having a hard defensive option on a low cooldown is also nice. So at least this one, despite being basic, this one I kind of like. This was the one decent buff she has. But yeah, that's the full skill set. They're all buffed, by the way. You might not be able to believe that if you didn't know better, but yeah, they're all buffed. So could still be way better. 17.5% debuff rest on the first passive is fine, and then 10% crit damage also fine. She can do sub-crits here and there, of course. She's anti-caster, so at least the append is great. Very good use case there for an alter ego. Unbuffed MP, so only does damage on the normal effect, and then after damage, all the enemies get minus 30% Buster rest for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 50. It can be okay for some damage ramp up because it's 30% on base, but man, it's like it usually doesn't hit very hard is the thing. Even with someone that has a very impressive copy, it just doesn't do a lot of damage. So you definitely need a lot of crits mixed in as well to get some real good damage out of her. I think she's mid, sadly. Oh man. When someone has been buffed 3 times and they're a 5-star, limited 5-star, you hate to say that they're mid, but it kind of is true. Like she doesn't have like almost anything to define her really. She's just a very generic AoE DPS.
I feel like
what she has is
I think her like again her base
MP quick.
Like these numbers up here, this is pretty good stuff, but then the rest is like pretty underwhelming.
I don't feel like her damage is. I don't feel like her damage is all that bad. She ramps really.
Yeah, for bosses it's okay.
Like,
it's fine.
Like she immediately has 40% buster resist down on the enemy. So like it adds up pretty quickly, I'd say. I guess like in farming it might not be as impressive because she's sort of just
it's not
baseline buster looper. Like there is Tiamat. I feel like this character is better for card damage than Tiamat.
A bit.
Yeah, but
until you actually consume all her attack ups, and then you're
The thing with Tiamat though is like I don't think she's just good for farming. So she has like really good party stuff as well.
Yeah.
So maybe better than as soloing than Tiamat, but I don't know.
Yeah, considering Oki's altar is with minus her debuff on the MP, she's fully selfish as well. So
yeah, I mean,
like if you're fully selfish, you would hope to see a little bit more than this, though.
Yeah, I think the skill set is just lackluster. Maybe the MP could get an upgrade, then she would be really strong, obviously. That's just how.
Yeah, they're
MP
probably not going to do it because it would actually be a very significant, especially if they had a nice liner too. It could be very
They
significant.
double down extra damage versus Sky.
But why not though? Because like, look at the MP. It doesn't.
But honestly, even just an upgrade, like a base upgrade, would still do a lot for her.
It's waiting to get it like an extra effect and get upgraded. This is just how this game works, right? Like you see effect and deal damage to all enemies. You're like, oh, we can add something to that. I just feel like it makes sense to give her an MP.
Like this this lacking so much. This should have more.
Yeah.
The OC is fine for boss. It's pretty good, but everything it's just the only thing it has. That's it.
Yeah, 30% Buster down ramp is pretty good, but it's just I wouldn't take her over Kiara, to be honest. As much as I complain about Kiara's damage.
Yeah, I agree.
She has like Kiara got like 4 buffs. It's not like it's really fair.
I mean, to be fair, she got 3.
Yeah.
Well, the MP upgrade is a big one though. Like
75% of them.
If Kiara doesn't have an MP upgrade, her damage is actually gonna be like down the drain, like down the crapper. Like ugh. But yeah, so like it's I think an MP upgrade is in order, but I'd put her in I don't know.
I would say C plus or B flat.
C plus, wow.
Okay, maybe that's a bit hard. B
tier. I mean, I understand the sentiment though. Like, you know, when it's your favorite servant, sometimes you're just like, man, why isn't it?
When's your favorite? You're like, man, this thing's a piece of garbage.
Well, no, look. So people say I'm gonna do that with the SSR next week. That I'm gonna 120. No, I'm not gonna do that. All right, trust me, I'm not gonna do that. Anyways, I think if it's between B and C. I think if it's between B and C plus, I'd put it in B.
Okay, I can do B. Okay, I'm okay with B then. Fine. That's fine.
Speaking of B, BB.
Wow, nice segue. Yeah, so the next BB is on the menu. The OG summer one, because we have 2 5-star limited summer moon woodcaster BBs. Yes, because yes, Nasu, I guess. But to be honest, I'm happy the other one exists because me simp. And honestly, I kind of like this one too. I kind of like all BBs, so I don't mind, honestly. Frick it, dude. Print the 4th one. I don't care. Do it. You won't. Anyway, 5-star AoE Buster DPS. I think some people also farm with her. She has some farm usage as well, but I feel like she's not much nicer as a DPS. But then she can also be used as a pseudo card support as well. So she's got some interesting things going on for her. Attack is certainly not very flattering though, but actually is above average when it comes to moon cancers. But overall, in the grand scheme of things, considering she hits neutral most of the time, could be better. She's double buster, double arts, which is fine. Again, maybe for DPSing purposes, people would say, oh, you want triple buster because she also has crit focus, but I think this is also fine. Arts cards are good for gains. That's nice too, makes it even better. Otherwise, decent hit counts and whatnot for stars as well. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, very similar to the welfare one, but with a different twist now. So 50% crit damage for self for 3 turns, 800% absorb for 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns, and she gets this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she extra attacks, she gets 20 stars flat on top. So with a Brave Chain and this active, you can actually get a lot of stars. As again, also assuming you have the 3rd skill active too, you can basically get guaranteed crits for the next turn. Pretty cool. And the attack buff also helps with, you know, for people that farm with her, because you can also stack that. And it's nice to have on a Buster farmer. Good skill. Very good offensive skill. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets a 50% battery, 3k heal, 20% Buster up for 3 turns, 50% MP damage for 3 turns, and then an evasion for 1 attack 3 turns. Pretty loaded skill, actually. It has a high cooldown, yeah. But yeah, even like 50% MP damage. Like, despite her class being not the best and her attack being low, she does have a lot of damaging numbers on her kit, though. That's the thing. So that's why her farming numbers are not complete, garbage. Funnily enough. It's an alright skill. I like it. 3rd skill, here we go. I guess for some, the bread and butter depends on how you use her. 6-turn cooldown. You lock the hand you have for 3 turns currently when you use this skill, so cards will not be shuffled at all. However, if you swap a servant or someone is downed or you use a shuffle, then the cycle just repeats and it removes the lock But you can have potentially the same hand for 3 full turns. Pretty cool. And then you also get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns to help with some face carding as well. Interesting.
I think for a long time, this was not legit at all, but now we have like 3 different servants now that have card manipulation.
Yeah.
One of them is very consistent and like kind of makes a really cool farming comp based off of it. Someone we'll get to later.
Yeah, they're both in the same list, funnily enough. So yeah, this has I feel like an effect like this will like it kind of has to age well, right? Because it can only get better. It can never really get worse. It can only get better. So there are some use cases, like Otto was saying nowadays, that have made this even more versatile, which is cool. But yeah, it's skill wise, I think she has a lot of shit going. It's good. I might not love everything about her, but I think she has a lot of cool stuff in her skill set. 10% arts up, great. Her gains are even better then. She's immune to burns, so hey, that's a cool bonus. She has the foreigner passive as a moon cancer, because, you know, yes. Lore, of course. You get 2 stars per turn and 8% debuff rest, but hey, that Van Gogh synergy though, which again is maybe another use case for her when you want to DPS with her for more crit boost. She already has some okay crit tools by herself, but with Van Gogh it can be even better. She has 250 flat damage, which is nothing, but then hey, another 25% debuff rest is just nice to have. So honestly, pretty good passives, all things considered. She's anti-foreigner, which, again, not a very great case, because it's neutral, and then it's a rare enemy to fight, so, eh. Unbuffed MP does damage to all enemies, guaranteed tick down on them all, and then on overcharge, which is okay, 10% chance to do another tick down on enemies on base, and then 50% on max. I hate the overcharge so much, it's so pointless. And also the MP itself, like, it doesn't really, I like the guaranteed tick down though, but yeah, I could do more. And the damage is not very high if you don't have a lot of buffs on her active. It's like kind of a noodle sometimes. But yeah, Summer BB is versatile though, the OG that is. Can be used as a DPS, can do a bit of farming, does have this card lock thing. Like, she's got some things going for her. Yeah. Certainly nice to have like 1 copy of her, I would say. Maybe not a must-have or anything, but would be cool to have like 1 copy of her in your account. How do you guys feel about her?
I think she is. No,
I think she's really good now. Like, I know people dump on her NP, but like I don't think that's that big of an issue, especially since she has like good synergy with a bunch of sports, like between being compatible with Van Gogh, compatible with Domon. It's sort of like Koyan Dark in that regard, but I feel like she's more geared towards doing crit damage. Because like she's got the
she's way more face card oriented.
Really easy to get to double. She breaks how cards work. Like you get 2 cards in your hand, then you can like NP card and use second skill NP card. You just make brave chains for days, or you could use it to enable someone else, and it could vary like how effective it is. Like I feel like I've harped on BBCL a lot because like I mean like you can borrow like a DPS with BBCL, so just
it's actually legit.
Very fun servant, and she can farm now with a Pen 5. Cool, yeah.
It depends on the.
Oh yeah, true. Because this is her battery is a 7 turn, so if you have a Pen 5, you can actually farm her normally.
Yeah. The BBCL thing, I don't want to push too hard because again, like it is 2 SSR combo pieces. You're giving up on a lot of buffs on with your meta supports.
I mean,
I made a.
I mean, like you need 3 SSRs for most buster looping. So
yeah,
like...
no. What I mean is, it's a new combo of 2 SSRs, and also like again, like you're losing a lot of buffs. I'm just saying, right? Like, and like it doesn't work with the like all card types. I think like it's very redundant with arts because like a lot of times it's buster or quick. I actually like it more with quick because quick is the because like if you're doing Buster, you want to do damage with your Buster card, but then the Buster card doesn't actually help you gain your MP back. So like I actually like it the most with Quick, and also single coin light isn't always the best. Now with a Pen 5, sometimes it can be useful. Anyways, I'm not trying to go too deep into BBCL. I think it's an okay comp. It's an okay alternative comp. It's not like
I don't like
super
it.
meta.
I
It's not super meta though.
I don't like
Yeah,
using it. I don't think it
Rio
does
likes using the
any real
same 3
damage.
servants for every 90++.
Okay,
That's fun.
you gotta stop that because the same 3 servants for 9++ works, and when something works, it's good. Okay, like when we're
Also,
talking
I
about
don't
this,
that's why
just
each
use
of those
them.
servants is an
I-
EX.
I
like I
always
already
make
said,
alternate
there are a lot of
comps.
problems.
I just also try the steady one.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with BBCL.
I know you vary it. It's just fun to dump on you for it.
There's a lot of problems with BBCL.
I just don't think it has enough
but,
damage for 90++. Like if you're not using CL as the DPS, I don't think you have enough damage. Like a lot of the
It
time,
has to
especially
line up.
90++.
It has to line up basically, like because like if you're adding in card damage, you probably will have enough damage. But like if it's like 2 enemies with relatively high HP, then you might miss the kill on one of them. Sometimes, you know, if you want to just card wave 1, you can't because you can't like spread out your cards. Because like, you get a full hand, you can't like space out your cards to kill. Even if wave 1 is like 2 1000 HP berserkers, you can't card wave 1 with BBCL. Or like I guess like normally you can. Anyways, so BB as a whole though, I think she is very versatile. Like again, she can main DPS with Van Gogh synergy, is a really good crit DPS. She can Buster Loop, not the best, but also not the worst because stacking the batteries steroids is like 50% MP damage up, right?
And then you have 60% attack from the first skill, which stacks.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous amount of buffs, right? So and of course the BBCL thing. So I think she is just all around very useful. Her stocks keeps rising. I personally would put her in like A+ maybe.
I think one of the A's is appropriate. Yeah. I guess we could probably start with A+ for the. See how it forms later.
For full warning, I do have her at 120, and I do use her quite a bit in NA. But you know, that's I've never found her to be lacking.
How many times have you said this today? I feel like you said this.
Take a shot every time.
No, yeah. I've said it. I've said it once. But there's hold on. How many more are 120 on this list? One,
probably
2,
many.
3, 4. Do I have 4 more 120s? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. I have 3 more 120s on this list. Yeah.
Like
most of
I have 2, I think. Well, soon to be 3. Oh no, I have 4. Soon to be 4 still left on this list.
Look, it's not my fault that Alter Ego and Moon Cancer have the best characters. They're just.
I guess I'm kind of inclined to agree because I have a lot of big grails on this list too. Anyway, yeah, we'll go with A+ for now.
Made the classes.
All right, next up, another 5-star.
You're right. I forgot about Space Rush.
Wow, how could you?
I forgot Beast is on this list.
Oh no, yeah. Anyway, yeah, next up we got Citonai. So maybe the closest to Stay Night Ilya we have of the Ilya faces. Single target arts DPS has seen a new buff compared to last year as well, I'm pretty sure. So that's something. Her attack is decent, again, even for an alter ego, it's not bad. It's a bit lower than average, but still it's alright. Double Buster, double arts on the deck is fine, I think. No worries, you can still spam MP pretty okay. Arts cards are okay for gains, everything else is like okay-ish. First card on a 6-turn first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn and the party gets 500 damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So it's a purely defensive skill with some longevity after the invul, but it's not a ton of defense cut, but you know, can help mitigate some damage. It's just okay, I want to say. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns and a debuff immune for 1 time, 3 turns. Very basic, but I guess it's okay. Like, this is just so basic, though. It's so basic. Like, where's all the other effects? Or these numbers need to go up a lot or something. So here's the buff then, the third skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she has now a 100% chance if you max this skill to get 20% attack for 3 turns and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. It used to be 80%, which I hated because for some, I already hate RNG in this game. But for whatever reason, I know Rio always complains about Space Ishtar, where he misses that. This is my Space Ishtar. Every time I use Titana, I always double whiff the two. Like every single time. You might think like, oh, missing one of them is kind of unrealistic already. But every time I used her, I always missed both of them. I swear there should be a compilation at some point.
It happens.
This is my Space Ishtar right here. But thank God it no longer happens. So that's why I was really happy to see this buff, because for me, this servant was borderline unusable. I hated it so much. But yeah, she also gets a 30% battery and now also 30% power mods for dragon and demonic traits for 3 turns separately. And they can obviously coexist too, in which case she can actually do some very legit damage. Good skill now, good. It used to be like mixed value, but now it's actually just a good skill. Not a crazy skill, but a good skill. These other two, I think they could definitely use buffs still, though they're a bit too basic for 5-star DPS stuffs. Anyway, first skill, 15%, or first passive, 15% debuff first, nice. 10% arts, very nice. 8% debuff success rate up is okay with the MP, I guess. Flat damage, no thanks, but hey, 22.5% debuff rest on top, so nearly 40% on base is just very solid to have. So pretty decent passives, albeit basic. She's anti-saber, which again, very unfortunate for an alter ego. Basically just unusable, I want to say. Unless you hit, you know, dragon and demonic, I guess. Some saber price dragon and demonic, right? Is Ibuki both? I don't know. Regardless, even then, I'm not sure if you would do this. it's going to be a hard sell. But yeah, the MP then, single target damage. If the enemy is dragon, you also get a minus tick 1 down on the MP gauge. And then overcharge is minus 20% defense and crit chance down for 3 turns on base after damage, scaling to 40% each. It's an okay MP. Even if you're not fighting dragon, it still has some ramp up and then keeps you safe from crits as well. So I don't hate it. But it's not upgraded, so her damage is still, it depends whether you hit, you know, these power mods or not as well. But at least now the attack up is guaranteed as well. That's good. I think she's mostly good because she's arts, I think. But otherwise, I think there are better options for sure. Still think they should buff her more. But she's not bad by any means, even if she's basic. And again, alter ego is not bad for this single target stuff still, even if meld looks a bit more appealing now. Because of the talk we had earlier about, you know, assassin and especially caster not having the best options for single target DPSs. So I think she's fine to good.
I just think it's really disappointing that when they were showing like the MP upgrades that she got the skill upgrade and not an MP upgrade.
I'm honestly happy about this because of my gripes with the skill, but obviously an MP upgrade would have benefited her more, but I'm still happy to see this because I hated the RNG.
Especially after 2 back-to-back single target alter ego MP upgrades. Yeah.
It's kind of a slap in the face.
But I'm guessing it's because she's arts. Either that or they just really thought her third skill was that bad.
No,
maybe a combination of both, honestly.
Not Ilya.
Yeah. Apparently they're Bunyan fans too, which is...
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm happy about that at least. Because, you know, I'm going to be a 120 Bunyan hammer soon. Wait, in fact, do I have 5 left? Well, let me count my 120s again. You can discuss her meanwhile.
Yeah, I like how she is like really good for spamming her NP. Like her cards, it's sort of like Vlad, except her cards aren't dookie. So,
Yeah.
Usually when I'm like trying to figure out like, am I being fair with this servant? Like I compare her to Vlad a lot because they're both like single target arts. They like looping.
And they only do MP damage.
Yeah, but I do prefer this because like I prefer the Invuln over Guts. I prefer like she's got her own debuff immune. She has her own traits she gets bonus against.
And her downtime isn't as bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
She still has okay base gains. Vlad has atrocious base gains.
Yeah. And she, I mean, I guess he makes stars too, but I guess to be fair, like, she actually has normal absorb, unlike Vlad.
Mm-hmm.
They both ramp. Her anti-dragon stuff is pretty cool. I could see them possibly adding something to her NP somewhere along the way. Probably not anti-dragon because
Like a
she's
super
got
effective one. That would be crazy if she got super effective on Dragon too.
Yeah.
Then she would be like the best single target DPSing as Dragon at that point, most likely.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. We have a lot of anti-dragon stuff.
Yeah, but it would be like upgraded MP on top of the power mod and that. I don't know. And the ramp up.
I mean, she'd be competing with what's her name? Creamhill.
Yeah,
True.
Female is anti-dragon.
I think Shidonai is like maybe B plus. Like she's good, but
Yeah,
just
B+ plus
not
fair.
the best end all be all. Like she's just good.
Yeah.
I wish she was better because I
Her
you know.
her skills are pretty good.
Well, I think the first two could use more.
Okay. Yeah, true. Never mind. I guess not.
It's just an okay package, you know? Like, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Easy to use,
Yeah.
no-brainer. You just, press the MP and you're happy. I would say B+. I'll do that. Okay. There you go. Alright. Back to some more Sakura faces, I guess. Oh, I closed the wrong tab. Oops. Where's my alter ego tab? There it is. Okay. Time to talk about KP, King Protea, Gao, all that stuff. So we have an AoE buster, DPS farmer, and even soloer actually. I feel like last year, maybe it was just me, I forgot if anyone else, I kind of trashed on her a little bit too much if anything. Maybe she's still not like the best servant ever, but I was kind of trashing on her quite a bit. I do vaguely remember that. And then comments gave me a lot of shit about it, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes this time. But yeah, very high attack at nearly 13k. That's just very nice to have, so that's a great start. She's double buster, double arts, which again, maybe triple buster would have been cool, but it's not terrible. And her arts cards are still okay for gains, for what it's worth. So at least the attack is very high, that's great. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets this growth buff for 10 turns, which cannot stack, so every turn she gets max HP, and then she also gets 100% buff removal of resistance for 1 time 10 turns and 30% battery on use. And every stack of growth also gives her 8% MP damage resistance. So it's one of these rare cases where we see a resistance buff on the allied side. So you can stack that up to 10 times. So you can have up to a maximum of 80% MP damage resistance. Couple that with the HP, which can stack up to 10 times. So that's 40k on top of the base. You can actually tank MPs, which is the funny part. But it takes a while, of course. But honestly, even after a few turns, she already gets really beefy. Because her base stats are fine because they're 5-star and it's 4k per turn. So yeah, honestly, maybe that's why I was like kind of harsh on her last year. Because I was like, oh, but it takes like ability. She's so susceptible to dying very early on. But maybe not as much as I thought. I don't know. Yeah, 6-turn cooldown also not that bad. When you need to, re-up. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets -1 cooldowns as well, so there you go, there's another one. Then she consumes all her growth stacks to get 20% MP gauge per stack consumed. So this is a bit of a tricky skill, because again, obviously you lose all of your MP damage resistance and max HP gain from it in favor of just battery. So I feel like a lot of the times you might not even use this skill, especially on solo, because then you become a lot more vulnerable. And on solo, you probably spam your MP enough anyway, and you probably don't even need that skill cooldown. It would be nice for the third skill, I guess, but yeah, it's an interesting thing, but a bit awkward sometimes.
It's a reset. Like if the solo goes for too long,
yeah, I
you
guess.
stop healing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you run out of like healing, and like if you have like say Atlas, right? You can like time out the invincibility so that can block the MP instead for a turn.
Yeah, then you kind of start growing again.
Just,
Hope,
like,
yeah.
Resets.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a reset button. But in farming, it's used, and we'll talk later once we.
Yeah, of course, it has way more use in farming. Yeah, it's easier to use.
I think after the massive cooldown reduction on skill 1, you can think of clicking it because it's like it's not that bad. But again, it's crazy how much they did to it's skill 1, right?
It's because it's been buffed twice actually. It used to be a 10-turn cooldown, now
cut
it's
the
6 turn
cooldown
as
to
well.
6 is
Yeah.
crazy. Like,
They
4
really
turn
wanted people to
cooldown.
use her for farming because the 6-turn cooldown and the 30% added on top as well. They really wanted people to be able to farm with her too. But yeah, anyway.
And also, like, yeah, sorry. You should finish the kit first. I apologize.
Okay, sure. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 40% attack for 3 turns and then more MP damage based on growth stacks. 10% MP damage for 3 turns for every growth stack she has. So this can actually be some serious damage. Honestly, even that attack buff alone is huge. Remember, she has nearly 13k attack on base. So 40% on a good uptime, that's legit. That's very legit. So it's a basic skill, but very legit regardless. Interesting kit. Mostly in a good way, for sure. 11% bust drop permanently. Amazing. Main card type. 8% crit damage. Can be okay. She doesn't have a ton of crit focus, but certainly can make use of that too. 12% arts. The arts, now the gains are a bit better. Nice. Flat damage sucks, but 25% debuff for us is nice to have too for bosses. So, pretty decent passives as well, actually. She's anti-ruler on the append, which maybe not the best case. It is neutral, so you can do it, but again, it's a rare enemy, so mixed value as well. No buff on the MP, but yeah, before damage, she gets 20% buster up for 1 turn if she has any growth stacks. So after 1 turn, you basically always get that, unless something weird happens. And then also before damage, she gets another 20%, always on the base overcharge, scaling up to 60% on higher OC levels. Just a very red MP. Pure red, basically. I wish there were a bit mixed buffs, not gonna lie, but I guess she does have them all in her kit somewhere anyway, like attack, buster, and MP damage. Yeah, again, I feel like maybe I was a bit harsh on her last year, because again, her solo is interesting, she can farm now too, and even her boss potential might be okay too, actually. So I feel, yeah.
Boss potential's pretty good.
Yeah, because she can marinate a bit and then do some crazy deeps. Yeah.
I would have said, yeah, she's not a server you just take and do 3-turn nonsense, but then they reduced the cooldown to 6 and gave her a 30%.
Like, yeah, she still has quite a bit of damage buffs early on too, actually. At least on the damage. Like, the tankiness takes a while to ramp up if you're into that, but damage you can actually get very early on too already.
The buster looping, I'm pretty sure, is like 10 off of being able to BG loop.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
She can with double Oberon. It's
can she? This is double Oberon cranked with calc with 50%er.
We look down on the. No,
let's see.
Wait, why is she calculated with cranking?
There's no wait. There is the BG calc here as well. Actually, yeah. I don't know. Maybe they displayed the cranking one. Is it?
Yeah, double Oberon.
Interesting.
396k.
Yeah, so with 5th append you can do Oberon, double Oberon, Black Grail.
And the turn 3 damage is pretty good. But like it's specifically with Black Grail, that's usually
But yeah, that's usually buster kind of in a nutshell anyway. Even if it's higher than a lot of the other ones.
So
yeah,
turns 1 and 2 suck tremendously if you don't use Black Grail.
I mean, the turn 1 and 2, like, look at her turn 1 and 2, and like if you just look down at that list, look at Tiamat's like turn 2, like for Black Grail.
But she has a bit more versatility. She can add more damage to turn 2 as well.
Burst on turn 3, but yeah, if you're using Black Grail there, I'm like, but like it's not like it's not like the worst. Scroll up and look at Ogata and look at her turn 2 damage. And tell me who's better.
Don't make me sad.
Oki does. Oh no.
Well, I mean,
Sag.
yeah.
Like it's not great, but it's not like.
But it's not, honestly, it's not even like her main thing, but it's like a thing she can do, which is cool.
Yeah, being a farmer isn't even her main thing.
Yeah, no,
wasn't even possible until this buff.
Yeah,
and like I still thought she was good, before farming.
I think this first skill is such a cool design choice, and it's not even like normally when they try something unique and cool, it ends up being like either mid or just bad. But this is really cool and in a good way as well. It's a very different gameplay style.
It's one weakness because you're like, oh, but you can still get your buffs removed, and they give a 10-time buff removal reason.
Well, it's 1 time, but for 10 turns. But yeah, you can and couple that with the lower cooldown, you can have it up pretty well now.
It is really cool what they did. Like they made her a lot more flexible in how she plays. Now, if you don't really value the the massive wealth of HP that she gets. Like,
And the
if you don't
resistance.
think getting up to 40k HP is going to help you
It's
that much,
50k
then
or something.
And 80% MP
It's
resistance.
actually-
then
It's
yeah, you can use that skill more
2K.
often for other effects, like getting a bunch of charge, or
Yeah.
also getting charge with the skill initially, and yeah. So she's sort of just, it's sort of like she's permanently healing, but she's able to get the secondary effects more often if you're willing to drop the NP resist, which is pretty massive. But that needs to ramp up after a while for it to be worthwhile. It just made her faster. Made her second skill do something.
Fighting single target NPs, it can still chunk out. They can still obviously do a little bit of damage. But I feel like if she's at like full stacks and she takes an AoE NP, it just does nothing.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny
80%.
actually.
Yeah, and then 40k, 50k HP or something. How much is your base?
Yeah.
13k. Yeah, it's gonna be over
also-
50k.
At 52k HP at max stacks. The one downside is gold foes on her, gold HP foes have way less value than on like.
I mean,
any
if you're
other
gonna give
character.
attack, you're gonna give the gold, the HP to. You're not gonna
Yeah, 'cause
split
you're
those.
not
That's
gonna make it
heinous. That's a
even,
crime,
but
dude.
it's like, what kind of criminal gives like gold foes and just attack, and like what are you gonna do with those extra HP foes if they're not?
Well, I guess, dude, this is gonna sound cursed, but you could give like HPs to supports and attacks to like DPSs, especially arch
no,
DPSs.
yeah,
Hey, I
you
would
can
never
do
do
that,
that though,
yes.
but there is a legit. You could do that, like, cause they don't really care too
Those-
much about the other stats.
Yes, you
people
could,
are
but
pure
Yeah,
that
you
is,
could, but don't do that. It's cursed. It's
crime
cursed.
against humanity.
I agree.
I've
That's
seen-
what-
crime against humanity.
That's what we're being
I've
sentenced
seen-
to jail for.
I've seen servants with 2k foes on one side and 0 on the other. It is.
Why?
Yeah,
What's
not
wrong
even
with you?
1k. That's even worse. Oh no.
Did they want them to
Your
die? or
Honor,
something?
death.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
anyway.
weird.
I think she's really good because I like her stally gameplay.
And the solo is legit
and,
too,
like, the
right?
region. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
solo's
I guess
legit.
Yeah.
It's like
Again,
Hijikata, for example. Hijikata can get to low HP faster.
Hmm.
Like,
The-
I guess, I don't know. Sorry.
The the solo. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say the solo's helped by Habertrot to like mitigate the first few turns. I mean, you can say
Yeah.
it doesn't count as a solo anymore, but
I
like,
think it counts.
and also
Dude, people are way too purists
Yeah.
about this.
for practical reasons, yeah, definitely. For like flex reasons, you can maybe argue, but like for practical reasons, yeah. And
Yeah,
also,
for practical-
again, like for solo, she can deal with buff removal. Like I think I tried the solo, like the big Kiara with her, and then the buff removal resist cycle, I can keep on cycling it because of the short cooldown now. So
Yeah.
like I think she has like not a lot of weaknesses anymore. I think she is like maybe for normal players maybe A, but like I can definitely see an A+.
I was thinking A plus, honestly.
I think A plus. Because like also like once she's fully, but like once you have the full stacks, like if you're playing the long game, she's at 40% attack up and 100% NP damage up, and then
Yeah.
40% buster up on her NP. Like it's not bad buffs for self buffs.
Mm.
I like her. She's one of my favorite characters in the game. I want a summer version, but they need to keep huge scale. Like they need to have that mechanic still there and just do other things with her. Maybe have it not do MP damage resistance, but something else. But like I need the increasing HP gimmick. Like I need it to stay.
Well, at least she's in a much nicer spot now than a long time ago. Very cool. Good design. All right, time for one of the best servants ever. And this list has several candidates for that too. But yeah, certainly one. Also, an interesting servant. We are going to talk about the Gina Codex. So, 5-star AoE arts, Moodcatcher, kind of a tank slash, utility DPS soloer, but most people will use her to support either like mid turning or farming, which is still legit though. I've done everything with her personally, but yeah, most people will just stick to the damage support side. But yeah, it's still a use case. Her attack obviously is atrocious. It's 9k. It's like terrible, but she still has the highest base HP in the game. Let's go. So my 120 copy rocks like, I don't know, what was it, 24k HP on base. Pretty chill. At a level 100, 20, 30 on top, you can get like 27k on base. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Jinako type. So she's full arts, including the MP. Her gains on base they're not good. They just don't feel good. And I've used her in solos, teams. I've used her in everything. Farming. I even farm with her. Yes, I do that too. I'm crazy. I know, right? The gains are not good. But at least she has a lot of arch chains. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% battery, 20% attack for 3 turns, and then every member of the party gets 5 stars per turn for 3 turns. So if you have 3 members, it's basically 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. I really like this skill. It's basic, but good numbers, good effects, good offense. Good for farming, good for DPS sig. It's just nice. The only drawback for the solo is that you get way less stars, but oh well. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 1 turn, 1k damage cut for 1 turn, and then 30% attack for herself for 1 turn. So she can get 50% attack basically with this in the second skill. With this, you can tank pretty comfortably with her high HP. You will now obviously be able to tank MPs or some maybe insanely high crits, but everything else she's going to be very comfy in tanking. But luckily, that's just talking about pre-skill 3 and pre-MP, which definitely make the taunt even better. But yeah, the skill 3 is why a lot of people do use her. So on a 5-turn cooldown targeted skill, you give an invul to the ally you target, you give them 30% MP gain for 1 turn, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then 50% anti-lawful power mod for 3 turns. And you do seal their skills, which can be annoying sometimes. At least on solo, I tend to run like deep cleansing CCs, at least on one of them, because again it prevents your cooldowns from progressing as well. Even if you do order these correctly, it can be annoying. So it depends. You can sometimes deal with it easily, sometimes it can be annoying. But it's a very great supporting skill, obviously. It protects and it then offers a lot of offensive utility as well. Lawful alignment being fairly common on enemy servants. Whenever there's a high farming node that has a lawful servant at the end, there's probably at least one comp that has Jinako in it, just because of this giving you a lot more damage for it for your DPS. It's a good skill set, I want to say. It's obviously mixed value depending on how you use her, but you know, it's a little bit of everything. 20% debuff for us is nice. 10% quick up is pretty meaningless. Flat damage is garbage. She's anti-Lancer, which is just a neutral case, but at least it's a common class, I guess, for, you know, the crazy people like me who actually DPS with her as well. You'll be happy when you see Lancers. For most people, it's not that big of a deal. MP hasn't been buffed, but hey, before damage, she does a 30% defense down on enemies for 3 turns. I really like that one, especially when you have a big copy. It can actually add up a lot. Does damage, gives herself an invul for 1 turn, which again makes the taunt even, you know, easier to use. You don't have to necessarily use the 3rd skill on herself. You can save the cooldown if needed, but sometimes you pop it for damage anyway. And then you get 2k healing on herself on base overcharge, getting up to 6k. The overcharge is not great. It's okay on solos when you use healing CCs as well, but it's pretty negligible. You don't usually even need it because she has a very good uptime on her invul. She doesn't usually MP back-to-back turns, but she has a fairly good uptime on the MP, usually at least every other turn. So that's why her solo is legit. While her damage is not high, then she's very safe to use at least. And her extra is still good. If you unlock the extra pen, you do full arch chains all the time, it does legit damage, but otherwise kind of whatever. But yeah, I mean, I should not talk too much because again, I'm pretty biased when it comes to Jinako, but yeah, we'll see what everyone else has to say.
Well, until Lohi, she was the best general pool unit in the game.
Dang.
You know what?
I mean,
hey,
like,
we take those.
General pool, like what else do you want from general pool?
I feel like Taikobo was up there at least.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna like add like, you know, context for like people who want a
Ozymandias as well.
utility pick, who don't want a DPS, because like there are definitely people who are like, you know, Ozzy is cool, but I don't really need a DPS. I already have like a DPS that I want, but I want utility tools. So this is when you look for characters like Nightingale and Waver or like Tamamo, right, or support. I guess I don't know if I should call them. I guess Nightingale fits better. But like if you're picking a utility tool, I think Jinako is probably the best to pick, one of the best at least, for the free ticket. So I wouldn't compare her to Lohi still, because Lohi is like, you know, like
she's like next level.
Yeah, like, okay, no, what I mean is like in a situation where I have maybe like a really high MP, like AoE Berserker, and I only have Lohi at MP 1, then I might even pick Jinako just for like just to round out my kit, my collection, because Jinako can help you do anti-lawful stuff. So I'm not saying Lohi's bad. Obviously, Lohi's insane, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I feel like the mindset of picking them is a little bit different.
Mhm.
Did I like misconstrue your point? I want to make sure I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I mean,
No,
context
I mean,
is good
all I was
context.
saying is that I think like out of the general pool units, I think that before Loki, she was the best pick, like just generally to take.
I mean, if you don't have her, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
think you
You
can
most
MP
people will
upgrade
not
her, right?
get anything out of
Oh, yeah,
multiple MP
not
levels.
as an MP upgrade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But, like,
because if
as
you
a,
solo, you
Unless you want
technically
an
don't
NP,
need.
like a low esports copy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If you solo it, yeah, low esports copy is still like so much HP. I have a level
Yeah, I'm
60
sorry.
one with
At
no
level
foes.
70,
She's
she
still
has
like
16,000
13,000.
HP.
Oh,
No, it's
16,000.
16,000. She's it's almost pointless. The only
She has
time
so
she
much
could die
HP.
is if she gets an NP on her, which thankfully she has a taunt to do that. But then she has a damage cut, and sometimes if it's an AOE NP, she still won't.
And you know what's funny? The damage cut doesn't scale, so it's always 1k as well, even
I
at
know, it's
level
all
1.
there.
Yeah.
Like
So-
she's so useful, but she's so hard to get off the field when you want to get her off the field.
Unless you're up
Yeah.
against someone like Morgan, then it's really easy
Oh yeah,
for her to
Morgan
die.
has buff
Mhm.
removal. Actually, Otto, I gotta correct you on that because I
What?
did that min turn, and having Jinako die is one of the hardest parts of that run. It
Were you
was
using
like
Castoria's NP?
no, Morgan needed to like bust her crit or something to kill her, which is bruh.
Oh,
But anyways,
well, that's weird because like I don't know, maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but I thought she only needed to get crit once.
yeah, I think it needs to be Buster though. I don't know, whatever. So anyways, this is she's a good support. She's a good solo tank. There are people that won't care about either of these aspects, but I think in a vacuum, again, like you can use her just as a damage booster against lawful. Again, wasn't this slightly relevant just recently in NA? One of the Lotto nodes had like Valkyries.
Yeah, literally last
think I
event,
used,
Jinako was picked.
Yeah, you.
And even
you probably
actually,
mentioned
even on the
earlier,
current
I
event,
was-
last
I
rotation,
apologize.
the second rotation, I used Jinako.
Yeah,
in 90
that's what I
plus,
meant,
yeah.
The
I used
the
Anastasia and
lawful-
Jinako to
summer
farm
Valks.
that node.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one's really good.
It was the
apologize if you
triple
missed it
summer
earlier.
Valk, like you said, yeah.
I was messing with,
Yeah.
not messing. I was adjusting like the.
A lot of the comps that people had were using Jinako there, because you need
But yeah,
to
like,
kill 3
she's
Valks
really-
that are lawful.
She's really good.
Her like the stuff she is like she has so much offensive support at this point. Like 30%, well, sorry, 20% attack, and then effectively 80% PMod if you count the 30% in P damage, which
Oh.
I guess you can double with Oberon. And like the fact that you get 50 PMod, like that affects your cards too. And then also like if you want to use her like as an actual support, like that doesn't die off instantly, then she still has like a lot of good effects, and her NP is another 30% defense down.
Yeah.
So she just
If you get it, it's a lot of damage as well.
yeah.
I
don't
also
even
like
think
how
it's that
short her
difficult to get,
cooldowns are.
'cause-
I think her.
Yeah, they're
cooldowns are very
surprisingly
for what
short.
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
again they're like it's like the writer listing where like because it's a skill seal, so in
Yeah,
reality, it's
I think that's
better.
what they thought, yeah. Like, it's going to be a much worse demerit. But again, she was
Yeah.
also made
And
before
squeezing
command
it
codes
around.
as well.
And
Yeah,
then there's
so-
command
so these
codes
are,
that
like-
could
Yeah.
remove it. There's command codes that could prevent it entirely.
Yeah.
And there's like a couple supports that have good like debuff removal for the whole team.
And if you're someone like
Also,
me who loves Atlas, you can use that
things.
in boss battles as well.
Yeah, you can just if you just use her with Atlas, what does that make her cooldown? Like 2 turns for like this skill?
Yeah.
If you have a
Her
Fen 5,
taunt's going to be
yes.
on 2 turns. Her
Yeah.
third skill's on 2 turns with the Fen 5. Yeah.
Yeah, like I think Atlas is a good pair with her because that can
Yeah.
also the invincibility can cover if you ever miss an NP.
Or if you if you
Alice
bring a
is
full
such a
party,
good
because she kind of covers
MP.
herself easily with invulns. You can give the invul to someone else.
Yeah.
So
Also,
really good support.
Also, I think she's pretty decent as a DPS as well. Like She's
I don't like. Her attack stat is really like obviously if you invest in her,
yeah,
yes, you can.
it's dragged
like,
down
okay,
by her attack
the
stat, but like against
I actually
lawful,
can't
like
say
you
that because
have
there's the ruler
like,
argument I used where like, yeah, if you really invest in her, like her stats are more in line with like a 4-star, and so like if
I mean,
you
Rule
can,
Artoria has card
Yes.
damage though. I don't think Jinako
Yeah.
has card. Jinako, if you're using her
Not
as a
really,
main
no.
DPS, she's gonna be protecting the
I
team
mean,
and
with
also spamming.
with
I
Wind
get
and P,
this
she
30
has
defense
80%
downstream, right?
attack effectively, and she has 50 P mod. So like she still can do pretty decent card damage. Of course, like again, it is arts cards. Her
It's
attack
mostly the
stat's
extra
kinda low,
attack with the arch chain
but-
from my experience.
Yeah, like,
and she's not gonna
from
easily
my
crit, even though
experience
she
though,
makes
like
stars.
on like even though mine is like not grailed and stuff, like she still does like okay damage just because she's able to ramp up so fast.
the only really bad part is that 0.35 MP gain. Like,
Yeah, you feel that for sure.
a little nasty.
I mean, once you buff, like if you're picking her arts cards and like you're bringing art supports, I don't feel it as much. Like you can get her to.
Also, the MP refund is
I mean,
like nothing as well.
Yeah, it's more so like you use her NP every other turn instead of every turn.
Yeah,
which
at
could
most.
be really bad, but
So okay, because I'm kind of biased with
say-
her. What would you guys rate her?
I mean, A plus.
Yeah, maybe A plus.
I'm actually kind of
That's-
surprised,
that's
but in a good way.
Yeah,
Like, you're
yeah,
again,
that's what
you
she was
know,
last year, and everyone
she's
was
another
so pissed
servant
because she was
that-
higher than Spishtar.
she's another
Can't wait to see
servant
the
I feel
comments.
like, you know, some people might not appreciate what she.
I feel like even NA people will
offers,
start to
but-
appreciate now, because again, we even saw this
Yeah.
current event using her into a very
with
good
the
extent,
Valves.
and she's only she's always legit whenever there's a lawful big enemy on the farming node. It's always there's always going to be sub comps that have Jinako in them, and that happens surprisingly often.
Yep.
Cricket,
So pretty good.
let's go A plus. Okay.
Let's go.
All right, next up we go back to Kiara, but this time Moon Cancer with the summer version. So yeah, we got AoE Blue again. Doesn't change the game plan at all. Same deck and everything in terms of the card types as well. 11k attack, just a bit above. It's okay. Actually, it's higher than average among 5-star Moon Cancers. Again, not that there's a ton of comparison, but sure, it's something. Double Buster, double arts. Her gains on base are not bad, but you know, her MP is also, it refunds a lot anyway. So it's alright. First skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 4k revive. Fully cleanses her debuffs, gets 2k healing per turn for 3 turns, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then this Nourishment regen buff for 4 turns. So every turn she gets 2 of these rank up thingies that boost the effectiveness of her 2nd and 3rd skills. So it's a pretty cool mechanic again, a unique thing that she's got going on. Also, fun fact, you don't need to put any levels into this skill if you only farm with her, because the MP damage is flat. Well, I've seen a lot of people like that use her for farming max this anyway, but yeah, you don't have to necessarily. You could just leave it as is. But I would still max it because I like her on bosses too. Anyway, then these skills are not buffed per se, but they have like buffed versions because of the first skill. So I guess we should look at the base skills first. So the second skill of 5-turn cooldown gives her 30% battery and 20 stars. Now if you use 1 upgrade on it, it's 40% battery and 25 stars. Really awkward actually. But then if you do the full upgrade, it's 50% battery and 30 stars. So there you go. And also these consume up to 2 every time. Like let's say you have 2 rank ups and you use this, you cannot get this second version, the one thing. It would consume up to 2 at that point. If you have 3, it would still only consume up to 2, so it wouldn't like waste them or anything like that. So that's how the upgrades work, by the way. So yeah, either we would go with the first or the third one on this one, because the second one is a weird in between, honestly. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets an evasion for 1 attack, 3 turns. All enemies get their evasion removed. They also get this Bewitchment debuff on them for 3 turns. It's basically a crit chance down effect-wise, but it also boosts her MP damage because it's considered a specific type of debuff. 1 stack of them is 10% crit chance down. They also get the minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, and then minus 20% arts res down for 3 turns. Honestly, this skill is pretty legit, even on base, kinda. Obviously, her MP damage gets better with these rank ups, but that's quite a bit of good effects as is. But yeah, first rank up, now you get 2 stacks of the Bewitchment, and 25% defense down and arts res down, so that those go up too. And on max stack, you get 3 stacks of Bewitchment and 30% arts and defense down. Pretty good, but again, even on base, it's actually not that bad. Interesting skill set for sure. And again, from the first skill, you can get 4 of these rank ups. So if you're patient enough, you could, on every cycle, max value both of these skills, but chances are you might not, because it's kind of nice to use them pretty early on anyway, depending on what you're doing. Passives, 12% arts, great main card type, we love it. 12% MP damage, amazing, just as a passive, like, yeah, that, yes, please. 12% or 2% crit damage, instant kill res, and mental debuff res, same as OG Kiara, so it's like a small boost to like various things. Same defensive buff, we get 14% anti-humanoid defense, great, again, most servants in the game are humanoid, for instance, so it's very versatile. She, however, does not have her anti-ruler passive, so she cannot do effective damage on rulers. They took that one out. But yeah, overall still a very nice set of passives. The third one is like the whatever one, but all the other 3 are just very solid. She's anti-caster, which is fine because most of her damage is neutral anyway, and it's a common class. So the MP does damage and then gets more damage for every mental debuff on the enemy, and again the Bewitchment is considered a mental debuff because normally crit chance down is not a mental debuff, so that's why they made it special, so she can also use it to boost her MP damage. Also, again, it's 20% per mental debuff, which checks up to 20, so she can get a lot of bone, plus 200% extra, that's like a max overcharge, super effective for most servants. And then there's a 100% base chance on overcharge to instant kill all the enemies, scaling up to 150, but this is after damage, so it cannot screw over your farming, luckily. Very good. But for bosses, it's a terrible OC because it's never really going to be relevant. Maybe in some very rare cases, but not a very good overcharge. Campy can obviously hit very hard depending on how much, of these mental debuffs you can get on the enemy. She can provide a good amount of her own though. And her MP actually, again, refunds pretty well. I think her gains are even better than Alter Ego's. She has a bit less utility than Alter Ego, but I feel like her damage potential is still higher. Because neither of them really crit that hard or have like much face card damage. They're mostly both just revolving around MP damage. So while she doesn't even have an upgraded MP, because of the mental debuff boost, she can actually still hit higher numbers.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see how her wave 3 damage can spike, because this is with the max upgraded third skill, I believe. It's gonna have a very high damage.
I kind of hope she's chaotic evil, because Dolman can put mental debuffs.
Yeah, that would be cool, actually. She's only half there.
He still is like one of the servants that boosts her damage more. Like
yeah, it's still some buffs from him too.
Only evil, because it's like it's 40% super effective, effectively.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say, Ria? We cut you off.
I was gonna say I don't particularly care for her mechanic. And by that I mean I actively kind of dislike it, but
the mental debuff thing, you mean, or the upgrade thing?
No, I mean, like the stacking thing.
Oh,
like
the upgrades,
the waiting the turns and like.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time if you want more value.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think it's definitely
weak.
I think it's definitely weak in today's standards because like you see people like BB Dubai who has a similar gimmick, but instead she just has to press a skill and immediately get the full 50%.
I do feel like Dubai is just an upgrade to her, if anything.
Yeah, like it's just kind of unfortunate. Like I feel like this is kind of low power level nowadays. She is really good sustain. Again, she has self debuff cleanse and she has like
it's a lot of healing.
Yeah, a lot of healing. But
again, she's just a very safe pick again that can have some nice damage turns here and there as well with her MP.
Yeah, and she has party invul, I guess, to block an MP. It again, like she just overlaps quite a bit with Alter Ego, unfortunately.
It's evade, but yeah.
I have both grailed. I think her damage is definitely better than Alter Ego, like you said, but at the same time, I probably prefer Alter Ego nowadays just because the 70 charge and
like I kind of like the utility as well, honestly.
Yeah, because like you might as well, be a sub DPS or whatever, or like help out your other supports better. So this character, I think maybe she should have gotten the buff during the
Her
what do you call it,
Bonsi will be
because like
interesting for the grand
she's
system,
the
by
moon
the way.
cancer. She is
Worth
the moon
noting.
cancer. Oh, her Bonsi is super cool though. Yeah, like
Yeah.
again, it's just I love it. But other than that, I don't know. It's she's just okay. I don't particularly
I think
think
she's
that
good though, still.
Yeah, she's
Maybe not top tier, but
I-
still good.
I personally would put her half a tier below Alter Ego though. That's just me.
Yeah, I do think
Because
she's a little worse than the alter ego version.
yeah, because like the Alter Ego version, like her heals does actually catch up to this one, because of the stupid too much heal problem, and also she has better party buffs, like with the overcharge, with the charge, with this 20 battery. Like I actually like the Alter Ego one a little bit better than her. So yeah, where do we put the Alter Ego? A.
Yeah.
I'd put her. I mean,
Is
I
she
guess
B
there's an
plus though?
argument
I almost want
to
to say
also
she
put her
should
in
still
A.
be an A though. I don't know. Maybe B plus feels
I
maybe
mean,
a little.
B plus
Or is it
with,
B plus?
Ilya.
I'm okay with A, but
Ilya,
like
this isn't the
to me
right
it's A to
tier
B
list for
plus.
Ilya.
To me is A to B plus. So I'm not 100% sure because like
Yeah, I guess both could be a thing.
yeah, I think I prefer the Alter Ego one, but yeah, so because like we have a lot of strong units on this list as well. So like again, like BB Dubai really rains on her parade. Like I have to say, which is I guess ironic. It makes sense lore wise, but like BB Dubai makes her look so bad. I'm genuine. Like when I see BB Dubai's kid, I'm like, dude, this is like Kiara, but I don't have to do any work. And that's
Yeah, there's a lot of
just
instant gratification with her.
that's just 1/3 of her kid. Like people don't even remember her for that. People are like, oh, people remember her for she has a support MP. She can turn into a support MP. No, she has Summer Kiara's gimmick, but better. So like, I'd be a bit harsh on her.
I guess I could do B plus. I'm not too mad about it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you have anything to add, or was that just like, yeah, okay, sure, that's fine?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think she's really solid, but like I can understand the issues that she has. Like, you gotta wait more than a turn, and a lot of people don't like waiting more than a turn. I don't feel like it's that big of an issue, but that's kind of how I play. I usually start doing damage on turn 2 anyways, just so I don't have to spend batteries instantly and then negate a potential loop later. But yeah, I can see why people have issues with how she plays. I think she's A, but
we'll see. We'll get more comparison later. There's a chance that I could maybe move her up, but we'll start with that for now. Right, okay, let's talk about the man that this man gets referenced a lot during tier list because he has a lot of synergy. So we finally see Dolman, there he is. Of course, we got AoE, quick, DPS, Farber, support, debuffer, extraordinary guy, yes. The cool guy, funny man, epic villain, limbo, all that stuff. So yeah, he's good. He has pretty high attack as well. Not the highest among alter egos by any means, but still a very solid attack as well. Because he actually is a legit DPS too. Believe it or not, you can absolutely DPS with him as well. His deck is like the main problem though, if you want to DPS. Double Arts, double quick is like whatever. He really wanted to have double buster. That's like the one thing I don't really like about him as a DPS. The double Arts is like, I don't buy it too much. But his gains are still okay. They're not amazing, but they're okay. All things considered, especially if you fight casters, I guess, which happens a lot of the times. And the skill sets, here we go. So first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. You like debuffs? We have debuffs. All enemies, minus 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% defense for 3 turns, terror for 1 time, 3 turns with a 40% chance to activate, a stun for 1 turn, confusion for 3 turns with a 30% chance to activate a 1-turn skill seal on them, and 500 curse on them for 3 turns. Yeah, it's really good. It always feels good to press this button on a boss. It just feels good. Very, very good stuff there. Some a bit, you know, mixed value depending on the fight, but usually a lot of really nice stuff there. Second skill in a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a Guts for 2 times 5 turns with a 3k revive, so he can come back twice in that 5 turn if you time it well. Then all allies, including himself, all chaotic and evil allies, get 50% crit damage for 3 turns for each of the alignments. So he himself gets the 100%, and then allies get either 0, 50, or 100 as well, depending on their alignments. Can be a lot of boost. And then on top of that, we have the third skill. So on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets 80% battery for himself. And again, all chaotic evil allies get 20% attack from each alignment. So he gets the 40% guaranteed for 3 turns. And then allies get 0, 20, or 40. And then again, all enemies get a 2k curse on them for 5 turns. So even more curse. And honestly, these curses can add up when you start factoring in some MPs as well, in case you happen to use them as well. They can actually add some decent damage. I have actually done some decent curse damage on him as well. Great skill set. Cooldown's obviously fairly high, but the amount of stuff you get from this skill set is still, I think, well worth the price. A lot of damage and cool utility debuffs. 8% arts is actually fine with his 2 arts cards. I still would like to see a different deck though, but oh well. 10% debuff success rate is great because he's very debuff focused as well, so landing those better is always nice. 20% debuff risk, great. Flat damage sucks. 20% instant kill rate is actually an interesting thing, because normally instant kill is like really shit for servants, but he actually has a higher instant kill rate than most servants do on an AoE, and it can actually be used in farming as well. In fact, he can sometimes even clear like mobs that have like hundreds of thousands of HP just by instant killing them. So there's some niche farming, like, or cheese farming, I don't know what to call it. So it's actually not a bad passive because of that. And then he gets 20% more MP gain on damage taken, so if he happens to get hit, you can enjoy a bit more gains as well. I love the icon for this, though it's so rare, but it's a cool little icon. He's anti-alter ego, which, whatever case, because, you know, it's neutral and then it's a rare enemy, so whatever. Then the MP does damage to all enemies, 1k curse on them again for 5 turns, 120% chance to instant kill, so there it is, it's higher than average, the normal 100. And then also does a 100% curse amplifier for 5 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to a 200% amplifier on max overcharge. So with a combo of this and the skills, especially if you MP more than once before the curses are done, you can get some okay curse damage. I'm not saying it's great or insane, but it can add some okay DPS on top of what you're actually doing already. And obviously with the append, he has a free MP. You don't even need anything else. 80% battery, 20% append, so that's already a free MP at the very least. I mean, Dolman is just, he's still very good. He just ages really well because of all the supporting he does and whatnot. Just a very solid, amazing servant. Yeah. Super versatile.
This is one of the best guys on this this list that we're doing right now. Like he is insanely good.
Like the textbook definition of versatile.
One of the few DPS where you don't need
MP copies.
where you don't need MP copies. Like he's a DPS where like your MP level really doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can just get MP1, get Bond 6 for the append, and you're already good to go for like every case, basically.
Yeah. And like I said it multiple times, he's the one unit to defy common sense, because he's the only unit that has both dot and insta-kill on the MP, and it's actually good.
Yeah, because most servants, they don't, it's bad for them, but for him it actually works sometimes.
This sucks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like this is really funny.
Man, all this stuff just to end up doing the QP node and ordeal call for 2 years.
I mean,
that is where he is used the most. Like,
let's
be honest.
We gave Nito Alter some credit for that, and he's obviously
and that's only one aspect of it. There's so much more too.
Yeah, I use him for. Yeah, I use him because I have a lot of chaotic evil DPSs like Kiara, Kama, Koendar. It's just a lot. It's just EX. I mean,
I feel like this is an actual no-brainer.
He's like so like useful. Like I don't like. It's like like his MP damage is like when it actually does damage is I think actually terrible, but it doesn't matter. Like it's so unimportant to what I'm using him for. And like multiple different situations that it's like, his MP damage sucks, but what about it? Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like it either insta kills or like I mean you're using crits. Like he crits
Yeah, it
so
either
good.
insta kills or you're in a crit team. You know, and you got the funny.
He could have
Van
had
Gogh
2
BB
Buster.
go.
True. Dude, if he had 2 Busters, he'd be such an insane DPS himself. He's still a legit DPS, but it would be even more insane.
Scotty, he's
the way you make up for that though is by bringing another servant, so you have 2 Buster cards.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
but that's the beauty of him.
Then you're just doing the BB Van Gogh don't.
Yeah, is there an issue?
Oh yeah, true. That was a thing. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, that was a meme team for a little bit. Like, which is weird that no one talks about it anymore because it's not like it got worse. It still actually is really good.
Yeah, I mean,
again, I think he can only age better. He's already aging really well, but he can only age better as time goes on. So he's stonks always.
The game loves chaotic evil servants.
It does. It does.
So like, it's just there's so many.
Yeah.
He's like if FGO had investing for servants, Doman's stocks would be so high. Like he would invest into this guy's stocks. He's just guaranteed to go up, basically.
Yep.
But yeah, there you go. Yeah. We probably don't have to glaze him too much. We've been doing it for years now anyway. Just better every single year.
I almost want to advocate for another tier for him just because
we don't do this.
We don't do it this year only for Casdoria, but yeah, I could see why you would say that though, for what it's worth.
We've also been over why that was a detriment for one of the previous tier lists because there are EX servants that are not
too late.
Yeah, we have to commit at this point.
Get back to me next year.
Here's the thing. You just if it's a problem, then it just means that other things need to move down. You don't.
I think we did try to do that last time as well. Yeah.
And you're saying you need more tiers above? No, it just means you need to recontextualize what you're saying.
Because everything is relative. Yeah.
It's all relative. So you don't need to make new tiers.
There's EX rank servants that I cannot say okay, this is it's fair to put this in A+.
Then just put them in A+. Yes. Okay, whatever.
Okay. We'll see.
We're not doing this.
This is a philosophical debate of
this is this is dumb as fuck. You guys were pushing this harder than I was before, and now that we're on here, you're not. Nah.
All right.
No, we've never pushed for more tiers.
You were talking about this last episode we did.
We weren't.
No, we were proposing moving stuff down.
I am being gaslit.
Well, maybe because you're not paying attention. You're fucking playing Cyberpunk.
Shut up! You play CS:GO.
I'm not playing.
Yeah, it's CS2 actually.
It's CS2 actually. Thank you very much.
Anyway, let's talk about Bazette. Yeah, let's do that. Another very cool servant, actually. We got a single target quick countering DPS. Another unique gimmick in a good way. Again, it's nice to see that we have unique gimmicks that actually work. Because again, a lot of them in the past did not, but some of these more modern ones do work. So yeah, very high attack at nearly 13k again. Super good, great start. She actually does have double buster, double quick on her deck as well. Also very solid because she also crits well too. Her gains cards are also very good as well. So like everything up here, I would say almost is like perfect. Like everything up here is just as good as it gets almost. So there you go, nice start. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick at buster for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and also 30% caster power mod for 3 turns. I mean, obviously she's already good against casters being an alter ego, but now even more so, yeah. Again, this is just so much better than the Okita alter skill already. Like, thanks, I guess. It's a good skill. Great DPS. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% gauge, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. It's alright. It's good for activating the MP and then getting some crit damage, but it does have some downtime for the crit stuffs. But certainly still not a bad skill. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 1 turn, debuff immune for 1 turn, and 20 stars on use. The evasion definitely useful when you use the MP as well, of course. And, coupled with the debuff immune can also be very useful. Star Bomb also nice because she likes to crit. Fairly basic kit, but again, her numbers definitely complement this really well. 17.5% debuff risk, nice. 10% quick up, really nice. Her MP are still considered quick hits as well. Flat damage sucks, 5% crit damage, we take it, and then again, because of the way her MP works, her offensive buffs are, their duration is basically counted as defensive buffs, meaning they don't expire until after the enemy goes, because normally offensive buffs tick down when your actions end and before enemy actions begins, and defensive buffs tick down when enemy actions go down. But so for her, both offensive and defensive buffs are after enemy actions. They had to do this because otherwise she could potentially lose out a lot of damage on her MP. So it's great that they did this. Good. She's Anti-Avenger, which is a very situational append, not that impressive. So the MP then. So for 1 turn she gets a taunt and then this Fragarak counter for 1 turn. So whenever she gets hit, she counters with a special quick card counter that does some actual very nice damage, and that's for every attack she takes. So for any, and obviously that also it gets redirected to the target who does the attack. It's not like a random target or anything like that. However, it cannot break bars though, but people can still use her to kind of cheese speed clears, because you can first break a bar. You know, you can MP, then you break on the same turn, you break the bar with like crits, and then you start working on the next bar with this. And if it happens to be the last bar, then it doesn't matter, because you can just kill the enemy with the counters. Also, the counters, besides doing damage, they also do a minus 10% quick rest down for 3 turns and give you 10 stars. And then on MP activation, you get 10% attack for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. Very cool design here, honestly. It sucks for all the people, you know, doing the speed clears, because by default, she's kind of going to be the best in a lot of the cases where she works, but I really like her design. The only thing that I'm sometimes a bit wary of, that I'm afraid that she might die sometimes a bit easy, because she only has 1 turn of dodge herself. Everything else, I think she's really good, like super packed with offense. She can hit really freaking hard, both with her MP counters and with crits too. But the one thing I'm a bit scared of sometimes is just the defensive side. But otherwise, just a very stellar servant.
I agree. It's like I feel like the mindset of using her kind of has to, like, maybe you're ready to throw away a little bit, because like just do as much damage as possible and then maybe have someone in the back come up just to finish off the job, because yeah, like you said, she can dish out insane amounts of damage in a very short amount of time. And yeah, and the frailty obviously is a problem, because she force taunts every turn and it just gets
and also because she's a quick servant. That doesn't help either.
I mean, a lot of people did say like if she was arts, you'd spam it with Castore and she'd just be like infinite counter. I do think the quick servant aspect helps her do good card damage. So if you want to, like, because she has like insane quick cards and all that, and like a big crit up. I think Habertrot helps a lot, to be honest. And post buff Osakabe Hime helps a lot. I mean, other than glazing her, that's like some suggestions I can give, I guess. I think I've tried her with both Osakabe Hime plus Caster Scotty, as well as Habertrot, if you want like a simpler answer. And both does help her quite a bit if you really want to use her as a main DPS and keep her alive. So yeah, I think she's insanely good.
Yeah, damage-wise, she has no issues, at least.
Yeah, like the only issue is defense, and it's just like build around it. Like there's a lot of supports out there that you can use for specifically targeted stuff. Like even though she's not arts, she's like Castoria is a really good support for her, because she can target her with the invuln, she can charge her, she gets her more NP gain both offensively and defensively. Then yeah, that like NP also helps her out. You just keep her moving, keep her spamming.
I think Rhinus could be a good support for her too, with the targeted invul, because it stacks with her evade, and then you get some defense and damage cut.
Yeah, yeah. I'd say
Rhinus
she's
is
all right with her, but
Rhinus is air based, so I mean,
yeah, like
it's never going to carry over a turn.
Yeah, the thing is with her, like you use the third skill, and then like you have the defense, but that's basically it. I mean, you have crit rate down, but like unless you're up against like a berserker, then obviously it's going to be a really solid pick. But I Yeah, I think Habitrot is like kind of built perfectly for her because one of the issues is if you want to cycle supports, how the heck are you going to get your supports off the field?
Yeah, because it's a
But with
taunt.
Habitrot, she cycles herself off while also making her like 5 times as durable. So
It's really funny how Habitrot's already perfectly built for 2 servants on this list, and she will
Yeah.
be perfectly built for more servants on this list later on.
Yeah.
So
no.
pretty scary character. In terms of
Stonks.
utility.
I want to say she's A plus. Maybe you could argue for EX, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, she's
I
EX
feel like for
if
a
you
normal player,
heavily
probably
invest
A+.
in her. For a normal
Yeah.
player, A plus.
I
Like she
still,
is like a
I-
hyper investor dream, but like
I still think she's pretty solid, like pretty amazing, even if you don't have like high NP levels.
I kind of agree.
Like,
yeah.
she's really good.
Because the face
but,
cards are
like,
still really good too.
Yeah, I have her MP1. I think it's actually fine, but like
Yeah,
it,
'cause,
it,
like-
it depends because like she's not as straightforward. Because like I don't know if you want to consider like how straightforward a unit is. Because like Melt is like the more straightforward version of this, right?
Yeah, she's the easier to
I
use
guess you
one.
can push for EX. Yeah. Because like
I would just
before
say
Melt got her
for
MP
most
upgrade,
people.
before Milk got her MP upgrade, I think she has like no competition. Now, I mean, if she hits 3 counters, just for information, if she hits 3 counters, she still out damages Melt by a decent bit. So it's not like you know,
because it's
It's
effectively 3 AoE
3
MPs.
AoE MPs.
And it ramps up.
Yeah,
I'm
3
glad you
AoE
said the
MPs
same
versus
thing.
1 single target.
yeah. So, but it can do the actual min. Well, yeah, but like I don't like depend on if you want to take that. Look, if this is a min turn tier list, again, I already explained it last time. Bazette would be beyond the list.
Yeah, she would have her own tier because no one else can do what she can do.
She creates her own.
It's like you know
It's
how
not
in like those
rotation,
speedrun
it's-
websites they have categories for games.
Yeah.
Like she would have her own category because it's not fair.
No,
You
she
would not be
does.
able to compete.
On the spreadsheets,
Yeah.
she's separated away from everyone else.
exactly.
Yeah,
It is
it's called
different.
Barguest. Not Barguest.
Bazette, yeah.
But Bazette
Bargus mission?
Bazette runs.
They're gonna
and
buff
then
Bargus to have
you
counters
like,
too.
Damn.
I don't, dude. Do we do EX? I would be okay with that, to be honest. Just because the sheer potential. She would be maybe like a lower EX.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
Fuck it. Let's just do it. Frig it. Okay. We might have a lot of EXs, but you know what? This is a cracked list of classes. There's some really good servants in this list. Okay, well, now we can chill a little bit at least. Maybe not a terrible servant, but, you know, not like Bazette or anything like that. So we'll get another welfare next. I'm going to talk about Taisui from the Water Crisis event. So it's at AoE Arts Alter Ego. He can farm and do some deeps as well. He's fairly versatile, actually. Not too shabby. Also, curse memes if you're into that, I guess. Attack at 9.2k is below average among 4-star alter egos. Quite a bit, actually, but it is what it is. He's double arts, double quick, which is fine, because he doesn't really have a lot of face card potential. He's mostly just about spamming the MP as much as possible, and granted, he does spam the MP pretty well, so no worries. Card gains, they're just okay. At least the arts are. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts MP gain for 3 turns and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Honestly, a very solid skill for a welfare. That's a lot of spread love and some bonus stars on top. Good. Supports love it too. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill gives guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, and 100% buff removal resistance for 1 time 3 turns. So it's like a mini version of the Santa Nightingale skill, if anything. It still has all the kind of like the defensive components though, so I don't hate it. It kind of makes sense. It's not awkward to use because it's all defensive, and it has some longevity on all the effects too, so it's alright. Can help with the one cast Doria weakness as well, if you if you bring her as well. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get skill sealed for 1 turn. He gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns and a 30% battery. More damage, more spab. It's his game plan, really. He's got like all the essential buffs for like an arts AoE spammer here, with some utility on top. Better than a lot of welfare kits, honestly. Still nothing crazy, but still, I like it, actually. 20% debuff for us is okay for bosses. 6% debuff success rate also cool for landing some of his debuff more. And he doesn't have the best debuffs though, but it's nice to land them better. Flat damage sucks. He's anti-assassin, which is great. One of the better damage cases for an alter ego. And then the MP. So before damage, he does this misfortune buff for 3 turns. So when the target with this is defeated, all the other enemies get minus 20% defense for 3 turns, 1k curse for 3 turns, 100% curse amplifier for 3 turns, and then before damage he always does a 2k curse on enemies for 5 turns, and then he also has super effective damage against man attribute, the base 150 to 200 range on overcharge. So it's an interesting gimmick that he has. So obviously, if there's ever like a time when there's a bunch of like enemies, maybe even more than 3 sometimes, not only can he spam a lot easier, but then he can also spread a lot of these debuffs better. He can, in those cases, even amount to some decent curse damage too, akin to like Doman, for instance. Maybe even better, actually. And the defense down spread is pretty cool too. But a lot of times, it's just going to be okay to decent damage, depending on if you hit the anti-trait or not, or anti-attribute, I should say. I think he's just a decent, solid, safe-ish AoE pick. Maybe not needed, but not really bad either, honestly.
The way I see it, this is basically, I guess Sega's out there, but he's basically one of the best low-star caster AoEs.
Yeah, I guess,
None
yeah.
of the other ones do damage worth the shit and are also able to loop.
It would be nice if his append was caster as well, but Assassin is still a good append on him.
Yeah. Yeah, like anti...
oh, wait, actually, no, it is good. Actually, that's what you... Oh, yeah. Okay, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Of course.
And then he also has a common anti-trait, so, like, he actually can do some damage. Like, his looping numbers aren't... Like, it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it seems to be tight on this.
Amazing, but...
Let's see.
But it's like, I mean, we're in the world where Buster has to plug to do fucking anything. If Arts plugs, it's fine.
And also
plugs. No.
I would say he would be ranked a lot higher if Santa Guild doesn't exist, because Buffalo resist targetable plus guts. It's a very good, it's very good utility, but someone else already does that. But still, he's decent. But again, like you said, I think he's just okay. His curse is really hard to optimize.
Mm-hmm. You need specific enemy setups for that.
It's not really that worth it unless there's like.
It's really funny when it works.
There was that one CQ last year in NA. I forgot what it was, but it had like 6 enemies constantly that kept just spawning infinite enemies, and then he was like top tier, and it was like all assassins and shit. He was like the best pick there because of that.
I did a video when that came out on JP, and I
it was like the rat CQ, yeah, Daikokten, yeah.
I did like 1.5 million curse on one turn. I tried to do better on NA, and I just RNG, you know.
Yeah. You can do it now with evocation. I think the comp requires like a really low level Tai Sui, so he could put the debuff on the enemies without killing them. So like the second Tai Sui can come in and
then double proc the spread.
Yeah, double proc it. Yep.
Yeah.
So
you can have 2.
Funny, but,
if you have 2 out at the same time, they can like delay the curse amps, because they like if you just try to go like one at a time, you're gonna have them expiring before they ramp up as high as you'd arbitrarily want.
Yeah, because most of the curses and the amps are 3 turns.
Yeah,
I would say one of the Bs.
I think he's pretty decent. I actually kind of
as
prefer
far as a welfare, like.
I also kind of like him as a friend of Bazette. Like, while we're right off of that, because he has the skill seal, he has gain per turn stars, not gain per turn, but gain, which helps her every turn she's NPing. And then also targetable guts, which can help her survive at least one more turn. But yeah, that's just me.
B plus.
Yeah,
This is actually pretty good for welfare.
I think like as far as like AoE 4-star alter egos, he's the best.
Easy
I
mistake.
think the only
Yeah.
other one, but like I think there's only two.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, that's a good
Whatever.
thing for him that there's not a ton of competition as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He wins because
Okay.
everyone else forfeited.
All right, there you go.
I mean, he's Chinese. Anything is edible.
Okay, fair enough.
Look, I can vouch for that. I eat anything.
All right. Next
All
up,
right.
another unbiased moment, surely. Another one that I'm a huge fan of. Not a common
it's
take though.
absurd.
She tends to be fairly hated among the community, but
Well,
yeah, I
she's
like
over for a
Super
while.
Bunny a lot.
I think
So,
the
yeah.
MP upgrade definitely helped a lot.
Well, I guess some people will like her because of gameplay now, but people still hate her character too. So it is what it is. Yeah, let's see what we have here. Super Bunyan, the big Bunyan in herself. So single target buster DPS, and I guess if anything more kind of a farmer nowadays with the buff that we got. But I'm gonna be crazy enough than DPS with her as well, even though her kit is very bare bones. 11.5k attack is fine, but honestly, it's still one of the lower when it comes to 5-star alter egos though. So that could be better too. She's full buster though, which is cool for face carding. You can press red a lot. Her gains cards are good, but there's only 2 of them. The extra is decent too, so it's not that bad. But usually it's mostly just the arts card that gives you the big gains. Otherwise, like it's as someone who DPSs with her a lot, it's hard to spam her MP, unfortunately. But again, she has some face card potential too. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and the full party gets 20% buster for 3 turns. I mean, it's alright. It's not amazing, but it's alright. It's just a bit basic. Would it be too much if I said they should have made the attack AoE too? It is 30% though.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a bit too much at that point. But yeah, it's an okay skill. It's fine. Has a little bit of multi-core with the AoE buster as well.
If
Second-
it's party-wide, some farming people are gonna go nuts.
Yeah.
That would
foaming
be
at
They
the
already
mouth.
went
They're-
nuts with this character's MP
True.
upgrade.
Yeah.
Alright, second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery, and the party gets overcharge boost for 1 step by 1 turn. I hate this skill. It's still fine for farming, I guess, but that's such a nothing burger of a skill on a limited 5-star. Like, what is this? For DPSing, this feels terrible. It's so bad. But yeah, it's okay for farming, I guess. Fine. Her overcharge for her on farming is shit, though, for what it's worth. You would have to use another. It's really only there for the battery as well. So yeah.
I mean, I've used her with Tonal Ego before. That says every time.
Yeah, I was just talking about her own overcharge used for farming is like almost useless. Or, well, maybe sometimes it could be useful, but most of the time you wouldn't use it like that.
I don't know why it's only 1 turn. Like,
It's
there's no reason for this.
they held back on her so much for no reason. And again, around her there were a lot of good servant releases too. She just got punished for no reason.
Yeah, she's not a berserker. I think like they tend to make berserker skill set a little bit more bare bones.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get MP sealed for 1 turn. They get minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns, and then the full party gets 500% absorbed for 3 turns for buster cards. So yeah, you definitely get those all the stars go in your red cards. Maybe not even hers all the time, which is I kind of wish this would be self only, but you know, it is what it is. Because it's still targeted for the cards, most of the time you hit her buster crits anyway. And the enemy kind of doesn't crit after this, unless they boost their crit. It's like a whatever skill. It's okay. Again, it's just the whole kit in general. Like, there's not much going on. There's some okay stuff in here for both utility and offense, but like, defense doesn't really exist besides some crit chance down an MP still, if you want to count that. Nothing for hard defense or anything like that. It's just, I don't know, it's bare bones. They need to buff her skills, please. 15% debuffers, nice. 6% debuff success rate also can be okay because she actually has some decent debuffs. Then her unique like gimmick. So whenever she attacks, she gets a like for 3 turns. Whenever she takes an attack, she also gets a like for 3 turns. And these boost her MP damage. Simple as that. She's not a berserker. actually a very solid anti-append. She hits 2.0x on Berserkers, so big smash. And then the MP buff. So yeah, they did buff this at least, which is cool. I was very happy to see her buff regardless. So yeah, does 5% extra damage per like stack as well. You can stack it up to 10 times. You get 20 stars on use now as well. And then the enemy gets 10% defense down for 3 turns on base overcharge after damage, scaling up to 30%. It's a little bit of ramp up for bosses though. But the MP is not very spammable, so it's kind of minor, I want to say, a lot of the times. But again, in farming, it can be alright. Again, her DPSing is just like, it's whatever. It's inconsistent. But she can be used to farm now, at least. So that's cool.
The thing is, like, her kit, yeah, her skills aren't terribly impressive. I mean, like, I think, you know, the attack up and the buster's nice, and she has a battery at least. But, like, because the main gimmick is the like mechanic, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's why her other things are toned down a little. Because
probably
back then they had restraint.
And they also made it 5% per stack too. That's like the lowest you can get from this mechanic.
Back then they had restraint.
Yeah. If she was released now, she would be EX tier.
It would be 10% per stack if they released her now. You know.
And it would work differently probably too. Although it's kind of easy to say. And it would be 5 turns as well on the likes, by the way. That would be a thing too. They would be 5 turns for sure.
Probably.
Yeah.
So...
she's still decent though. Because of the MP upgrade.
This really helped her. I agree. As someone who kind of downplays her, I do agree that the MP upgrade definitely helped her in a much better spot. She's not still a top tier, but this is or was a much needed upgrade for sure. Hope they still do something with the skills.
I think
she would.
Oh, go ahead.
She would have been way more popular if they had gone with like the backstory and plot that Rio actually wrote. Like, have you read the materials for her?
Yeah, they had a lot of bigger plans for her. It's sad.
There's so much stuff there that's so much more interesting than what
I wonder, like, what happened?
I have no clue, because that event wasn't written by him. So, like, I have no clue what happened, because she is, if they had followed on that, I think it would have been such a much more interesting character than what we got. Yeah, that's
I mean, I still love Bunyan regardless, but I can see where you're coming from here. Again, I'm probably not gonna comment too much on the placement because I'm gonna be biased. But what do you guys think about her?
I think something that's worth being said here, like she got her NP upgrade immediately after Melt. Some people were like a bit disappointed because even at higher stack, like she had to have a high level of stacks to keep up with Melt. But the thing is, Melt's damage is calculated with the 3rd skill, which is up 2 turns out of 6.
Yeah, so again, it's misleading.
Whereas Super Bunyan is constantly ramping.
We're just gonna pretend Melt isn't ramping, okay?
I mean, Melt does have some ramp up.
Yeah, there's a big difference
Bunyan
between 5% super effective and 10% quick. Okay.
Yeah,
well, but you know, Melt has attack up as well, and the MP damage, and the quick.
But again, you know,
Melt's kit is objectively
better at farming.
Well,
Melt's not
as convenient in farming. Yeah. Well, they both only have 30% batteries. Like, it's not that Bunyan is more convenient in farming. It's that Bunyan is faster in farming. Bunyan's MP takes half a second.
Like literally faster.
That's why JP loves her. That's why JP loves Bunyan, because her MP is over in 5 seconds. Well, not even 5 seconds. It's over instantly. It has nothing to do, and it's an upgraded MP. So, like, its base damage, like right off the bat, with very little other supports, is pretty decent. Like, it's not as high as other things, but it's well, I mean, okay, so like if you just looking at the normal like single target, you know, NP spreadsheet, whatnot, you know, it is 30k below Melt. And if you're doing like a one and done farming node thing where you're just having them take out a single enemy, yeah, Melt's going to be higher by quite a bit, actually.
I mean, she could have a bit more bonus because of the AoE buster as well. It's not a lot, but it's something as well.
She's second place, and it's by a pretty wide margin. Like, the next place below is 69. It's still quite a drop. Like she is second place, and just because first place is so high above doesn't mean that second place is bad, right?
She's like at least A, right? Like, come on.
I think
I was
she's
about to ask,
I
what
think
would you
she's
guys
A.
rate her? Because I'm kind of biased with her.
Like I think she's good. Now, I think she's good. I hate her because I have 10 copies because I was trying to get Dicoctin, and I have 120 Dicoctin, and I got 10 copies of Bunyan trying to get her, and I hate her. But I'm gonna put
Okay, for people that are very surprised about that, it's pretty much for farming. Okay, for bosses, she's pretty underwhelming. I have to say, who uses her a lot in
She has an
bosses.
MP upgrade.
But again, for farming, it is a
no, I
legit
think-
case.
I think for bosses she's fine because like
She's fine, but you can definitely do better.
You can just bring Merlin for that, or a later unit nowadays. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's not wet noodle anymore.
yeah, she's not wet noodle.
Yeah, she's not wet noodle anymore, which is like kind of a.
I
kind
think
of a
she's
big
good
deal
for
these
like
kind of
if you're
servants.
going for Buster, like because she has a triple Buster deck too, right? So like you can, if you can pull off the you can go at it. Like I think for bosses she's fine.
Is he a bit
as well.
robotic to anyone else there?
Am I?
This
Am I
is for a
dying?
second.
Yeah, for a second it went like all robotic.
Oh no, my.
It's fine now, though.
power. Okay.
Do we do 8 here? I mean, I'm not gonna say no though,
I
but
think it's fine.
I can
I'm
see
down
A,
for
A or B plus, but yeah.
yeah, A at most, but yeah.
Because
but-
she's better than Sit and I is my thing. Is I 100% think she's better
I
than
guess
Sit and
so.
I'd rather use.
I guess
Bunyan than
they
Sit
are a
and I
legit comparison in a
every
way.
day.
Yeah. They're both single target alter
That's
egos.
fair. Yeah, that's fair. Lowest
Alright.
level of Kiara.
Well, they're kind of different, to be honest. They're very different in gauging their usability. Like all the A tier ones, if you combine the two masters, they're all there for different reasons.
Look, y'all love Kintoki a lot, don't you?
I do think, yeah, there is a bit of hypocrisy going on. Because I mean, usually people don't complain when Kintoki is placed high, and like as much as I hate Bunyan's kid, his skills are even worse. So, yeah.
Yeah, at least hers last.
And I
10
still
turns
recognize
with
his
that
value too, to be honest. Like he should still be high as well because of the versatility in farming and raids, I guess.
Oh, bro, he's about to get dethroned. Anyways.
Anyway, sure, we'll go with A for that. We'll see if it's B plus later, but yeah, okay. All right, another servant that's a fairly big favorite among this list, and there's a lot of very well-liked servants on this list. So, yeah, let's talk about Arcade. Also has seen a glow up as well. Not for the traditional reasons, but because of append reasons, right? So yeah, she can farm better now. So, like she was one of the farmers that benefited of append 5 the most, really. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, AoE, Buster, Mooncaster. Can do some deeps, but I feel like a lot of people just like to use her in farming more. Interesting servant. Attack, honestly, for a Mooncaster, 11.6 is high. Is that the highest, actually? I don't even know. Who has the highest attack on Mooncasters? This could put this by up there, at least. Because their attack tends to not be very high.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's one of the Tsukihimes, probably.
I mean, yeah, of course it would be.
The Himes of Tsuki.
Yeah. We got Himed all over. Anyway, yeah, it's for what it's worth, it is good. 2 Busters, 2 Arts on the normal deck. MP gain, actually pretty good on those Arts cards. Otherwise, not too shabby either. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get skill sealed for 1 turn and minus 20% defense for 3 turns, and she herself gets 30% attack for 3 turns. Basic, but good. Obviously, the debuff, is not always active on farming, but, attack is very good for any Buster farmer out there, of course. It's the one thing that tends to be missing from the standard supports. Skill still can be okay on bosses too, depending on the encounter. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown. Yeah, this is the difference maker here. 100% battery on self and 20% MP damage for 3 turns. She was only able to use this once before, so she was like double Oberoning, right? Or something like that. Or actually, she couldn't black rail was the thing. That was the thing. But now you can have this twice, so GG. You can use it on turn 1 and turn 3. So because of append 3. Makes a big difference. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets an invul for 1 attack 3 turns. They also, or rather, allies that are good alignment get 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn. And then when you have the MP field active, allies beside her get 30% battery, so it's like a spread 30, minus herself, of course. pretty cool, especially for bosses. For farming, can be okay too, if you're doing multi-core. Because, you know, spread 30 is still spread, and the map does persist even through waves. So after the first MP, you're Gucci. It's a basic skill set, but the numbers are high at least, right? So there's that. So can't really complain too much, I guess. 21% debuff res, good. 12% arts, pretty good considering she also has 2 decent arts cards. 10% debuff success rate, also okay for landing some of the debuffs better. And her debuffs are okay too. 10% crit damage can be okay. She doesn't have the most crit focus out there, but I'm sure people that like her will do that too. And then the fun passive, when you have the MP field, she gets a 30% rainbow. Yeah, great, just really strong. This is 30% rainbow, especially for DPSing when you use cards other than Buster too, potentially. Yeah, it's a very strong passive. She's anti-foreigner, pretty mixed value. Neutral case, rare enemy, but you know, sometimes in farming as well can appear. Right, the MP. So before damage, you activate the Millennium Castle battlefield for 3 turns. Then does damage on enemies that has super effectiveness, chaotic alignment, which scales with MP levels because they want your money. So the base 150 to 200 range. So yeah, with MP5 you can always hit 200% against chaotic, which with the new upgrade farming setup can lead to some pretty good numbers. And then allies besides herself that are living human trait get 20% gauge on base overcharge, getting up to 40%. So if you count the third skill, you know, and you have living human trait allies, you can give them 50% battery over 2 turns. Pretty good. Like that's a lot of ally battery. Like she has a lot of basic stuff, but it's just like it's the numbers that are really good. That's it. That's the thing with her. And if anything, she's held back by her class, but still, she's still legit, very legit, of course, like very good. Imagine if she was like some other class, though. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
100 party 20 is just good. Like
yeah.
Party 30, sorry, it's just
Party
good.
30, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're living human, then it's party 50.
I really like her with Mash because it's party 50. I love her with new Mash, but
I didn't think about that.
Obviously a new thing, but yeah, and then she can do single core, she can do multi-core. I always like to compare her with Tonalico because they're very similar. They're both multi-core servants who
and big spread batteries.
Like looping. Yep. Tonalico's like a higher ceiling, but with more like with more requirements.
Effort, I guess.
Arc is more, yeah. Arc is easier to use because she can instantly pop her MP for free. In CQs, obviously, I think she's just if she's not against chaotic, sometimes she might feel a little bit underwhelming. Like yeah, she has the rainbow, but like her kit in general is not very. Like it's a very long cooldown MP.
Yeah, I think the cooldowns are a demerit on bosses.
Yeah, so I'm not the biggest fan of her against bosses unless you can just like do a very fast comp and then just like nuke things, which is fine. Like Arcwade can definitely nuke things, like, but again, it's like hinges pretty heavily on them being chaotic. So I mean, I personally put her like A+ DX, but depends on how you want to see it.
Probably A+ minimum, yeah. Just because the numbers are so high.
It's kind of boring, but like she is really solid, like for farming and such.
Yeah, she's like I like to dump on her just because I like to dump on Tsukihime characters. I've used her quite a bit. Like I think she's like Bond 11 or something. Like, you know, she's nice to have. But yeah, if it's not if it's not chaotic, I'm probably not taking her. Yeah, I do like the Tonalico comparison because, you know, she's anti-chaotic, scaling with MP level. Tonalico's anti-evil. You know, that's chaotic evil, which is the...
Okay, for someone in the chat being mad about a boring argument, that has nothing to do with the ranking, by the way. That was just Otto voicing his opinion about how they feel. Okay, if you think that's going to affect the rating, it's not, okay? Just to make that clear out there.
I literally just said, like, I think she's...
I kind of agree. Like, her kit is very basic. It's just high number. There's nothing special. It is boring, arguably. But again, that's not going to affect her rating, so don't worry about it.
And, like, Bunyan boring. Like, her skills are boring.
Yeah, I agree. She's boring, too. Yeah. Bunyan is also boring, and I'm a huge simp. Yeah, gameplay-wise, at least.
I will say, I can't... Like, the Millennium Castle thing is interesting. for sure. The
Yeah, having
the
a more
rainbow buff
connection to a field at
adds
least, it gives her
huge.
at least something to like kind of flex with.
Yeah, I feel that's what makes her damage not feel kind of bad, because I mean, like, she does have like 20% MP damage, 30% attack up. If it wasn't for the fact that she worked so with Vitch and was Buster, losing the defense down on turn 1 would be terrible. You know
what I'm actually kind of salty about with her, and again, this won't affect the rating. She's like the only servant who gets to continue her MP theme. Like, some of them are so good. Come on, dude.
doesn't Alco?
Oh wait, I guess she may have it as well. Yeah, you might be right,
They
actually.
did fix it,
But they
though,
should do
where,
that
like,
more. It's like,
if
yeah, I forgot
they fixed
about
the
Alco
bug
actually.
where
Yeah.
if you did Alco and then Arc, Alco's theme would keep playing, but now it's just whatever one was done last.
Yeah, I guess
the
that
theme.
makes sense. Yeah.
But it was
Yeah,
funny
when
for a while.
Alco's fifth magic just overpowers every other music. I think I thought that was a different
yeah.
moment. I guess not.
No.
Okay, so for the ranking, are we doing A plus or EX?
I think A plus.
I think it's a bit
she's super-
difficult here.
It is.
Well, like if you're for mindless farming, she's really good. But for challenge quests,
But to be honest,
like,
she doesn't have
in
to
terms of
excel in
usage-
both to be top tier, though, is the thing.
In terms of how often you use her, I mean, you probably don't use her literally very often, but like in terms of how often
I have
she's
used her
being
less as
used,
time goes on. Personally, like I used her a lot when she came out, but I just have better options now. Like I think no, not just Tonalico. There's so many.
I'm
use so
telling
many other
you,
terrible teams.
I'm telling
Otto,
you.
did you see the team I was farming with last night? That's team creativity. I have the most creative teams.
Look, her stocks are gonna become higher because of Mash. I'm not joking. I'm completely serious. Her stocks are gonna.
So should we do a preemptive EX?
Mark my words. Mash is gonna save her. I don't even think it's a preemptive EX. Even.
I mean, because she was already kind of basically there anyway, right?
I think it would be a little bit difficult to not put her EX just because of the.
I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna take the easy way and put her there.
Yeah,
A plus could be a thing, but I'm just gonna do it. Frick it. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Another one of my favorites. Got a big 120 copy of this bozo on JP. Love him. He's great. What do you mean? He's so fun.
I do not like his gameplay.
Oh, but it's so fun. I love gambling. I'm a gacha player. It's so good.
Okay.
I do not like his person after the latest chapter.
Also, yeah. Also.
Okay. But let's not go into that. Okay. Let's calm down. Anyway, let's talk about Rasputin. So yeah, AoE arts DPS farmer. His farming is not super impressive unless you have a Giga copy like I do, but he certainly is an interesting DPS option. I'll say that much. His attack could be higher. It's probably one of the on the lower side of alter egos, unfortunately for the 5 stars. His deck is double arts, double quick, which I think is fine because while you can do sub crits with him, he's mostly about just spamming his MP as much as possible. And his gains on base they're decent. They're not bad at all, and he has good, decent refund. Not amazing, it's alright, and then some big battery action too. First skill and 4-turn cooldown. Targeted skill. You remove the debuffs from one ally, give them a 2k heal, and he always gets 30% attack for 3 turns. So the attack buff is not targeted. The healing utility debuff thingy is. Pretty cool. Low cooldown as well, so the attack up has a very good uptime. Second skill and 6-turn cooldown. He gets 30% battery, does 2k damage without being lethal to self as a demerit, but again, you can immediately offset it by the first skill if you want to. Funny how that works. Evil allies get 20% gauge, which includes himself, so he now gets 50% gauge. And then also evil allies, including himself, get 20% arts for 3 turns. So, not bad. Can be some good value depending on who you field him with, otherwise mostly just a thing for himself. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown, and I guess this was buffed compared to last year's tier list as well. So he gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1 HP revive that stacks with other guts. This is the guaranteed part, like you always get this unless it gets removed or something, so you have that 1 guts revived, and then you get this on guts activation for 3 turns, so you get 20% MP damage for 5 turns whenever any guts is activated on him, which includes that guaranteed guts too. And then he gets this on defense buff thing for 3 turns. So whenever he takes an attack, he gets 10% crit damage for 3 turns. He also gets a taunt for 3 turns. But yeah, then there's the other guts, which is after the first one, you have an 80% chance to come back to life, and that lasts for 3 turns as well. It's also 1 HP revive. So yeah,
It's
it's
always 100%, dude.
yeah.
Like when I use them in CQs, you have to assume it's 100%.
Dude, honestly, when
have to play like it's 100%.
would you believe when I say
100 or
this?
0.
Because I've used him a lot, and I've never had this fail. Would you believe when I say that? I've never had it
it's
fail.
80%.
Yeah,
It is
and
a
normally I
pretty-
lose like
it's a pretty-
80% crits and everything. For some reason, this just works for me. Obviously, it sucks ass if it fails, because then he's just dead, and you probably didn't plan for that.
You just gotta have faith, dude.
Yeah,
You gotta
he's a
max
man of faith. You just gotta have faith, you know. It's just how it is. Yeah.
The good thing is it's not as bad now because you can use someone else who has guts.
Yeah, it's like it's not fully
stacked on top
stackable.
of the other guts is.
Yeah.
But
If
They
you
changed it with the buff, so both of them stack now. Oh yeah, the MP damage is now party-wide, I believe, with the buff. I think I said self-line, but yeah, the whole party gets the 20% MP damage for 5 turns when a guts activates on him.
you can kind of use them as a support.
I guess, kind of, yeah.
If someone's evil, then like, I mean...
And if there's heavy
cards,
debuffs, you can cleanse too, or whatever.
Yeah, cleanse pretty often. Yeah, but...
But yeah, it's an interesting playstyle.
Feel about it.
Yeah, and I have mixed feelings of them adding the crit damage to this, because I still feel like it's kind of hard to crit with him, but sure, I guess it's something for more offense. Anyway, let's go.
Counts are pretty good. So like, if there's Stargen somewhere to be had, then like he can make some stars.
Yeah, the MP doesn't, but face cards can for sure. But yeah, passives, we got 8% arts, great main card type. He gets 8% crit and Stargen on the other passive, also good. 30% mental debuff res, nice to have. Some people are just straight up immune, but you know, it's still better than nothing. He is poison immune though, so sometimes that can be annoying. Most of the time it's not that big of a deal though. He's anti-caster, which is great. This was actually the first append I ever maxed on him, because I wasn't even thinking too much about farm, and I was like, hey, yeah, more damage. Sure, good case. Then the fun MPs. So before damage, he gets 20% arts for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 40%. So it's not ramp up, but it's a bit of bonus damage. He does super effective damage against evil enemies. It's just a flat 150 though, no scaling. So then he does a bunch of other stuff. He does 1k burn on all enemies for 3 turns, and then a 100% burn amp for 3 turns, 1k curse on for 3 turns, with a 100% curse amp for 3 turns. And then there's a 60% chance to instant kill good alignment enemies, and it is after damage as well, so it can screw up farming. The dots, they can add to some okay damage, because his MP is fairly spammable, but you would probably need another servant as well, like Dolman, for instance, if you want to get more out of these dots. And if you don't hit Ma or Evil, the MP, it doesn't do a ton of damage. As someone who has like a fully maxed copy, he could be doing more damage. But again, the MP is fairly spammable. It definitely helps that you have the taunt, of course, for like bosses. It helps with the spamming a lot, because he's going to be constantly getting hit.
He's lawful evil, right? He's not chaotic.
Yeah, he's
evil.
lawful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so you don't get the full Dolman's energy.
More like awful evil.
Oh, wow, okay. Okay, honestly, my opinion about him, he's A tier. And that's someone who has an insane copy. He's just A tier. Like, he can work, but sometimes when he doesn't work, you feel sad.
Does he actually do any damage, is the question.
He can, but he needs time to marinate, and you need RNG for that.
My opinion is I think he's worse than Kiara.
Okay.
But
I would rather take Kiara.
Okay, I can kind of understand that.
I don't like, because one, his MP damage up is on his guts, which is RNG, but that also means you have to be at death for that to actually, you know.
But
happen.
He gets a lot out of it though. He's also like infinite gong arrow because it's party now.
Oh yeah, you know it's infinite. You know, just take him into the werewolf quest and see how long you last after you mess up, and just count that.
Oh, I did try that actually. I think I can get him to like cap, but it's RNG.
It's RNG, yeah.
You can't do anything with it though.
Yeah, just until you die. Because the game is like, no, you will die, and it keeps killing you over and over.
But
have you ever done that?
He's a fun unit.
Okay, maybe it's B+ then, for real.
Yeah.
I think probably B plus.
Yeah,
Maybe a
I'm
little
okay with
bit
that too.
rough, but...
He's really fun though,
But yeah,
but
I mean, summer
gameplay,
Kiara's a B plus.
yeah, like in farming,
Yeah,
he's
they're
just
not bad.
okay. He's nothing too impressive, and then DPSing can be decent, but then it could also sometimes just fail miserably. So yeah,
Yeah.
Maybe he's better at bosses, and maybe his skill's better at higher.
he is
like,
better on bosses
levels
than
and stuff,
farming, that's
but-
for sure. But again, sometimes you have that experience where the guts fails immediately after this first one.
Yeah.
But he's cool. He's fun. Like him a lot. Okay, next up, Big Mama Tiabat, or small, depending on which ascension you use, I guess. So yeah, AoE Buster, DPS Farmer, very decent on both, that's for sure. She's kind of my, like, if I want to turn off my brain and there's a cavalry node, I'm just farm with her. Like, I still do single core with her because I have a big copy, but like, I don't know. She still works because she has a lot of damage in her kit. But yeah, 11.4k attack, not the highest among alter egos, but still pretty solid. Double Buster, double arts, maybe some could argue for double or triple Buster for DPSing, but at least it gives her a bit better MP uptime. Granted, she already has a lot of batteries, to be honest. But the arts cards gain pretty decently. Everything else is just okay. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% battery. All enemies get minus 100% crit chance for 1 turn, and then they also cannot get any healing for 1 turn. It's a healing block. So the crit thing is pretty overkill unless they have an insane amount of crits, and then healing block can sometimes just do nothing, but it's still a 50%er that you need for farming, and helps with bosses too. Second skill, a bit easier to use maybe. 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 30% buster for 3 turns, 60% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn, and then does a 2k curse on them for 3 turns. Curse on her is kind of a meme though, it's just that lore effect there, but the offensive buffs are good. They're pretty high numbers considering there's 2 of them in the same skill, and the stun, it's RNG, it kind of is wonky, but sometimes can mitigate some damage on bosses. Third skill is really cool actually. On a 2-turn cooldown, the party gets a 1500 heal, 10% gauge flat, and then also 20% MP damage for 1 turn. Very cool. And this is also versatile farming too, because if you run the proper Black Royal setup, you can choose to use this like once on like turn 2, or you always use it on turn 1, but you can use it like on turn 2 and turn 3, or you can like double use it on turn 3 as well if you want to skip turn 2. So there's a bit of flexibility as well whenever you want to slot this in, depending on how you use it, because of the low cooldown. Very interesting skill. Keeps you kind of topped up, because again, it's the cooldown is so low, even if the heal is not huge. It's an interesting skill set. Very offensive focused, with some selective utility on top. Would maybe like to see some more defense as well, though, for DPS sake.
Oops, sorry. I was just gonna say, I like the skill 3 after a pen 5.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. I actually haven't unlocked that for her yet. I should probably do that now that you mention it. Yeah.
Oh, you should. It actually, I think that's what made her less annoying to me, is being able to do that gimmick. But anyway.
Yeah, she can use it so many times in farming and as well then, yeah. But yeah, it's good. Alright, passives, we got 10% crit damage. It's okay, but you will need supports to get her to crit more consistently. 4% crit, instant kill res, mental debuff res, cool bonuses. 500 damage cut permanently. Not bad, actually. That can mitigate some. 300 flat damage sucks, but 30% debuff res is great. And 5% gauge per turn. For farming, it doesn't really do anything, because you already have your batteries set up. But for DPSing can be an okay boost for your MP uptime. She's anti-beast on the append, which is interesting. I guess against Draco she will at least be good, and then some select NPCs. So, cool. Very rare though, so very mixed value. So the MP, before damage, she removes all her debuffs, great. So, unless there's like unremovable attack buffs, she's gonna do like good damage. Or unhindered damage rather. Skill seals all enemies for 1 turn, does damage, and then before damage she gets 30% buster for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting it to 60. That is some really, really good ramp up as well. Yeah. So she's just a lot of raw damage. Yeah, go for it.
Sorry. The anti-beast is actually interesting because she's alter ego, so she counterclasses Beast, Beast Kiara. She's demonic beast, so she counterclasses Beast Koyanskaya. And she counterclasses Draco because she's EX class. So
I guess the one thing she struggles on is Perish.
Yeah, she definitely can
Yeah.
do Space Rush. She
Space
can
Rush,
deal
in
with
fact,
them.
brutally slaughters her, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, she can deal with actually a lot of the beasts, which is funny. I don't know if that was a thought about when they
It
gave her
is
that,
super rare to happen though. Like, how often are we fighting beasts?
Yeah, I was saying it is rare. Yeah.
It's useless in farming again. Like if it's Draco
Well,
anyways,
actually,
you would kill her anyways. Your counter class.
NA, I think the level 60 node right now is against Draco at the end.
Yeah, she's definitely gonna
level
struggle when
60.
she does double damage already. I don't know, man. I don't think that's relevant.
She removes Oberon's skill to debuffs. Does it doesn't, right? Isn't that a buff? Like,
Yeah,
some
it
people were
doesn't
saying like
remove
she's
it. You can't
technically faster at farming because her MP removes the merit of Oberon's battery, but
No,
it's a
doesn't.
buff, right?
Oh,
I
no,
think
no.
it still happens.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's treated as a buff.
Yeah, it's the same as the third skill.
Yep. It gets
it will be
buff removed
corrected.
though. I think I've had it been buff removed by an enemy once.
Yeah, that could happen because
Yeah,
again, it's a
it's
buff. But yeah.
It's the same as
Yeah.
with Habitrot's third skill. I've had
Yeah.
times where it got
she
buff
didn't
blocked.
die.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah,
Oh,
like if you're
why-
up against
why are
someone
you
who's
still
buff
here?
blocking.
That's funny.
She's about to leave.
But yeah, I think Tiamat is just very solid. Again, if there's ever like cavalry, you can totally single core her. Her damage numbers are good enough. Like she's totally viable for that. Very versatile. You can get so much use out with the Append 5 as well. You can get more use out of the third skill now too. And even DPSing, she kind of has to go fast, I think, because she doesn't really have that defensive side to her. But it's possible though. So yeah, I think she's very
party
solid.
heal and party charge. I like to combo her with like Merlin and stuff because she can kind
Yeah.
of feed MP into them. Constantine after the buff is nice as well. It's like a very light version of because she recently came out. Pardon me for the comparison again. She's like a lighter version of like Metatron in terms of like the party stuff. Because like Metatron kind of has her skill 3 built into her MP, right? In terms of heal and charge, but she can use it like decently often.
Yeah, very
so
often.
I actually quite like her in a team in a slow team because like every 2 turns, right? It's not that bad. So yeah.
I would probably say at least A+. Is she EX?
Yeah, I kind of don't know if I want to put her in EX because her biggest like the thing that she shines the brightest is obviously still single core. Like she has the big.
Yeah, she's one of the
giant
big
mega
buster
damage.
single cores, depending on the enemy.
But
Yeah.
like I don't know if I use her that. I have MP5 and maxed out a.
Yeah, same. Mine is again. That's why when I want to turn off my brain, I just do that.
Yeah, I don't actually use her that much, and ironically, I use her more in raids than single core.
I'm so tired of hearing her MP though. That fucking alarm sound in my head, bro. I'm so tired of it.
It sounds like a microwave going off.
It sounds like some kind of an alarm of an electric device. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah, that's right. Like my microwave sounds like that sound, right? So every time I'm using her, I'm like, who's using the microwave?
She can loop this.
You know what?
Dude. Like it
I
has to
don't
be like
mind
a
it.
90 node. I don't think she can loop.
I don't mind it. It's OU.
I'm surprised they didn't make like Ascension 1 and 2 have like one of those really simple MPs. Honestly, would have been maybe nice.
Yeah, because like I this is where the inconsistency comes in. I'm not sure about A+ or EX.
Yeah.
My personal take is actually more towards A+.
I would say the
because I don't
same
think
as
she's
someone who uses her a lot.
I don't think she's as convenient as someone like Arc. Even though her single core looping damage probably destroys Arc, but like
yeah, if it's
like,
not
I don't think
chaotic,
she's
then yeah.
There's a convenience factor.
Yeah, I don't think she's as convenient, but obviously, I mean, this is gonna be controversial already. Like when I ranked the top 5 servants of the year for NA, and I didn't actually put in Tiamat, the comments were.
I mean, the year is pretty nuts for servant releases. I would probably do the same, honestly.
Yeah,
so
so
A+,
it's
and you'll get comment engagement. Think about it that way. So not only are we correct.
No, I don't. That makes it seem like I'm just gonna do it for that, though.
No, it's
a joke.
I think she's a borderline. Like
Yeah, she's like somewhere between. Again, we're not gonna make a new tier, but I could say again, if you're mad about this, if you want to place her in the EX chat, I'm not gonna be mad about that. But I think we're gonna go with A+.
What does she need to be EX? I don't know. Maybe some defensive skill or like I don't know.
An anti-trait. Then she would actually just destroy.
Can you give her? Can she actually have an anti-trait?
Maybe not.
There are stuff in this game where it's like, okay, at some point you can't give a servant anti-traits anymore.
They're gonna buffer MP and change the scaling to start at 50 ramp up for Buster.
Maybe.
All right, we'll see. We'll maybe shuffle some stuff around later. Anyway, speaking of
Yeah, we can
servants of that year that are very interesting and good, we're going to talk about the other 5-star from the same event. And it's the first beast of the list. Not the only beast this time around, but the first.
I've been waiting.
Yeah.
He's
But yeah,
here to dump on her.
let's talk about Draco then.
I'm not. I like it.
So yeah, we got a very interesting case. Single target arts beast farmer DPS. She can kind of do both. Super high attack at 12.7k, very great. And I guess we should mention the class affinity. She's basically a berserker. She's a ruler that's a berserker against normal class. Like, she enjoys the defensive benefits, but also the good offensive benefits. And she hits 2.0x on berserker. But the thing she sucks at is that she is really bad against extra classes. She gets dumped on by every extra class in the game. But luckily, those are much rarer than normal classes, so she's still pretty fine. So that's basically the way the affinity works on her case in particular. We will see a different affinity later on. But yeah, attack is very high, that's great. She's triple buster, which is actually pretty good for farming. Or not, well, not, I guess for farming, but mostly for DPSing. But like surprisingly, it's fine that she only has 2 gains cards because of how much she gets per turn anyway for MP gauge. Like her gains cards are also both pretty solid as well, if you get them. Especially if you land a Mighty Chain. Now, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 10% gauge per turn for 6 turns, 30% crit damage for 6 turns, and 1000 damage cut for 6 turns. Honestly, this skill by itself is kind of basic, but at least it has good uptime. I don't hate it though. It's good. It makes her a lot more tankier as well. And remember, she kind of has that ruler affinity on her good cases as is, so she's going to be she's not going to be taking a lot of damage at all with this skill active as well. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get skill sealed for 1 turn. They get a 5k burn on them for 3 turns. She increases their MP by 1 tick as a demerit, so think like Tama Lancer, but now AoE. It's maybe a bit scary sometimes, but you know, it's a thing. She gets 40% attack for 3 turns, and then the Holy Grail holder status for 3 turns, which is very important for 3rd skill, because you don't want to use the 3rd skill unless you have that status. It will be almost a complete waste. So on that note, the 3rd skill, on a 7-turn cooldown, the one thing you always get, even if you don't have the Holy Grail, you get 100% buff removal resistance for 1 time, 3 turns. But then, if you have the status, you get 40% anti-Roman and Dragon power mods for 3 turns separately. You get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, debuff immune for 1 time, no turn limit. 3 turns of ignore defense, 20% increased healing gained on her for 3 turns, and then 20% more MP per turn for 3 turns. So if you activate everything in order, you get 30% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then a further 10% more after those 3 turns. So again, the MP already refunds a good amount, but then she also gets 30% per turn. So that's why even without like a hard battery on herself, she can still be used in a lot of farming as well. Not just on bosses, funnily enough. Think like Archuria, but like a more versatile case, I guess. Anyway, 10% crit damage, passive is okay. 2% crit damage, instant kill res, mental debuff res. Again, it's not much, but it's something. And then she has 500% increased debuff success rate. So unless the enemy is immune, you're not really missing anything. Pretty cool. Yeah. She's anti-caster on the append, which is one of her many, many good cases. So yeah, sure. And it's a common class, so even better, I guess. The MP, super simple, only does damage on normal effect, and it has super effective against the 7 normal class servants. So the base 150 to 200 range. And again, servants. This doesn't work against like a normal caster enemy. They have to be a servant for that to work. And honestly, I think Draco is amazing, but if you're not fighting servants, the damage sometimes feels a bit off if you don't have a crazy copy. But against servants, she can definitely hit some really hard damage with her MP.
Yeah.
But I still think she's just so like the class is amazing. It's just amazing. I know people say that, yeah, oh, but if there's one extra class she gets dunked on, yeah, but most of the time you're not even fighting extra classes. It's still an insane amount of coverage. Like it's the best classes in the game combined into one. It's Berserker and Ruler into one, the best of both worlds. Like that's crazy. It's so good.
I mean, I definitely agree. She's very hard carried by her class. And the MP, honestly, because in farming, if you hit a servant, which a lot of times is going to be a servant,
Yeah.
it's a really good damage. She also has really good like charge per turn, 30 charge per turn, right?
Yeah.
That's a massive amount of charge per turn. So she can easily, like, if you don't need to MP with her on turn 1, then she can easily handle multiple MPs in a run, even without single core. Like, you can just plug her in a multi-core team. However, I do find some issues with her kit. Again, like, a lot of her stuff is conditional. I'm not saying this is necessarily a bad thing because you're obviously trying to use a servant as a conditional counter as much as possible. But it's more like a lot of people, maybe including me, got disappointed because like we expected her to be a berserker replacement when she really isn't. Because berserkers, you're actually very often using them to fight extra classes, so it's kind of like the exact opposite. And she has no starting charge, which is a bit annoying. I think her skill set, other than skill 3, is not necessarily that strong. Her skill 1, like the crit up, is a little bit awkward, and the skill 2, the tactical value of charging enemies is actually interesting, but she kind of cannot use it tactically because she needs to have the grail.
Yeah, you use it on turn 1 every time.
She needs the Grand Holy Grail. Yeah, but the skill 3 is very, very strong. The skill 3 has like buff removal resist, has ignore defense, has debuff immunity, it has like everything in terms of gimmick, and it has the power mod.
The only problem with skill 3 is the downtime, but yeah, when it's the uptime is really good.
Yeah, because of the Roman command code, again, you know, she technically, in a challenge quest, I wouldn't bank on that in farming, but in a challenge quest, she has like an additional low power mod. So I think she is really strong, but her kit has its own issues again. And also, again, like I don't actually, for what I do, I like her triple buster deck. I feel like most people probably would have preferred 2 Rs cards, just for gains as well, for MP spam. So I think like her, like a lot of the little complaints is masked by how crazy the class is when it works out. And you know, again, very polarizing. There are extra class farming nodes now, which is very unfortunate for her existence. And of course, you know, a lot of main story stuff. Right,
yeah, I guess audio call is filled with extra class.
Yeah, she kind of came
out. And like someone in the chat was also saying, not every boss is also a servant, at least on main story.
That is, yeah, that is a thing that I complain a lot about because like I know the context, because like, oh, lore reasons, they're actually like a living person of that era, so they're not considered servants. But this really screw with this servant because like if you look at Arjun Alter is a servant, right?
Yeah.
I think Scotty is not a servant.
In Lost I assume you mean Lost Spell 4. I think he is. Yeah.
He's not.
No,
is he not?
I don't think so.
Is he not? Really?
Yeah. Okay. So like see, and then like Caster Scotty, I'm pretty sure is also not a servant. So like. And then there has been challenge quests where they even have servants that are not servants, which is really stupid. I don't know why, but yeah, it's a little bit deceiving, her coverage sometimes. I'm not saying it's still very good coverage. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I think I don't want to sound too biased because I'm known for crapping on my own 120s, but I think she definitely has some weaknesses, and especially if you expect her to be like a berserker replacement, you might be a little bit disappointed. Is my take. So I really want to
sometimes.
Yeah.
So I would maybe agree, honestly. I was kind of pushing for EX in the previous year, but I don't know. I have a Bond 15 Draco myself on JP as well.
I still, I don't think it's really all that fair to like try to separate her from her class because it is completely unique to her.
I'm not trying to separate her from a class.
Okay, you mentioned it earlier, and I must have missed something. Sorry.
I mean, I guess if you want me to, if you mean like I'm comparing her to berserkers is unfair. I mean, I guess, but like that's more so like people's expectations towards. I'm saying like a lot of people might feel like it's a bit annoying because.
It makes sense to compare her.
Kenstar is better for sure. Kenshin, I don't know. Depends. I would probably still take Draco because
I would take Draco over Kenshin.
But like
Uesugi is the safer option for sure.
Kenshin's forced to hit like neutral a lot of times. But again, like I have to reiterate, I did disagree with Kenshin and EX in the last list, so I'm not being super inconsistent here. I think she should be an A plus, but maybe
Yeah, it was mostly me pushing
this is why
Uesugi to EX. I forgot if Otto agreed or not, but yeah, I wanted to
I
put her
Otto
in
agreed.
EX.
Otto
She
definitely
has,
agreed.
yeah, Draco has so many like answers to so many things, like between buff removal resistance and ignore defense, and like she spams good. Like you can also go in the direction of cards because of her Buster deck. Like she's got charge per turn, which helps supplement that and like make up for issues with her Buster deck. She's just capable of so much, and like I get that. I get that she's basically unusable against extra classes,
I'm not
but
even
like,
really arguing that point, to be honest. Like
I would agree that
that's one
she
of the
is.
points, but that's one
I
of the
think she is
points, but,
unusable on extra, yeah. But again, it's not the
she
worst
is
thing.
unusable.
well, yeah,
She
yeah,
is,
because
yeah.
like she loses her super effective and her, she's like being counterclassed
Takes
at that
double.
point. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's like the
okay,
worst of both worlds.
Here's the extent of the like prison tower, right? Like for the first 5 turns, she just destroys everything and she takes 0 damage. And then Jean bonks her one time on the head, and she got fucking sent to hell where she belongs because she's she's
the Antichrist.
yeah, but there you go. Like it's very polarizing. It is extremely polarizing, but it can go either way. Again, I think this is a servant that can go either way, but I like to, because I want to back myself up a little bit, because I'm not just hating for the sake of hating. I genuinely find some issues with her kit. Again, like the second skill not being able to time sometimes can screw you over. Like how her deck, again, I don't really see the triple buster as an advantage unless you're doing TAs, because why would you want to run buster with her? Like
I get
genuinely,
that.
unless you're doing TAs, right? Like doing TAs was fun. I love her triple buster when I do min turns, but like that's clearly you're not pulling her to run her with Koyan Light and Merlin, right? Like that. I assume nobody's pulling her to do that. So like the deck is a weakness, and no starting charge is also a weakness in terms of some stuff where like it just a little bit of starting charge can allow her to.
If she just
pop
had a
up
30
easier.
battery, I think she'd be so much easier to like
convenient
pull off.
Yeah, because like this is another very specific thing, but I feel like maybe some people can resonate with me, because like, oh, in a challenge quest, right, with the arts DPS, what do? You bring Lady Avalon, you bring Castoria, and then you bring Atlas Mystico, right? She can't MP on one.
Yeah, busters become
Like,
weaker there for sure.
This is a super niche thing. This is this is so specific. Why did you bring it up? Well, I feel like more than one person can resonate with that, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, oh man, it's kind of.
I think I'm gonna go with the A plus. We'll see. There you
Yeah,
go.
I mean, again, like I mean,
Depending
I
on the
already
case,
mentioned it
it's
with
just
Kiara, not starting on turn 1 isn't that big of an issue for me, but I do understand why people have issues with it.
She's a high A plus if anything. Well, there you go. Okay. Next up, back to alter ego stuff. Servant that doesn't get talked about a whole lot, but we got Azumi no Isora next, or Hibiki and Shigaki, and then, Ascension 3 XD. But yeah, we have an AoE quick servant that is, at least how I kind of see it, they're like a very similar servant to like Lohi. Not as good as Lohi, but they have a lot of similarities going on here.
Well, they got hurt by Lohi coming out. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah.
They got hurt a lot.
But yeah, we'll still give them a fair rundown here. But yeah, 12.2k attack is still good. It's not the highest among the alter egos, but still very solid. They're double buster, double quick. For DPSing, it's also a nice deck to have for them. Gains are good as well. Like, yeah, it's like all stuff up here is pretty good already. So, not too shabby. First skill on 6 turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% quick buster MP gain for 3 turns, and then them themselves get evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. Great skill. Again, Okita Alter is kind of, dying in her grave somewhere. Good skill. Good multi-core stuff as well. Speaking of multi-core, second skill, 7 turn cooldown, they get 30% battery, and then the full party gets 20, so again, it's a 50 for them basically, and spread 20 otherwise. And then 3k max HP for everyone for 3 turns. It's high on the cooldown, but at least for farming, it's pretty nice to have for sure. Third skill on a 6 turn cooldown, another party effect. We have 20% party MP damage for 3 turns, and then they get this 2 different card type buff, so a on attack debuff for 3 hits, 3 turns. So whenever they use quick cards before damage, the target gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns. Also includes the MP because it's not specified to be a normal quick card, so a bit more damage there as well. Cool. And then before buster cards, they get 10% crit damage for 3 turns, or before damage rather, and that's 3 times 3 turns as well. And then also they activate water side for 3 turns, 500% chance, which actually does help them out as well, which is very nice. Nice of you that you can guarantee it on the servant that also wants it. Good skill set actually. Very offensive focused, but yeah, a lot of spread stuff here for teammates, which is nice. First passive, 10% buff removal resistance and debuff rest. The buff removal resistance is inconsistent, you can't rely on that, but the debuff rest is cool. 8% crit damage is great because they're going to generate a good amount of stars anyway, being AoE quick. The party gets 5% crit damage while they're fielded, so a bit of more team supporting there. 100 flood damage, whatever, 300 damage cut is okay. Reduces a bit of incoming damage. And then on water side, they get 5 stars per turn and 5% gauge per turn. Luckily, they can guarantee the map though, but it's funny to me because again, this is now just a normal passive on Metatron without any requirements. But again, they can guarantee this as well, so it's not that big of a deal. They can still get it every time, as long as you don't get buff blocked or something. Because their map is still the old map, right? It gets attached to the servant instead of the map itself.
It's attached to them.
Yeah, so it's considered a buff on them, yeah. But you should basically have it with this, yeah. So it's a nice passive because of that. Very good. Your anti-moon cancer, which... whatever case, rare enemy, neutral, not that big of a deal. The MP then, so on water side map, before damage they get 20% MP gain for 1 turn, which again helps with the refund and it should be guaranteed. Before damage, all enemies get their defensive buffs removed as well, awesome. And they do 150% super effective damage against chaotic enemies, so similar to Arcway, but you know, different coverage I guess. It's just flat, it doesn't scale. And then also before damage, they get 10% quicken buster up for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. Is not ramp up, but it's some more bonus for the MP and some potential face carding. I think they're pretty good. I wish they had a bit more defense, if anything, but they have super good stuff going on here. Well, they did have the event. Yeah. I'm blanking. I forgot about the event. Yeah, they're just very good. Like for DPSing and farming, they should be very legit. I'll be the first to admit that I don't use them a ton, but yeah.
Like their MP game is really good. You know, when farming, they got the spread battery, so they're good in multi-core. They got party buffs. They set the water side field for. I mean, so you can use Nemo. I mean, finally, it's someone to use Nemo with, right?
I guess you could, yeah. They can both. If you're fighting casters, you could combo them, yeah.
Meanwhile, they have Quick and Buster for the team.
Well, you know what? They got MP damage.
But dude, you can bring Nemo, Izu. Wait, the name is written correctly. I think it's Azumi, right? Yeah, it's written incorrectly. But yeah, you can bring Nemo, Azumi, and then Yui Shosets. Do that. The Nemo gets the big buffs. Well.
Yeah, it's just really nice seeing so much stuff that benefits the team. And you got like defensive buff removal before damage. You got easy anti-trade. You got there's just a lot here.
So it's kind of stacked as a servant though. Very stacked.
Yeah. There's a lot of 20%, so it doesn't look that impressive at first, but it's
because it's the sheer amount of effects, really.
Yeah, there's enough 20% that it isn't just meh.
And high stats.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate her release timing. Is just it's
was that
right before
just before summer anniversary? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was right before.
Because people were saving for anniversary and summer as they always do. So not a lot of people rolled them.
No one remembered these.
It's very similar to how Wangina was treated. It's like the opposite of Wangina. Like Wangina was after all the hype stuff. Now they were before all the hype. Now people didn't want to roll, and for Wangina people didn't have the quartz, or they just didn't care, I guess. But yeah.
The victims of Lost Spelled 6 Summer. This victim club is just her and Wangina. It's so bad. And then and also the funniest thing is they did make the right decision in my opinion to save for summer because it was stupid. It's got Summer Castoria and Tonalico. So,
damn, they're actually so legit.
This was before the summer space rush. And
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, this was last year.
It's the same thing. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the
But, like,
OC3 summer.
Again, both are like we got both top tiers again. So
Damn, they're really good, huh? Like low heat does hurt them a little bit maybe for farming because low heat tends to be a bit more easily accessible and usable.
Yeah,
but I mean they're still very good though, like very good.
yeah,
I think as far as like
defensive
alter egos
on the MP.
As far as alter egos go, I think like I'd rather use them over Tiamat, and I think that they go in teams better than Tiamat. But
yeah, they have a lot of team synergy.
My personal opinion, I like them better than most people. Probably would still stick with Tiamat over them. But I think that they're pretty comparable.
And before the Merlin buff, I would use them probably. But like, look, I just want the excuse to use Merlin, so I like Buster in slow teams now. But I agree with what you mean.
So probably at least an A+, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Damn, we're gonna. This is another top heavy.
I mean, this list is stacked though, so it just happens.
So here's the thing: is the lows of alter egos and moon cancers are pretty low, but they also have like, look, there's a reason why the highs are so good because they keep putting the good classes.
Dude, there's so many EXs coming up.
It's only gonna get worse.
We can. What we may do is shift down a tier.
I mean, we'll see later on, I guess.
Okay, my complaint with why don't Draco and Space Rush have this border?
Yeah, true. I guess it was because they wanted to give them the gold thing, so I don't know. It would be nice if we got the red thing, red and black.
This sort of looks.
It looks even better on Draco because she has red and black on her. It's a bit missed on Sperej, but on Draco it looks sick.
This tier list is shaped like a Smiling Friends character.
Kind of. But yeah, anyway, on that topic, I guess, yeah, it's one of the most anticipated servants of this list, I guess. Maybe probably the most anticipated, right? Yeah, probably. Okay. So we got Sperej, Space FGO, last year's anniversary servant, the second beast ever to release as playable on FGO. But her affinity is very different from Draco's. She does neutral to like most classes, but then she does really well against extra classes minus Avenger, which she is weak against. So that's like the TLDR of her affinity. But yeah, she still has good coverage. Granted, it's a bit unfortunate that, Berserker is also neutral. Oh, boo-hoo. But don't worry, this servant, I think, sometimes we use the term overtuned, but I feel like in this case it's almost an understatement. But yeah, let's just see what we have here.
Yeah.
So 11.4k attack.
You gotta work for it.
True, I guess. But I mean, even then, there's a lot of shit on base too, to be honest. But yeah, attack is like the one drawback.
Yeah. It's so hard when you can trigger that shit in a 3-turn
Yeah.
Look, when you can trigger so many layers on a 3-turn farm, that means it's not hard.
Yeah, her attack is like the one of the weakest parts about her. It's not super high. It's not super low either, but like I'm just kind of nitpicking here, if anything. She's double buster, double arts, which is totally fine. Can do both face carding and MP damage, of course. Very legit. Gains on base are not insanely impressive, but they're not complete trash either, I guess. But could be better. But luckily, the rest of her is pretty overtuned. So the first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack and MP damage for 3 turns, and also 20% battery, and 100% instant kill resistance for 3 turns. And as a demerit, the whole full party gets, say, 500 poison for 3 turns. Not a big deal, though. But yeah, it's a very good multi-core skill immediately. Just like, yeah, okay, great. Very good spread buffs there. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, 20 stars on use. She gets 500% absorb for 1 turn. 100% crit damage, or rather, actually, yeah. She gets this on attack buff for 1 turn. So before damage, she gets 100% crit damage with normal attacks for 1 turn. So you can get up to 300% crit damage on the third face card. Pretty chill. Super iron over here. And then 50% MP battery or gauge on use as well. There it is. Very interesting. A bit of downtime for all the other effects that are not the battery, but still can have some crazy burst going on. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown. She gets Invul, 2 attacks, 3 turns. Guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 3k revive. 3k heal. Fully cleanses all debuffs from selves. 100% buff removal resistance for 1 time 3 turns, and then -2 turns of cooldowns on self. Like, yeah. So yeah, you thought, oh, the cooldowns are pretty high. I don't get it, but yeah, I mean, so now it's an effective frickin' 4-5-5 on this skill set. This is so 2 turns is so crazy. A 4-5-5 on this skill set is like, okay, dude. Like, overtuned is like, yeah. It's a word that starts to describe this, but does not do the full extent. Anyway.
Pen 5 came out at the same time.
Yeah, it did. And then, dude, we have even the passives, okay? So she just always, on every battle, has 3-time debuff immune, by the way. Great. She gets, and also...
not really 3-time debuff immune.
Oh, because
you
she
have to remember that
herself,
her first.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, I mean, it's still like really good, even if it's 2 times. But also, she gets 5% gauge on every normal attack. Like, yeah, that's on top of the normal gains. Wow. Flat damage sucks.
That's why her gains are slightly scuffed, no longer.
Yeah, that already helps quite a bit. 14% debuff res, nice. 20% servant crit damage, cool. 1.5% crit damage, instant kill res, a mental debuff res. Doesn't really do much, but it's there. And then the really unique part about her, the affinity or affection gauge. Has 10 levels of it, and you can get levels for it from various different... There's so many different things you can do, and some things you can even do before the battle to get some innate levels as well. So you get some from bonding and being starting members, being on water bop.
I hate to interrupt you, but you kind of skipped the stun, petrify, bound, and pigify.
Oh, yeah, you're right. True. Yeah, she has that on. Yeah, these were like whatever, but yeah, true. My bad. Yeah, because that wasn't enough. She also it's immune to a lot of immobilize effects. Not every single one, but still, that's already many of them.
The annoying ones.
Yeah. But yeah, other things she can get affection
Not
gauge
every single
from.
one.
There's, choosing command cards from her, doing
odd
brave
stuff,
chains,
like-
using skills before others, overcharging her MP, using mystic code skills on her, and targeting with command spells. So yeah, it's pretty easy to stack up this gauge. If you're wondering how this works, again, you get points from these, and one level is 10 points. So you need 100 points to get max gauge, but again, it's much easier than it might seem. I mean, or maybe it's super easy to, let's see. Like, it is easy to get. It is.
At bad RNG, you usually end up at 6. At good RNG, you can be at 9 in farming. Which,
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
ending at
you'll
6
see what this
is-
does later on as well, because right now it's just words, I guess. She also has a passive that does nothing, but it has a cool icon, so
Wait.
bonus.
RNG in my farming.
Another thing, I guess, is the select command cards thing is literally what it says, select. So you don't actually have to attack with the card. That's why.
Yeah, you just pick them in the when you attack. They don't have to land, right?
Yeah.
Just
you know,
selecting them.
attacks.
And you notice it's select.
It's the same with the
command
brave
card
chain
and
too,
brave
right?
chain are
You just
separate.
do a brave
It's
chain, even if it
12
doesn't
points.
land.
A brave chain is 12 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot of like. I mean, you kind of have to learn it, or you can just copy a comp. Like,
Yeah.
This is a bit annoying, I guess, but if you want to date her, it's annoying.
But also, I guess worth
Also,
noting,
Aurora
if
shows
you
up.
pick her from support, she doesn't have the affection gauge, because, insert anti-NTR memes, I guess. She's still going to be, I think she's still pretty legit, but it does hamper her damage
No.
potential a bit.
No, she's really bad as a support.
I mean, her
That's
skill set
all.
is still good.
Yeah,
but
his
the
skills are
MP
still
is really
good,
bad.
but the MP damage will go down quite a bit, I guess.
Yeah, the MP is really lame without it. Yeah.
But anyway, she's anti-rider, which is full neutral, but that's still fine, because a lot of her farming will just be full neutral anyway. Alright, the MP. So we got some checks. If you have 4 or higher affection gauge, she gets 100% instant kill success rate for 1 turn before damage. Cool bonus, I guess. 7 or higher, she gets ignore defense and ignore invul for 1 turn before damage. Great for bosses. 10 or higher, you get 50 stars on every MP. Just a full guaranteed crit on an arts MP. Great. And then the gauge also increases your damage. Like, you get 10% per level. Great, so you can get so much more bonus damage too. It also removes, the MP removes all offensive buffs from enemies, 60% chance on base to instant kill them after damage, and then overcharging the MP gives you affection points too. 0 on base, but then after that you get some, levels. 300% is already a full level, for instance. So yeah, Sparish, she's overtuned. Very overtuned.
Once she's at 10, her overcharge does nothing.
Yeah,
Wow,
I guess. Yeah, wow, what a downside. Because at that point, the MP doesn't do a billion other things already.
Oh, look, I mean, you gotta point out the negative. There's 2 negatives. One, can't borrow her as a supporter. Her MP does a lot less damage. True. And two, her debuff immune is actually only really one time, because if you're doing stuff, you're double casting her skill 1.
But even a one-time debuff immune as a passive is still great.
Yeah, it's
to
still
be honest.
one time.
Yeah.
It's still useful.
Rio, you didn't bring up the big one.
What's the big one?
The neutral.
She does neutral to berserkers.
Yeah, she does.
Here's the
neutral
thing.
with everything except
If I'm I have so many units that I can fight berserkers with.
It's true.
Yeah, you can pick anything against berserkers.
The second a mixed node with extra classes shows up, I'm there. There was the node recently. I think it was like an event or two ago that had like a 300k berserker on wave 2 on 90++, and that was an issue for Space Arash. I did run into.
Does the Super Ryan skill help? Or I guess it's
the Super Ryan skill is super funny, because I've seen there are runs that I've seen with her where it's just like card only, because her during the raid there was a raid team during the Christmas raid, the Necroarch raid, where they would just do CL swap out for her, press skill 2, and then do a mighty chain and it would kill. It was
imagine checking Super Ryan's whole thing and just putting it in.
Well, I assume it's a very unanimous EX though, for all things aside.
Yeah.
It's just such an I think she's probably the most overtuned servant in the game. I still think Castor is the best servant in FGO, but in terms of being overtuned, I think Sparish is the most overtuned servant in the whole game.
Up until a week ago, I was like, yeah, that's the most broken offensive NP.
I don't know if she's the most overtuned.
Overall, I think she is. She has way too much shit.
She's designed to, right?
Monte Cristo is a little busted.
No, I guess by overtune, the meaning is there's just so much stuff.
Yeah, I mean the sheer volume of things she has and does and whatever, it's crazy.
Yeah, she's designed to have this.
Her passives have more good things than some skill sets for full skill sets of observance.
It is really nice to have a guts, a heal, a debuff removal resistance, a debuff clear.
It's defense, utility, damage, everything. Invul pierce, ignore defense, everything. Yeah.
And her cooldowns are short, super.
Yeah, they're really short for how much she gets out of those skills.
What are they? On the first cycle, it's
5 5
4.
No, it's 3. Yeah, 3 4 4. Oh my god, it's insane.
Oh, 3 4
her first cycle is 3 4 4, and then it's 4 5 5.
Thank you, Pen 5.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pen 5.
Anyway, we probably don't have to glaze her too much more here, but yeah, she's just good.
I like her. I got her 120. That's another one of my 120s.
Yeah. All right, now we continue on to the summer, and then man, that summer gave us a lot of stuff because it was very Moon Cancer heavy. So we're gonna start with another Tsuki Hime character. We have Ciel, of course. We kind of already talked about her with Summer BB because they have a cute combo going on, but she certainly is an interesting character anyway, gameplay wise. So she's a single target buster. DPS and can be used in farming as well, especially with that amusing BB comp. Give or take how much value put into that, but it's pretty legit anyway. So 11.6k attack, again, high for a Mooncaster, maybe the highest. Her or Arc probably one of the highest, or one of them is the highest probably, so not too bad for, how high it could be as the class allows it. She's double buster, double arts on the deck. Her gains are totally fine too, no big worries there. First skill on 6 turn cooldown, she gets 10% gauge every turn for 5 turns, 1500 healing per turn for 5 turns, 50% debuff rest for 5 turns, and 100% buff removal resistance for 5 turns. That's a very strong skill for bosses. For farming is like, yeah, sure, you get a bit of gauge. But man, for bosses, having a near 100% uptime on buff removal resistance, good amount of debuff res, constant healing, and you want her to be on full HP, by the way. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, it's a very good skill for bosses. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns, then this on attack and debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she uses an arts card, the target gets minus 20% healing for 3 turns. And then there's also a 30% chance to drain their gauge by 1, and it removes their gutses as well. So her arts cards get kind of interesting, I guess, with some utility. And then she also gets an on buster or on attack buff for 3 turns for her buster cards. So whenever she attacks with buster cards, including her MP, it's not limited to normal cards. She gets 10% gauge on top. Cool. So it's like Koyan, but now it works on MP as well. Interesting. And then she gets this crit damage buff. There's 2 different ones. One of them activates when she's at a full HP, and one of them is 50% or higher. So you can get up to 100% crit damage for 3 turns. And again, this is not a snapshot. It gets you get the buffs no matter what when you use this, and they always check what your HP is when you do crits, basically, whether they're active or not. But again, it's very easy for her to stay on full HP. The first skill helps a lot already, but then we have, also the third skill, for instance. 6-turn cooldown. This is the very unique skill about her. She shuffles the deck, and you only get her cards, basically. So you're guaranteed to get a full hand, like all of her command cards appear for that turn. Very cool. And again, this is where the BB thing comes in, where you can just lock it in. But yeah, she also gets 50% battery, 100% defense for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then this on defense buff for 3 times, 3 turns. She gets 2k healing whenever she takes a hit for 3 times. So again, pretty easy most of the time to keep her on full HP very comfortably, to enjoy that crit damage on the second skill as well. Pretty nice skill set overall.
First ever anti-Black Grill.
True, actually. Yeah, for the crits, yeah.
You don't have a heal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that will proc before your heals go, yeah?
Yeah.
Heals per turn and then Black Grill procs.
Yeah, it's
some people prefer Poster Girl for farming with her over.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised, honestly.
Over Black Grail, just because of third skill.
Just card farming.
Second way.
Yeah.
No, we already went through the third skill, Otto.
Oh, she did? Oh, right. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Otto, stop playing Team Fortress 2 and pay more attention.
I'm not even playing Team Fortress 2. Get it right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Stop playing Cyberpunk.
A game.
Anyway, yeah, I guess we're the rest of Steel first. So
paying attention that time.
We got some normal passives and more unique ones too. So 20% debuff risk, great. 12% crit damage, also great. 500 healing per turn, just adding more healing on top because she has so much healing as is, but yeah, sure. And then the cool unique passive, she gets like this Berserker advantage against Saber classes offensive wise. So 1.5x damage against Saber enemies. They don't even have to be servants or anything like that. She just straight up gets it. This is the reason why a lot of people wanted her to us to put her into the Archer tier list too, I guess, because we kind of did it with Musashi. I kind of regret it later because now we had this and other examples too, but yeah, whatever. I guess she can be a very solid anti-Saber too because of this. She's anti-Alter Ego, which is a full neutral case, and it's a rare enemy, so it's not the best case, unfortunately. Then the MP, so she gets sure hit and ignore defense for 1 turn before damage. I like that the ignore defense is 1 turn, because it also affects her face cards then. She does super effective against demonic enemies, so it's a flat 150, no scaling. There's a 100% instant kill chance on the target, which, not really relevant for her in most cases. She gets 20% refund, 30% I guess if you have the second skill active as well. And then before damage, she gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 60. So it's not ramp up, but it's a cool boost to her damage. Also helps scales with Oberon, of course. Can generate some stars too, despite being single target, because it's a 12 hitter. Yeah, she's just she's like very defensive, but also still packs a punch too, is the thing. Well, especially if you hit the anti-trade.
She's an arts looper with buster cards, because a buster brave chain refunds her MP entirely. That's how her dumb mechanic works when you use double Vitch. It's
her MP alone refunds 40. No, her MP alone, like even if you don't count cards, it refunds 40.
Yeah.
So when you attack with a buster,
if you stack the second skill, yeah. Oh wait, no, you also have the 10% from the first skill, yeah. So it's when the skills are active, you get 40% minimum.
Yeah, so it's 40%, and then a buster card with Vitch is 30, so you're at 70. Then a
Two
Buster card
riches,
again
Yeah.
is 100. It's so welcome, art servant. That's red. Like
She's also a servant for farming that doesn't actually need high MP levels if you don't want to do like absolutely
Yeah, because
everything.
she
If you wanna do
farms with
absolutely
crits a
everything,
lot of the time. Yeah.
If you want to do the worm node though,
Oh,
then,
yeah,
then you need
because you
investment.
need to, yeah, you need to card MP card, right? So like in turns where you need to deal with 3 targets, you need card MP card. Yeah, her MP level still matters, but like in turns where you're using her just for like 1 target damage, then yeah, you can use her MP and then use 2 more Buster cards, and that's gonna out damage any single target. It's gonna like completely destroy Kintoki, right? Like because as much damage as Kintoki's MP can be, it doesn't hold a candle towards a full.
Yeah, because it's the full hand of damage instead of 1 card.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, you were a bit
I
staticky
changed
there, I think, but I
servers.
think we still heard you.
No, Plushie was coming in staticky. I thought it was just me because no one else.
Yeah, it was a
had
bit
heard me,
staticky,
so I
yeah.
changed
He was
region.
lagging, and I noticed it because Discord sped up his talking.
Yeah, I did notice he was talking very fast.
Oh, can I edit this from like video?
Yeah, make sure your region at the top is set to like US East.
How do I change again? Oh, it is US East. I just suck.
Oh.
But anyways.
Nah, it's fine.
So hold on.
Yeah.
I assume he's changing it.
That I connect my microphone with, so hopefully it gets better. But yeah, I mean, CL again. She can apparently, according to the person in my server that has her 120, she can single core farm every 90++ since she came out at hyper. I'm not saying that's a very that's everybody's gonna have that, but it's got to give her some credit. So like she can take care of 3 targets if you want. She can take care of less targets than 3 way better than other servants as well. A lot of the times I think one of her best finishers is actually Merlin instead of Oberon, which is funny. After the buff, yeah, and then BBCL you can use her as a support. I really hate her. I don't hate her, but like I think
it's really, pretty cool at least because it's so different.
Yeah, her gameplay is super cool. I don't hate her. Sorry, let me correct that. I don't care about Tsukihime characters, but she's EX. It's just
I wish it wasn't a Tsukihime character is what the sentiment is.
Damn. Dude, the comments are gonna be so bad.
They know.
I guess we kind of have to put her in EX because of the potential.
They know I'm not fond of the moon.
And honestly, even for outside of farming, she's solid on bosses. Like she has so much like she's so easy and defensive, and she has the nice offensive utility as well with the sure hit, ignore defense, etc. And can do some sick crits too.
The only thing she's really lacking is like a way of making stars, but she has things that she can do with the stars. She can make more out of stars more consistently than most, anyways. Because she can just force an entire hand.
Yep. Yep, she's very good. Very cool.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right, it's time. Another one, I have 120. I assume Rio has a 120 as well, but yeah. Handshake emoji.
I don't have this one at 120.
Oh, okay, so I have a better copy then. Nice. Interesting. My BB Dubai is not far from Bond 15 because I've been using her to farm the worm so much. She can literally, like, if you have a 120 copy with MP5, she can barely kill the worm with like a minimal setup on the second turn with just her MP alone. It's so good. Crazy. Yeah, you can hit like millions. You can hit like 3 million. And I'm not even using max damage. I'm using double Castoria Tamamo for better bonding. Yeah.
Actually, I did a setup with mine. She's only NP3 ungrailed, but I was using Summer Twilight to enable her because she has 1 turn cooldown reduction for her, which is just enough.
But yeah, let's talk the other summer BB. We got BB Dubai, another 5-star Mooncaster, AoE arts, but also support. Not limited to a damaging MP. Very cool. Attack is pretty low, granted, so that's like one of her main drawbacks. But as a support, it's kind of nice to have a lot of health as well, so it's not the end of the whole world. Double arts, double quick order deck. It's fine because her face cards damage is not really impressive, so I feel like being able to spam her MP more is nicer. Especially when you have, if you need more uptime on support MP as well, when you have that selected. Gains on base are not very impressive either, but the skill set definitely helps a lot with that, so it's maybe a bit misleading because of that. But yeah, skills, we have a lot of good stuff to talk about. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, 20% gauge. Then all allies beside her gets this preservation buff for 3 turns, which will be relevant with the support MP. But also, Moon Cancer or Living Human trait allies get 3 turns of 30% MP damage and MP gain. And she herself is not excluded of this, so she gets both of those as well, which enables her MP to do quite a nicely more damage and also be able to loop it way better too. Great skill on a 6-turn cooldown actually. And I like that the battery and the arts are still for everyone, even if your other allies are not Moon Cancer or Living Human trait. Cool. Now, second skill on 6-turn cooldown, very nice skill. All enemies, buffs removed, gone, just everything. Then they also get a minus 100% attack for 1 turn. Great, so they won't really be hitting you with any damage if you land that. They also get minus 20% arts res down for 3 turns, and then they get a non-preservation target debuff for 3 turns. So it's like the opposite. Allies get preservation, enemies get non-preservation. And then once again, Moon Cancer or Living Human allies get 100% star gen for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Again, they land on Dubai herself every time. Very cool. This is a very nice skill. It's great for farming because it enables your MP to do crazy damage on wave 3, and also great for bosses because, you know, it's just, oh, man, it enables you to do so many back-to-back great damaging MPs and nullify their buffs and make them do 0 damage. Ooh, I love this skill so much. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown. She reduces her cooldowns by 1, so now her skill set is effectively a 5-5-6, which is way better. So now no longer.
Why do they keep doing this?
Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, I know, right? But I mean, I'm happy though because it makes her so much better. But yeah, she gets 50% battery, and then you choose the MP. You can pick the default MP, which is the damaging one, or you can opt to pick the support MP. It only lasts for 3 turns, so if you want to have 100% uptime on the support MP, it's going to be really hard. You're going to need like Tama more and stuff like that. But yeah, you choose the MP type for the next 3 turns. Very cool. And the MP is obviously very different. Anyway, passive 6% debuff success rate, great. You want to land her debuffs, especially this non-preservation target if you're planning on DPSing with her. And also this attack down if you're doing bosses. Granted, you might not need it sometimes because arts, but I digress. Still great to have. 25% debuff res, great. 20% crit resistance, that already nullifies most base crits as well, great. 20% star absorb, sure. It's, again, not... Phrase cards, the damage is not that great, but it's good for gains at least. She gets 10% attack against evil enemies and enemies that have anti-good mods, very specific, and non-servant enemies as well. So it increases her farm damage quite a bit too, which is nice. And then on the flip side, we get 20% defense against lawful enemies, anti-evil enemies, and servants. Yeah, all servants in the game. 20% defense against them. Pretty cool. It's like Kiara, but even better. Wow. And then 250 flat damage, that sucks, but hey, another 25% debuff res, great. So she has 50% debuff res on base as well. Very good. Okay, crazy passives.
Yeah. You know, it's pretty funny how they had the maids. They had them come out with a party 20 and self 30 battery, and then they had 3 back-to-back, basically.
They buff Kiara to have that
arts,
as well,
yeah. Art servants that have 50 self, 20 party. Like, you left someone out of the club for no reason. Come on.
Yeah, but then like 2 months later, they release a quick with 80 self, 20 party. Like, what are the what's going on?
Yeah, but they need to share it with the rest of the people.
Show the rest.
Well, yeah. Let's see the rest of Dubai. So. Her append is pretty bad. It's anti-moon cancer, so it's like, again, rare and it's full neutral. Even if she mostly is full neutral, it's a very rare enemy class to fight, so it's not the best. So we have the 2 MPs then. So the default one is the damaging one. So before damage, she gets 2 power mods, 30% each, against Sky and Star attribute. So it's a shame they can't really ever coexist, so you're only ever going to get 30% at most. Both of them happen to be semi-rare-ish as well, so it's not like the best power mods ever. Granted, they're kind of small anyway. The enemy gets damaged, and they get minus 20% arts res down for 3 turns. It is after damage, but against bosses, again, more of that. Enables easier looping, more damage in the future. And then if they have the non-preservation target debuff from the second skill, you do super effective damage, 150 to 200. So if you don't have that, the MP is a noodle. Even with a crazy copy, it doesn't do a ton of damage. But if they have this, you can actually do some solid numbers. And again, you can choose it when to use it. On farming, you probably pop it on turn 3, and on, bosses, it's a 3-turn debuff, so you get even more longevity out of it. Very cool. You can have several MPs that do damage. Then if you opt for the support MP on the third skill, what do you get? The party gets an invul for 1 turn, debuff immune for 1 turn, base MP 1, they get 30% MP damage for 3 turns, scaling up to 50% on max MP level. And then allies that have the preservation target buff, which again she gives to allies on her first skill, they get 30% battery on base overcharge, scaling up to 50%. So she doesn't get that refund, but the other allies definitely will if everything went, normally. Very good defensive MP that has some offensive utility as well. So it's just nice that she has this flexibility of being able to do this as well. Granted, she is Ard, so, do you sometimes need it at all? Maybe not. Because when I use her as a DPS, I hardly ever use like this MP. But you have the option though, and that's cool. Very cool.
Yeah. I like debuff immunity.
Yeah, it's great. It's rare for a support MP for sure. It is only 1 turn though.
Wrong, or if you run 2 BB Dubais, do they not charge each other?
They do charge each other.
I assume they do, because again, the only stipulation is like
which it was.
No, they do. We
again.
okay.
Because it's worded that like the first skill gives the preservation buff to allies beside herself, so she doesn't get it. But then also the MP says it's like the gauge is given to preservation targets except self. Because if they didn't word this also with except self, if you run 2 Dubais, they would give 60% to each other basically. So they had to do exceptions on both, but they still do give 30% to each other basically because of that. Not 60, but 30 each at least.
That's what I thought, because I couldn't remember, because I remember testing it, but I don't remember what.
Yeah. But you can actually run them together because they also get all of these conditional buffs too. It's actually legit. And then you can have this for like 2 turns and more longevity, because you only need this once. This debuff, the MP doesn't do more damage the more this is. So you can, it's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, you can alternate between.
Yeah, and then you can have 2 turns of minus 100% attack. Oh. You're just so
the second skill is
safe.
interesting because it's split into 2, because like it's.
And you can have,
right?
again, buff removal is going to be better or spaced out too.
The first 3 lines are like, if you're using her in a support function, it's remove enemy debuffs, reduce their attack, and reduce arts resistance. It's like that like, those are like debuffs and stuff like that you'd, use as a support type of thing. And then if you're using her as a DPS, the non-preservation target. So like if you're using her as a support, the latter half really doesn't matter for her at all.
Yeah.
But the first half, if you're using her as a DPS, that attack down kind of goes to waste, because like that's basically an invincibility, right? And the buff removal may go to waste a little bit. So it is kind of like 2 skills in one, and depending on if you're using her as support or DPS, you may hold off on the skill a little bit.
And honestly, her skills are low cooldown considering this cooldown thing is here, and that's not even counting Append 5 yet. The amount of stuff you get is very nice for 5, 5, 6.
I don't have much to add, but like one thing that I've slowly learned when using her as like a secondary support, because obviously your support MP doesn't have a 100% uptime, right? Is that the offensive MP is still an arts down.
It is. So it still supports a bit. Yeah. It does.
Still gives the team 60 arts.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So it I actually still find it to be decent. I like mostly for like not super serious stuff, because I like to use her with like Kiara, for example. Not the best combo. It's definitely better to just pair her with herself. Better than Kiara seems to be the theme here with BB Dubai's design, which is probably her ultimate revenge, but that's really sad. But yeah, it's she's really versatile. I don't know if it's a servant for everyone, to be honest, but again, like
I would say not a must-have servant, but certainly a very strong servant.
I do have to wonder what other living human servant with a support MP, but also damaging MP, then that can alternate on defensive things might work.
Look, okay, I still feel like it's a bit different though, because like, yeah, okay, they also have debuff immune on the MP. It's a little bit different.
True.
What if you pair? No, I'm saying use them together.
Oh, true. I mean, I haven't
She
tried
buffs
that.
living human, remember?
Well,
she buffs living
she's
human.
Buster. Has a problem. The other one's Buster. Has a problem.
But 100% crit. No, 30% crit. Sorry. It's 30% MP damage and indicator. Still, I'm sorry, it's the MP damage. That's 50%.
She actually has good synergy with Jinako as well.
Yeah, speaking of the living human,
yeah.
I don't necessarily think you need to force it to be good as well, though, because it's kind of a, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty small part compared to like most of her.
Like, it's nice that the big meat is always guaranteed. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
And she herself always gets the bonus stuff as well, which is cool.
Yep. It's really cool.
Dude, I don't even. What would you guys rate her? Because I'm pretty biased with her. I use her so much. She's my most used servant ever since she came out. I use her in everything. Yeah. I use her in everything.
Okay. So
there's so many.
What's EX look like right now? What's EX? I
think she's EX. I think she has to be.
Yeah.
I think I'm.
I mean, that's what I would do, but I don't want to sound too biased.
I think. Look, here's the thing, chat. I'm just saying it here so you can stomach it before you like bash me. I think we're definitely gonna pull someone from EX. I think I'm moving Arc personally, but I'm just saying.
But it just happens to, because like this split happened to be like this. It's also because of that. There's happened to be a lot of good servers in this split on this part.
Maybe.
Alter Ego and Moon Cancer just happen to contain some of the best units.
Like the class sucks, to be honest, but they just have really good servants in them.
Yeah,
like it's one of the weakest classes in the game.
Because like BB Dubai is so versatile, but again, like because she's an art support alternate, a lot of people would say, "Oh, maybe I don't need it." Obviously, you don't need it, but like, I feel like BB Dubai is still EX. I don't know. She has to be. Like, come on, she has to be. She has to be. Like, if you remove her support MP, she's maybe A+, because like skill 2 is still one of the stupidest skills in the game.
But like at MP5, it is Tomamo's NP, but better.
No, cool.
You don't give a fuck about Tsukihime? No. Okay, this is not my Tsukihime. This is not my Tsukihime bias speaking.
Yeah, to be honest, of all the EXs, I think Bazette and Arcade are the lowest of the EXs right now.
CL is 100% EX, not even close. You can't move her at all. So
if we were
it is
move
not a
stuff
Tsukihime.
down, it would be Bazette and Arc.
Maybe, yeah.
I think Melt would be the third, but she has a more staple foot there.
Oh yeah, maybe Melt actually. Maybe Melt.
I think Melt is better.
She has the advantage of having the insane coverage because the competition sucks.
Maybe Melt. I mean, the guy can stop getting pissed at me, and also maybe Melt.
No,
to be honest,
Melt.
No.
Melt is the
okay, we should discuss that at the end though. So we'll leave it as is for now, and then we'll do the shuffle at the end. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, same event still, because again, Moon Cancers galore. We get, I was about to say, maybe we relax a little bit right now, because we have Summer Tlaloc. Again, dude, someone in the comments got pissed off. Like, there was like, solid tier list, but pretty rude the way you pronounced her name. I was like, bro, I can't pronounce it. I just say Tlaloc again. Because we were trying to like meme with the name or something. It's like pretty rude, man. I was like, it's just a joke, bro, because we can't pronounce it for dicks anyway. Yeah, there you go.
That's what the Kana says. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah. Like, I'm just going to say Tlaloc, not to offend anyone. But yeah, we have
What's the E sound?
What? Tenochi Titoran?
Yeah, that's how the Japanese goes. Yeah.
I'm going to make him mad again. I'm saying it wrong, and he's going to get upset.
Yeah. Where's that E sound? Can you point to the letter and
so it's
that
no, chi, and then the next two, like the
it's Titoran.
That's T. Toran.
But I see CHT.
Yeah, but again, that's English and versus Japanese. But yeah, I digress. It's because Japanese is missing phonetics. They can only do so much.
Yeah. So, but I'd rather be wrong but correct in the Japanese reading than
it is not 100% correct. They try to go as close as possible as they get with their limited phonetics.
I'm sure all of the Japanese people will greatly appreciate you for that. All right.
Hey, dude, I have some Japanese viewers because of my Lohi videos. There's actually a few viewers.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, I made a few videos about Lohi in Japanese because I'm a Finnish guy myself.
I would rather be wrong, but in Japanese than wrong, but in whatever failing English pronunciation.
What?
Thank you
What?
very much.
Okay. The name aside, we should cover the
What is the right way
servant
to say
down
it?
though.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's
Saber,
great.
Tlaloc, Mooncatcher, 4-star AoE, a quick DPS. She can farm a bit, but her numbers are pretty sad. So I want to say she's definitely more of a DPS because her kit also has a lot of things in it that don't really work in farming. But yeah, attack, sadly, not the highest, 9k, but to be honest, the class already has a fairly low attack. So at least among 4-star Mooncancers, not that there's a ton of comparison, it's pretty good for what it's worth. Double Buster, double quick on the deck is totally fine for DPSing as a quick servant. Her gains cards are, at least the arts card is very good. The others are okay too. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% gauge, 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, 20% attack for 3 turns, and then, as a demerit, the enemy also gets 10% attack for 3 turns. Can be a bit scary, but also there could be some tactics with it as well, depending on, if you bring her with some servants that want buff removal or something. But yeah, otherwise, the uptime on the your side buffs, they're pretty good, at least. Not bad at all, especially for a 4-star. I like it. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a taunt for 3 turns, 50% defense for 3 turns, and then this on defense buff for 3 turns, she gets 10% in MP damage for 3 turns whenever she gets hit, and there's no limit to that. So as many times she gets hit in that 3 turns, the many 10%ers MP damages you can get them. With this, because considering she mostly takes neutral damage, it's a lot of defense up and she gets some healing too. She can actually tank a good amount as is. Third skill on 6...
40% though.
I guess. Fair enough. If you don't deal with the demerit yet. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% Buster quick for 3 turns, evasion for 1 turn, which also helps with the taunt. And then Bunny Servant allies get 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and also Bunny Servant allies get -1 cooldowns. I really hate this because the only thing that's bunny about her is Ascension 3. It's stupid that it's one of those things that, again, they lock you into Ascension. Otherwise, you're missing out on so much. Like, -1 cooldowns. Like, maybe the crits, sure, fine. You can maybe live without that. -1 cooldowns? Ah, hell no, bro. Like, why do they do this? It's so stupid. Like, does anyone else agree? Like, why? You can only use her in Ascension 3 now.
Hates her.
Yeah.
And is trying to sabotage her.
It's so stupid.
By making her original form just
like, I think any servant that has any ascension that has that trait, just give it to all the ascensions. Like, they're gameplay-wise the same anyway. Why? Like, it doesn't have to be that specific. Like, just if they have one qualifying ascension, just spread it out. Like, it's just stupid for no reason. Anyway, at least you can enable it by using third ascension. So, okay. Cool. So with that, she has 5 skills cooldowns, which is actually pretty good at that point. Anyway, passives, 12% arts. She only has 1 arts card, but at least that 1 arts card is going to be sick on gains. Flat damage sucks. 20% crit damage on water field. It's okay. No, passive that does nothing. Then we have 5% arts and quick, and also crit damage for herself. And party gets -200 damage, or gets a 200 damage cut when she's on field. Not a whole lot, but reduces some chip and helps her tank a bit better too, I guess. Good passive. She's anti-pretender, and there's not a lot of these in the game, actually. Probably still less than 5, if I had to guess. So, still not the best case for her, though, unfortunately. But it is a rare append, for what it's worth. The MP, then. She gets 1 turn of Invul Pierce before damage. Cool. She does super effective damage against super large enemies. It's just a flat 150, no scaling. Enemies get -20% defense down for 3 turns after damage, unfortunately, but still cool. And before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So MP sadly doesn't do the most damage, but at least if you're doing bosses, maybe if you get some, if you use the second skill, you can get some more damage out of it. But at least for farming numbers, they're not, they're pretty ugly. But
yeah, it's they wouldn't be near as bad if she had a 30% battery, but she has a 20% battery.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go down my laundry list of complaints about Tlaloc here. First off, yes, 20% battery. That sucks. Second, skill 2. Okay, so it's a 3-turn taunt and it's an on defense buff. So she gets hit, it's 10% MP damage. Useless in farming. And second, I think if you're gonna have an effect like that, then I think the value should be higher. It should be at least 15% NP damage, if not 20.
Well, it doesn't have a
because
limit
you're
though,
taking
right?
hits.
You can
It
get
doesn't have a
30%
limit,
per
but
turn.
You're getting hit maybe 2 to 3 times in a turn, right? And so if you're fighting an enemy that only takes 2 actions, or heaven forbid they use a skill, you might get like 1 hit, right? And that's 10%. Congrats, right? It's not great. I wish the value was higher on
I
that.
mean, it is 3
And then on the
turns,
third
so.
skill is the normal complaint of I hate being locked to Ascension 3 because I don't like her Ascension 3. Ascension 2 is the best one. And Ascension 3 looks, I don't want to say stupid, but I don't like it.
They should have
And
they should have given her a passive that gives her the trait by default.
just
Like,
put
Yeah,
on
just
a
do
EO,
that.
that's
a
what they
little,
did with EO.
Yeah.
yeah,
sure.
or just put like a bunny clip on her freaking like purse or something. That's a bunny trait. Good enough.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, and then
Okay.
yeah, you do that, and then
Alco
Summer
has a
Dobrynia
skill
also
animation where
has
she
it.
puts on a bunny suit and it
See,
counts.
I
Like,
appreciate
Unless
this
she
servant.
transforms, then she doesn't get it anymore.
yeah,
I
that's true.
appreciate this servant because people keep telling me Koyan Dark is also not a fox and is a bunny, but if you click on the bunny servant,
Yeah, she's one of the only. I looked at this earlier. She's one of the only servants that's bunny on all ascensions. It's only her and Saber stuff. Everyone else is limited to their ascension or costume.
Yeah, Saber's
Koyan
being
Dark
a bunny
isn't
servant.
a
How
bunny.
wonderful.
So yeah, she's in the bunny, guys. Anyways, I look, I like her more than base Talalak, not because of necessarily she's more solid, but she's more fun. I can have more, like, I can cook more with this servant for content, but she is a decent taunt, again, a taunter. I don't think that's the most viable playstyle nowadays, especially, again, we just got another taunt unit. I mean, she's still not 3-turn taunt, so this is a 3-turn taunt. It's still
Is she like a
rare,
worse Andromeda?
I mean, she's more.
They have a similar
supportive,
game
like, she has
plan,
party
right?
charge.
Basically.
Yeah,
Well,
but she has party
it's-
charge and she has like. I think she's more supportive than Andromeda. Like, if I were to bring a team and
I guess,
my
yeah.
main focus isn't her, I would bring her over Andromeda, because like Andromeda is like all selfish if you want to use her, because like you have to kind of like go all in with her DPS. So yeah.
Whereas Twalik is someone that she really been like, she gives more to the team at the cost of not making herself loop as easily, because like Andromeda, like, she gets charged when she takes damage, so it's, and then she also skill seals the enemy, so it's super easy for her to just NP back to back to back.
You know, if they wanted,
Twalik doesn't have anything like that, so she's stuck at the 3% per hit she takes. But like, as a result, though, her NP damage, like that ends up scaling higher faster. So
if they had made the second skill actually to MP damage for the party when taking an attack, that might have also been,
That would have been nice,
useful.
actually.
Because like that's like is there anyone who does that?
I feel
when they
like
get hit, they apply a.
Well, we
Party buff?
kind of had Rasputin be a
Yeah,
semi-similar case.
Rasputin when he dies. Babon's is kind of similar
Yeah.
when someone else gets hit.
No, when he
they get the
doesn't die,
crit
that's the
buff.
key.
But yeah, I just wish the second skill was better, because it's not. Look, my auto may think I hate Talalak, but I actually quite like.
you
Talalak.
said
I
she
just
was
wish
absolutely completely unusable.
yeah, well, because she is.
What
She's a little.
What is the implication?
She's a little garbage. I wish she was better. And it's not out of hate. It's out of the fact that, aside from her original third ascension, which I think is the ugliest thing known to mankind, I quite like Talalak.
It's not
Also,
that
I hate
ugly.
the giant robot. I don't like the robots.
I think
don't
the
like
robot
giant
is
robots.
ugly though.
I think the
I think
robots
this
in your
one's
MPs
MP is
suck as
fine.
well.
I think the base forms MP is really ugly. I'm so sorry. The
Yeah, this
I
one's
think I
MP
already
is
mentioned it
definitely
last time.
better, but I still
the
hate
base
the
forms
robots.
MP looks like a Mega Bloks character, like toy. No, built that.
I just don't like
Okay.
Max. I'm tired of Max in this game. I swear.
Okay, it's my turn. Okay, so she, I think she is pretty versatile. I like her DPSing. It's pretty fun, even though she's at neutral most of the time. She does ramp up her damage quite notably, because she has defense down on NP. She has NP damage on her second skill. If you're lucky, you can get 90%. You're still probably going to get at least 60% across those 3 turns. So her damage is decent. Like again, like you're always going to be contending with the class, which is kind of a common issue on this list. But she also has some cool like defensive stuff, which I think she's a completely solid support. Because like if I can justify George like with his 3-turn taunt and basically nothing else, like I can justify her 3-turn taunt and everything else because she gives the team charge immediately upon entering the field. They get HP regen, attack, and then like she lasts on the field longer. Like if they're a bunny, they get more, but it's a pretty rare trait. So
yeah, this list is pretty small.
However, Koyan Light is bunny, so like if you're doing a more long-term team, even where you're like cycling supports, then that can help her get her skills.
What about double Summer Tlaloc?
It's kind of weird.
They'll probably fight for the taunt, though. Yeah.
I hate to break it to you, Otto, but most people who use George, they just use level 1 with a Bond CE and they let him die. I think most people do that. Like, I understand that you might want him sometimes for the guts and stuff, but I think like a lot of the thing with George is the Bond CE and the taunt and die. Like,
what you use him for is you use him for 3 turns of security while you're waiting for your NPs to. Like you're building up your NP and your cooldowns are down.
Slow play brain rot. I get it.
Look, I already talked about why I don't value taunt as much as a playstyle anymore. But again, I think she is definitely a little bit like I don't know if it's just we or just Rio, but like
I think it's just Rio.
I would say.
I wasn't entirely done.
Oh, sorry.
So, like, also. Something notable is she's not just a cycler. Like you can just keep her on the field. It's really easy to. She takes very little damage because of her second skill. Like it's 50%, and then like you do have the attack buff, but like you can remove it with command codes or it's 40% defense. It's literally the same as George, but she has more HP. Then you can like her third skill is so nice because it cooldown reduces her over and over again, so she has low cooldown on her second skill. If you have her 5th append, and she can use her second skill, and then in 4 turns, like you have 1 turn of downtime on her taunt. Like she can just keep taunting for a really long time. I did a video where I was using her as a DPS, and I had her taunt for 9 turns straight, and she didn't need that much help for it. It was just Edison and Atlas, and most people bring Atlas to this types of quests anyways. So she's super unique, and like I'm glad that they finally added another 3-turn taunter that actually has a more supportive focus, if that is what you're going for. I get why Rio hates her, but
I don't understand the supportive focus. 20% spread charge and a little attack up doesn't mean supportive focus. It just means that they threw something her way.
Can you justify using Dion?
No.
Wait, but for the buff removal resistance, though.
No. Resistance. AoE buff removal resistance.
If you don't need buff removal resist, would you use Daeon?
No.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, there is one use case at least.
All right. Well.
So like again, I think for Tlaloc, I would have liked her a lot more if she was Buster. I really think if you run her with double Koyan Light,
she would have been so much better.
If you could use her with double Koyan Light and you double reduce cooldown for Koyan Light and herself, of course. I think there's a lot of like fun things you can do. Not necessarily great, but there's a lot of fun things you can maybe do with this character. But because she's quick, it just feels very mismatched. I think her MP not being Buster was a huge mistake. That's just my take. I don't have the most experience with this character, but that is how I feel, because I definitely tried to cook with like a double Koyan Light plus Tlaloc kind of comp, and then it just like, oh wow, so my Buster ups are just, I guess I just throw them on Koyan Light anyways, so it's not that big a deal. But
I say chat saying C+. I think that's a little mean. I think B.
She could buy BB, yeah.
Wow, that's what I was gonna go for too.
You know what? Okay, hey.
Admit she's slop.
Alright, that's good. I mean, B is
yes.
not a bad rating.
You know, Rio, you've said a lot of things. You never said that B was bad until now.
Well, that's what B stands for.
No.
C is for
B
crusty.
is-
I don't even think
B is for bad. C is for
B
crusty.
is for dick.
Okay.
D is
I
for
like to hear
Dion.
more takes rather than better being Buster. Well,
E
I
is
mean, I don't
for-
have that much takes on her because look, the
Exclusive
moment I
to
saw
two
her kit,
characters.
I'm just like, oh, Koyan Light support Pog because I have 120 Koyan Light, but like that's just not what most people do. So
Anyway, we'll go with B. Forget it, dude. I'm okay with that. Alright, we got
All
3
that
more
for-
servers.
Auto can
That's
be
to
like
agree.
praising her so much and me dumping on her, but the opinion ends up the same. What is the
Yeah.
point?
Because of all of the servants on all of these lists, I'm pretty sure this is the servant that you've been dumping the hardest on. So
True.
for
I
you
think
to
I've
say
been
like
dumping on
B,
Lala
it's like,
for
wow,
15
that's
weeks.
oddly reasonable.
Well, look, it comes from a place of concern about whoever they put in charge of designing both Talalocs. I'm worried for them, and I hope they get better.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anyway, next up, I guess a welfare as well when you think about it. It's a special case, of course, because you know
We
FP
pulled the
stuffs,
female
but
one, it's better.
okay, fine. I'll do it for you.
Alright.
Anyway,
Not
let's talk
fighting
about
the
Hakuno.
man-hater
Again,
allegations.
gameplay-wise, they're basically the same, but yeah, there are 2 different servants that you can get separately as well. You can't field them at the same time, but you can own them separately as well, funnily enough. But yeah, Hakuno time. So, a very interesting Moon Cancer. They are like... They're AoE Buster, right? Not AoE. AoE.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yep.
So yeah, AoE Buster, but most of the time you might not even bring them for DPSing anywhere or damage in general.
you can't. Oh, sorry. I'm
Nope.
just gonna answer because like somebody asked in chat. You can field them together, but one of them has to be support. You cannot put male and female both from yourself. But if it's a male from yourself,
right.
I mean, you can always do double female. It's just like double support. It doesn't have to be male plus female either.
Okay.
But like, you just can't field both of them from yourself.
If you have 2 of them, you can reset twice as many cards
Fair enough.
for no reason.
So good.
Fair enough. But yeah, anyway, 8.5k attack is okay for a 4-star. Moon Cancer is just whatever. Not the biggest deal ever. Double Buster, double arts on the normal deck. The arts cards are pretty good. Everything else just okay. But arts cards are nice. Then the first kill immediately is already spicy. So here we go. 0 turn cooldown. Yeah, the only skill in the game to not have a cooldown, if you max it, that is. But you do still pay a cost. You pay 10% MP gauge from them, but what do you get? If you don't have 50 stars, you get 10 stars on use. But if you have 50 or more, then you get nothing, of course. Which, I mean, it makes sense because you don't need more anyway. Chances are. Maybe in some rare cases, but I digress. Anyway, the main thing. You shuffle the hand. You get 5 new cards. It's just a full-on shuffle. There you go. Again, it's always a reset as well. It's like a full-on shuffle. It starts a new cycle. And then, again, it's a 0 turn cooldown, so you can use it multiple times as well. If you're fishing, you want stars, or whatever. You just need to pay that gauge. 10% per use. There it is. Very cool design, actually. I'm a huge fan of that. So I like when they do wild shit. Second skill, 6 turn cooldown. They get a 30% rainbow for 3 turns. Then also buffs for the card type. So whenever, for the next 2 attacks, 3 turns, whenever they use quick cards, they get an evasion for 1 turn. Granted, it's sometimes a bit hard to get 2 activations out of it because they only have 1 quick card. But with some hand resets, it's totally possible. Then for the next 3 turns, they get 20% gauge whenever normal attacking with arts cards. Very cool on top of the normal gains, which are already pretty okay. And then for the next 3 turns, whenever they use buster cards, they get 20% crit damage for 3 turns before damage. Does not work with the MP though, it's normal attacks, but yeah, some crit damage there for their DPSing. So this is a full-on selfish kill for their own sake, basically. But if you're into the DPSing with them, it's not a bad skill at all. Even the 30% rainbow alone is already pretty decent. And then more, on a 6-turn cooldown, you have 3 choices. They get 30% Sky, Earth, or Man attribute power mod for 3 turns. You pick. That already covers most of the enemies in the game. Not everything, but, you know, Man and Earth being there already gives you so much coverage. 30% gauge on use as well, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So a bit of supporting there with the stars as well if needed. But yeah, this first skill is really spicy and cool. You can go for like so many resets. And then again, they have a 30% battery. You can get 20% from the append. That's already 5 uses of it if you want to. And then you can add C, spread battery, stuff on top. You can just use the skill a lot if you want to. Great. Passives, 12% crit damage, fine if you want to DPS with them. 5% arts buster and crit damage again on the other passive, cool. And then they do 10%, or they get 10% attack against basically every class of enemy in the game besides Foreigner, right? I think. It's like every class in the game except for Foreigner. But it also, against NPC Beast, I guess it doesn't work. It has to be playable Beast. Okay, so basically has an insane coverage. Good passive. And then, funnily enough, they are anti-Foreigner on their append. So I guess, you know, there's your attack. You get 30% instead of 10. That's kind of funny. Yeah. All right, so I guess they have universal coverage.
Thing.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want them having 40% attack against Foreigners.
I guess. Oh, that was a hell of voice crack. Okay, gonna edit that out. No, I'm not gonna remember. Okay, MP. So before damage, they get this really cool unique effect of ignoring special invul for 1 turn. So yeah, this pierces Castoria's MP. Rip Bozo. It does not, however, work against evasion. It does work against invul too, right? It's invul and special invul, but not evasion. Yeah. So hey, dodges starting to be a bit more stonks again. They might do more of this in the future, yeah. True, very true. David's stonks. Okay.
David stonks. Tristan.
Yeah, all these AoE dodges. Van Gogh is better than ever as well, of course, and yeah, all these ones.
She's used a lot in the book.
Anyway, yeah, it's an interesting gimmick, and then there's also a 60% chance to stun all enemies on base overcharge, getting up to 100%. So not many people really use them as a DPS, right? It's mostly for the supporting stuff.
Wrong.
Bro got a 120 here.
I have a 120 of them. I want to mention, look at that second skill. They can control their hand. 2, they get crit every time.
I guess that's true. I was just thinking about the supporting stuff.
Their buster cards hit so hard when you start like spamming them. Also, the second skill does have some portiveness. Their arts cards get like 60 to 80% refund. Like, come on.
Oh, true.
And then they can spam more card shuffles. It's not even. They're not joking around with their NP gain either.
Yeah.
I just want to bring up. They're pretty cool in solos because you can get the quick card again and again. I mean, like I guess not infinite, but like it's you can get a lot of like evades for free.
That's 1 turn evasion. That's true, yeah.
Well, it's a full turn evade. It's 2 1-turn evades every 6 turns.
So you're not taking a lot of damage. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think their only like problem is their low-ish attack, which is why I 120'd them and fixed that problem. I think that they're great as a DPS, honestly.
How would you rate a base copy?
Like a base copy? Well, they're free, so you can get them MP5. Right?
Yeah, obviously assuming MP5. Yeah.
Yeah, they're useful for shuffling. I think they're like decent for just like as a free DPS, because you are relying on the cards there. I do think that they're A or A plus. Like as far it's like that second skill. If you put that second skill on like most other characters, like they become like super busted, right?
Yeah, it's like all your cards become a lot better. Yeah.
Just to confirm, I'm 99% sure this is the case, but protagonist correction can't make first skill free, right?
It cannot. No, protagonist.
That would be stupid.
Yeah, you can just click it a million.
There's no way. Yeah.
That is one of the first things I tried.
However, Alco can get you 1 or 2 more resets of the first skill with their skill set. So
she has passives as well. Passive charge return after super. So
yeah.
I think like A plus maybe even A.
Probably one of the A's.
Higher damage.
I will say
more, but
because of the accessibility.
I feel like you might be overrating their base crit damage. Like
I want to say too, because it doesn't look super impressive on base with the numbers they have and the neutral damage and whatnot.
It's gonna wind up being better than a lot of them because they can just like basically guarantee it every turn. unless
Yeah.
unless you
Like,
want to use
you-
the NP more often.
You pair them with
Yes.
like Van Gogh or something, and it's really simple to like ramp up their crit damage really high. Like,
But
Yeah.
the problem
Oh.
is Van Gogh's already ramping up a lot of crit damage. That's the only
Yeah.
thing I have.
What was it?
well,
I mean,
But the problem
I
is,
don't think
again, they're
horrible.
4-star,
No, I do
semi-low
also have their
attack,
class.
neutral damage. Wouldn't you just like pick anti-class and ramp them up with crits or something,
Yeah,
Van
true.
Gogh?
Yeah,
Like, they are
guess.
accessible, I'll
Normally
give
I
you
would.
that. It's great, and everyone should get their copies, because this tournament is
I'm
nice
not
to
saying
have,
people
but...
should use them as a main DPS a lot. No. I do
Okay,
think that
okay,
they
that's
are,
fine then, yeah,
like,
okay.
very good as a DPS, though, if you choose to use
I guess
them.
just A then, because like
think-
I definitely use them for
Yeah,
like
I
the
think-
Olga thing.
Yeah, I
Because
think
the
A
Olga
tier is
quest,
pretty good.
They have counter class, so I use them like they're one of the main carries for my Olga free to play run. But yeah, I kind of get it because like,
Also, we now have a like stepping stones here.
I guess we kind of
I would
do.
also.
Can we move the pink one up to see if it's just to make it look better? No, I'm just kidding.
see here's the thing. Since we ended up getting both
Oh.
Hakunos, what I kind of wanted them to do was the male one consumes MP to reshuffle cards and give you stars, but the female one consumes stars to give you MP and shuffle cards. So if you put them,
But then people would be pissed, because they would have to pick the one that fits their gameplay style better instead of the one they like
No, but
more.
you get both. You get both.
yeah, you can.
Oh, I guess, yeah,
But
true,
yeah,
true.
You can't put them
Yeah,
together,
but
I guess.
then they
You
would
need
be
the
like, I don't want to
balance
use
for it.
male Hakuna, I only use female servants. You know, stuff like that.
True.
Nah, well,
Real.
People would still get, they would find a way to get
Well,
pissed. Don't worry
the
about
male
it.
lock, you know,
They would still get pissed.
look,
Yeah, you'd
I'm
have
just
it's
saying.
sort of a feedback loop, and one could support the other like ridiculously.
Yeah,
as far as
infinite.
I mean,
Hakuno.
I can think it would
would-
make sense.
I'm
here's
like
my
to just-
argument though. They are
It's like
they
shower
are
thoughts,
free. You can get as many copies as you want from them, and so it's a free 120 technically to everyone.
No.
And-
Look,
and
if there's a
yes,
free 120, look. If there's a free 120, I'm gonna go with the other one. I'm gonna go with the other one that we're gonna talk about.
can-
later.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Go with the other one,
there's
dude.
actually quite a few. There's
Free
now
120
3
for-
free units I can recommend at 120. I do recommend if you're not rolling a lot, like, and you're, like, especially free to play, Abatrot is such a great 120. I think Hakunon's a great 120. I think that, yeah.
I mean, if you have a 120 Habitat, you're going to be even happier about it because of the last sermon we're going to talk about.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I think, and I do have them both 120, because I think there is, even if you pay, I think there's a lot of value in these free 120s because they have such interesting and useful kits, and it's a guaranteed 120. There's no gambling, there's no cost to it. So people are like, oh, I don't have
Other than
120s because
the-
I don't
Other
whale.
than the
And it's
dozens
like,
of hours of grinding for it, which is kind of
look,
annoying.
that can happen passively.
But yeah, that's
Well,
like,
not- well,
we're not going to factor that too much in here. But yeah, there you
yeah.
go. Bonus.
Anyway.
I would like to say one more thing. I'm not sure if people still think this, but like back when the servant first came out, and they saw their NP, and it was like, oh wow, anti-purge Pierce is like, of the 3 Pierce effects, that is easily the worst one. It is the least applicable one, because you're going to run into evade so much more than anti-purge. Like, even sure hit, I would say.
I mean,
is
still
better
not bad, but
because-
of the 3, it's the
No,
least
well,
applicable.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think sure hit's better.
I
Sure hit
well,
is not
sure
better.
hit. I think that you're going to run into evade more than invuln, and if you run into evade more than you run into invuln, then sure hit is just better because
Well,
you were
okay,
never.
here's the
You,
thing.
You're
you run into
basically
evade more than
Right.
invul? When was the
Here's
last
what
time
you
there
do.
was an evade boss?
You run Jane.
It doesn't
and
matter.
now you have ignore invuln and ignore anti-purge, and now nothing
Yeah.
can stop you. And now and you're destroying everything.
Or just
Fair enough.
Yeah, it-
All right.
Anyway,
2
But,
more
yeah, just
servants.
pointing that out because some people. But yeah. Let's move on to the
Yeah.
last 2.
Yeah,
which
these are very
going
spicy
somewhere.
last 2 servants though. So yeah, we got
Yeah.
the last alter ego of the list. We got Kazura drop, 5-star. Not art, freaking quick DPS, but definitely also a very interesting support going on over here. Yeah, one could say just full on a quick support as well, and they probably wouldn't be too wrong. Definitely a cool addition to the game, gameplay-wise. 11.2k attack, pretty decent. Not the highest when it comes to alter egos, but certainly not bad. She's double arts, double quick, which at least gives her very good gains for what it's worth. It's pretty easy to spam her MP with those arts cards as well. Then the skill set, the real meat and bones. So first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies -1 tick. She gets 30% debuff success rate up for 3 turns. Then this regen buff for 3 turns, or 2 turns, or 2 times rather. So it's cool because when you use the skill, enemies get -50% quick res and crit res for 1 turn. But then on the following uptime or upkeep of your turns, it also applies it again. And then 1 more time. So you have 3 turns of these debuffs basically, which makes them very flexible for farm content too. Because again, normally debuffs are like not ideal for farming because the waves change. But in this case, it's better because you can get these debuffs every turn and they last 1 turn anyway. And that's a lot of really hefty debuffs. Not only does it make your quick cards way better, it makes all your crits way better too. So that's nice. Very, very cool skill. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery and then more battery based on Sakura series traits units on the field, which includes enemies as well. And you get 50% for each one. So if there's only 1 of them on the field, you already get 100%. It does not include herself, unfortunately, but that's why, you kind of bring 2 a lot of the times, right? So they can kind of like get 100% from each. And also, if there happens to be no Sakura phase except self on field, there is a consolation prize. You at least get -1 cooldowns. So, there's that, I guess. But yeah, it can be a very easy instant MP there. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, cleanses all debuff from self, 5k heal, and then she copies the enemy's class for 3 turns. The class score, I suppose, remains still, she still benefits from alter ego, but she will copy the class of the enemy and turn herself into that, including the affinities, at least on base. We'll get to, a bit of a spicy part soon, but also the enemy you copy from, they get a -50% defense down for 3 turns. The target, that is. Pretty cool. It would be nice to see some AoE defense down, I feel like, but, it's still a lot of defense down for 1 target, so for bosses, it's kind of better, I guess, for, singular bosses. But, yeah. It's an interesting skill set. Very debuff heavy, if it wasn't obvious. 20% debuff rest on the first passive, 12% arts, so her 2 arts are even better. She gets 30% power mod against Sakura series, and then, most importantly, 75% power mod against the same class as her. So that's why it's still not the best damage case ever, right, with the 3rd skill, but it does offer her better damage than straight up neutral damaging herself, which is nice. Very important there. Yeah, it's still a lot.
It's worse than Berserkers, I'd say.
Yeah.
Actually,
wait, how does the calculation go, actually?
It does depend on the buff. Sometimes changing class, like if you're fighting like riders, sometimes depending on your team setup, changing class does more damage. Sometimes it does less. It really depends on what other buffers you have.
Because the power mod, if you don't have any other power mods, it's times 1.75, right? Because it's 75%, and the class advantage is only times 1.5. But then because you can have other power mods that are additive to this that can water down the effect of it. So you have to kind of calc, which is annoying if you want to optimize damage. But yeah,
I would like to point out also that that she is homophobic because of the skill.
Yeah.
Myst, did you see the Google Translate originally?
Was there a meme about that? What was it? Chad was
Google
talking about
Translate
something like that too.
Was repulsion for one's kin. If you went to Atlas and you turned on Google Translate, it translated repulsion for one's kin as homophobic.
Yeah,
wait, what?
Because they hate.
Wait, did they? Was this passive called homophobia A? Was that what it said?
No,
the Google Translate said the
Google Translate said it's homophobia because repulsion for one's kin. It was like, it's like hatred of the same, and it's like homophobia.
Okay, dude.
I'm like, that's not what that is.
Interesting, very interesting. Okay, I did not know that. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, yeah, obviously a very vital passive for her own damaging game plan, so very good to have. She's anti-moon cancer, which is, again, it's actually a pretty good case. It's sadly a bit rare, but a lot of Sakura series, which she already has damage against, are moon cancer. And then, she copies the class, so 30% attack works there too, despite her being alter ego on base. So if you do find them, it's actually a good case. Chances are. Then the MP AoE damage does 20% attack down on enemies for 3 turns, 40% flat chance to stun them for 1 turn, and then minus 20% defense down for 3 turns on base overcharge after damage, scaling up to 40%. So it's actually a very defensive MP, if anything. It does offer a little bit of ramp up for bosses too, but for farming it's actually not very ideal, is it, FX-wise? But yeah, bosses, again, she's very legitimate on bosses as a DPS, and especially as a very interesting support choice because of this first skill.
It's actually a 70% chance to stun, fun fact, because that stupid first skill buff success
rate up. Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, there was this
debuff success rate up.
True.
It always hits.
I mean, the first skill gives really good card gains as well because of the crit res down. Again, like
it's not just damage, it's gains as well from crits. Yeah, I did not mention that, but yeah, that is very true. It's like way better than just damage increasing. It increases the gains from your crits as well.
It is a rainbow
it's a card
buff,
resist
essentially.
down. It treats it as it's calculated as a card resist down. So it would be additive to like mana burst, for example, in terms of damage calculation, which is like, again, we've mentioned this like because we couldn't shut up about it, but yeah, it's quite interesting because a lot of the crit buffs, type 3 buffs, if people are, because I did see somebody bring up the type 3 buff category in chat, so I assume some people are informed about this. Type 3 buffs are usually very numerous, like because there's so many crit buffs and whatnot, but this is not a type 3 buff, so it's pretty nice. Anyways, enough about the yap. I think she is a essential crit support for DPSs in bosses. Again, like you said, a lot better in single bosses. Like if it's against like 3 bosses, I'm not necessarily sure this is the best because her defense down is single target.
It's a big one too.
Yeah, but for killing bosses with a single target quick, I would just almost always bring her unless the enemy is debuff immune, because she just gives so much extra damage. It's 50%
and gains as well for the crits.
It's
such a damage increase.
50% defense down. Like it's a lot higher than Scotty, for example. So that's why I think she is. If you like quick boss killing, she is almost a must-have in my opinion.
Like if you're using, like, for example, like Melt, it makes like Melt's arts card like a full refund. So like and it's just more DPS. Like if you have the choice between Scotty and Khazra, because your MP gain's taken care of, you just take Khazra. Like it's kind of a no-brainer.
She actually is the first servant that made me feel like defense down cap shouldn't be 100, because it's a little bit too easy.
For me, that's Rhinus, but only because I have MP5.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, if you combo her with like Scotty, that's already 80. Like that's almost cap, and then if someone has like a defense down, and then it's just cap. So like I do think this is pretty funny. They've been definitely increasing the numbers on some of the buffs and debuffs.
Yeah.
And for farming, you can run I don't think she's good for multi-core. Her farming is one very specific comp that involves 2 Khazra drops.
Yeah, I assume it's this one.
You MP twice with one. MP
there is one multi-core team that's pretty good.
Really?
And it's with Melt.
Oh,
because then she's 100% battery.
How do you get Melt's battery?
Scotty. It's double Scotty, Melt, Khazra.
So it's Khazra twice, Melt one. I mean, I guess, yeah. And I'm not gonna question you on that because I don't use
like it. It works. Like it's not like it's.
Well, I use Melt. I don't have Melt.
That's what I did for. Actually, that's how I farmed Khazra's event. The 90++. But like also, but there is the cheaper team with a funny team where it's like double Khazra Geronimo, which is nice.
People are saying like we're gonna first kill when the boss is debuff. I mean, obviously she will be very bad if you can't lay debuffs. Yeah. That's a given. But luckily, most times that's not the case. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. You would not bring her if there's a lot of that going on, because it makes her so much worse.
Most bosses aren't debuff immune.
They're usually like immobilized immune, if anything. Which again is still a small blow to her, I guess, because she has a stun, but it's still not her main thing you bring her for.
Yeah. So none of the damage
can still brute force it. On one of the OC2 Super Ray collections, I still did it with the Khazra because I'm like, I'm gonna brute force this thing. You know,
Well, you're not brute forcing. You're ignoring the gimmick by cheating because the fight gimmick is
because on that
the
fight you
gimmick
can't
is
bring Avengers.
Yeah, you can't bring Avengers.
But
But
Khazra is an
Avengers,
Avenger?
but like non-Avengers get a. Oh, sorry, you should
A damage bonus. Yeah,
non-Avengers get like special damage rest. Like he cuts damage from non-Avengers, but you can't bring Avengers. But she can turn into an Avenger, so she can.
Cheesy X, right?
Anyways,
it has to be.
She's
anyways,
the best
that's
alter ego by not being an alter ego most of the time.
I think she's EX. Yeah. Again, she circumvents the alter ego class, like you said, because you don't have to. You don't get counterclass.
I would also like to point out. I'd say that phrase a lot. I'm noticing. So she's also pretty good in BBCL. Not just because, and like you might think, oh, well, she doesn't have charge like Scotty or others might, but she can just instantly NP because BB is a soccer face.
True.
Yeah.
So,
true.
So it's pretty easy for her to just clear wave 1, and then you have your servant like do cards for the next one. Because if you're using a quick servant, you have Khazra drops NP plus a quick chain. Like like 2 quick cards, you're guaranteed 2 quick cards with BBCL.
Oh yeah.
And then you do that, and you're basically guaranteed, assuming you crit, which you're more than likely to. You can basically guarantee getting your NP, and then turn 3 you can NP with crits. So it works. It's worked pretty often because wave 2, 90++ with wave 2 being 1 enemy is very common, as I've noticed.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. That's Khazra drop, and I guess now we started with Shielder, and we are gonna end with Shielder. None of us was probably expecting this, before before OC4 drop, but this is happening. So yes, I already did the disclaimers and everything, and we mentioned her several times. We're gonna talk about Paladin Mashu, okay, of course. So an actual 5-star Mashu. Can you believe it? Where's the skill set again? It's down here. It's the 3rd one.
This page is a mess.
Yeah, they should. They should. Why don't they separate them? They should just separate them.
That at the beginning.
Yeah.
They just need to make 3 separate pages.
They should. There's now for sure, at least. Okay.
It made sense before when there was barely any difference between them, but yeah, now
But yeah,
they're completely different servants.
Yeah, it's Paladin Mashu. Again, the easy main difference now already is that she actually has a 5-star cost. So you do have to pay a price, but you do get a lot of it. But yeah, she now has the full 5-star cost instead of 0. Not 4-star, 3-star, full-on 5-star cost. But let's see what we have on Paladin Mashu. And also you can grail her and bond her like normally. Great. Full out servant.
What's her attack set, I believe, is 10,835.
Still low.
Yeah, it's still not super high. Yeah, here it is.
So high.
Where is it again? There's way too many stats here, bro.
Yeah, it's
this one, right? It's 10.8k and then 15k, 15.5. Yeah, it's these two.
Yes.
Yeah, these are the base level 90 values. So it's still not super high, but don't worry. Don't worry about it. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, skill sets. So first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% defense for 3 turns, 20% battery, 30% attack for herself for 3 turns, and 30% crit damage for herself for 3 turns. Great, solid skill. Just a lot of basic but good effects, right? Yeah, can't be mad about that. Spread battery Mashu, we've come so far. Second skill on an 8-turn cooldown, one ally gets special invul for 1 turn. They get 30% battery as well. And then party members besides the target get an normal invul for 1 turn. A lot of protection and some more battery. So now it's basically spread 20 and then give someone 30. So she can give someone 50 total. Very good. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets the taunt for 1 turn. The same 400% MP gain for 1 turn, and then now she also has this on defense activation buff for 3 turns. So whenever she gets attacked for the 3 turns, she gets 10 stars per hit. So there you go. Now she can generate quite a bit of stars too, potentially. Especially on this turn that you activate the zone, but then, random pot shots and whatnot can also generate more stars.
And then there's the other skill too.
Yes. So yeah,
I mean,
I guess we'll cover the MP first, I think, yeah.
Because I've been actually thinking about how to script the hot take for this character, and I ended up thinking covering the MP.
I think we're gonna cover this kit first, but yeah, we'll get to the second variant soon. But yeah, past this we got mostly the same, but then new additions. So 20% debuff is still there, and the same with the 6% quick up. The quick up is like whatever. The bond is still there for specific main quests. But then we have the 2 new passives. Territory defense buff for 5 times. So for whenever the battle starts, for 5 hits, the party members besides herself cannot take more than 1,000 damage. It will hard cap the damage they take to 1,000 for the next 5 times. That's pretty damn ballin'. Like, holy, pretty damn cool. Like, that's shielder stuff right there. Yeah. Okay, that's every battle, by the way. And then she also now gets a 1,000 damage cut permanently. Crazy to have that permanently. Like, that's so much mitigation. Holy.
Yep.
And now, again, same append still, but now it's even better because she can actually do damage as well. We'll get to that very soon. But yeah, against all extra classes, basically, 30% more attack. So the Paladin MP number 1, this is the one you start out with, the support MP, if you will. So the party, again, we still have MP 3, by the way, 7,550 damage cut for 3 turns. Wow, that increased a lot too. Again, at that point, enemy needs heavy crits or MPs to do damage to your guys. They also get debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns, and if there happens to be a threat against humanity enemy on the field, the whole party gets 50% MP damage for 3 turns. Then she gets this Holy Sword charge buff for 3 turns. So, the MP changes for the next 3 turns, and so does skill number 2 for 3 turns. And then skill number 2 gets minus 5 turns of cooldown reduced. Also, the party gets 30% defense for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling only up to 50. Like, that's on top of the crazy damage cut as well. So they're pretty protected at that point. So let's go.
First thing to note here.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
go for
I just want to add something. So first thing to note here, the transformation MP, the 3 turns counts the turn when she uses the first MP.
Yeah, so she has it for the next 2 turns. Yes.
Yeah,
very good thing
to
to point out. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, then we go back. We'll look at skill 2 again. This has now changed. So again, still the same 8-turn cooldown, but it's going to be like 3 turns minimum, or like at most when you start off with this because of the MP. But then you can use other effects to reduce it too. But yeah, so what does it do now? Well, you get 100% MP damage for 3 turns. I mean, yeah. And then for every, what is it? You get 4% gauge per star as well.
Per star, yeah. It would eat the stars though. Yep.
Yeah,
so
it does consume stars,
battery.
but it's a crazy amount of battery you can get from this. So you can get up to 200% if you have 50 stars consumed by this. Wow. And then it also does 2k damage to herself, which cannot be lethal. It's not that bad of a demerit, really. But yeah, you crazy amount of MP damage for 3 turns, and then also, potentially, well, if you play it correctly, you get a free MP as well. And that's why Koyan tends to be paired with her, so you can immediately use it after Morbin. So you can fire off 2 MPs with the transformation. But yeah, let's see the MP then. This is the now changed Buster damaging MP. So before damage, she gets Invul Pierce and Ignore Defense, both for 1 turn. Very cool, so it includes face cards as well. Does AoE damage, which also does 200% extra, super effective against threat to humanity enemies, flat, full buff removal. It is after damage, but it's still nice to have. And then before damage, she gets 20% buster up for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 40%. And this hits hard. And especially when you do the Oberon thing on wave 3. She has like the damage ceiling now. Just like that.
Yeah.
It's an upgraded MP, by the way. It's not 300 to 500 scaling. It's
true. That's also worth noting. This MP damage scaling is better. It's like the upgraded, yeah.
In terms of raw MP damage, because I just
we are still capped at MP3, but it's still like the actual value itself is upgraded, or as if were upgraded.
I'm telling you,
in terms
dude.
Of
this is the damaging NP I was talking about. I think this is
okay.
I think effects wise, this is like one of the best, if not the best, damaging NP in the game.
It probably
it always
is.
does damage, and
Also
and it
worth noting for the
removes
comp,
buffs.
the turn 1 is going to be a bit
Does really good
finicky.
damage.
You're going to have to use like Arash or Habitual turn 1 because she can't obviously do that. This is for farming, by the way. You can't really do wipe out enemies with her on turn 1. So you're most likely you're going to have to use Arash or Habitual at first, but then you can start blasted.
Here's the thing.
Look at the damage.
Here's the thing. I don't think you should use double Vich. Because I've been testing this servant since she came out for like 3 days. I don't think you do double Vich at all. Because here's the thing. Her second skill is a turn cooldown. And then after the MP, it gets reduced to 3, right? And then after
2 with
one
the
turn passage, it gets to 2. So 1 Vich is enough. So the more optimal comp that I personally came up with is with Mash, Habetrot, Vich, Oberon with no plug. And you just need a 10% charge on your Mystico. This is a no swap comp that does it because like if you're doing like
So it's a 4 slot
Habetrot,
instead of a
Double
5
Vich,
slot
Oberon,
for servants.
yeah, because that's too much cost. So that team is I mean, again, I'm not trying to plug my own channel, but I because I really thought about this quite a bit. If you want to do like with Arash, it's a little bit more expensive. You have to use like I think plug Merlin is actually more damage than plug double Vich. Like Vich, Merlin, Arash, Mash, and then Oberon. You just have to make sure that Merlin and Oberon doesn't appear on the same stage at the same time. So like there's a lot of stuff you can do with this. There's also double mash. Double mash plus Koyan Light can do frontline only. And double mash plus Metatron Jean can also do frontline only. But I think the Koyan Light is better. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm just
Also getting her coins is easier as usual as well.
I've also been messing around with teams, and I came up with one that is so dumb but does so much like actual damage. And it is to use Lohi, Tonalico, and Mash in a frontline only with Atlas, because you have 600% charge between the 3 of them across the entire party during the whole thing.
I guess you do.
Like Lohi can NP twice. So Lohi and Mash can NP twice, and Tonalico handles 1 wave and then throws charge everywhere. It's the dumbest comp I've ever come up with, but like. If Mash isn't enough to kill wave 3, Lohi's MP is also there on wave 3. So you got both of them together.
It could be for like a high node that has like a lot of high HP enemies, but like in a balanced way between the waves. You could maybe do something like that.
It's so funny because I'm like, this seems so dumb, but it works and the damage is good.
But yeah, Mashu has some options. She is a bit more limited than some others, but she does have options. And again, this is just talking farm, and she's gonna be hella nice on like just outside of farm too. She's gonna be even more versatile because you don't necessarily need to like do the minimum strats.
So
and is it
speaking of
me, or does if the damage is less than 1,000, the paladin stack's not consumed? Because
it's not.
I swear that lasts forever.
Yes, it is not consumed if you give like the party enough defense. So that your damage taken is already less than 1,000. Obviously,
so it doesn't waste the amazing passive.
It doesn't waste it. Yep.
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
So here's another thing with the skill too. If you're using Mash, because like I hear a lot of complaints about Mash tank because she can't keep on doing the tank MP. She has to turn into the Buster, right? So she
I did mention that in my first impression. I was like, it's always forced, right? So it's a bit of a shame because it would be nice if you could choose, but yeah, you can't.
Yeah, so but one thing you can do to make your team tankier is you use skill 2, right? And then you use the MP to transform, and then you don't use this as a battery. So after her MP changes back, this turns back into a party invul. So this actually has a 3-turn cooldown if you use it only for tanking. So the skill 2 actually has a 3-turn cooldown.
Yeah, honestly, that's not a bad compromise, actually. Yeah,
like,
that's still a ton of protection. Yeah, that the passive, the MP occasionally, and then saving this cooldown only for this version. That's still a ton of protection, right?
Yeah.
There's
So she can
much
solo
defense.
a lot of stuff. I was able to solo a lot of stuff with her because she can just cheese bosses by spamming this invul. And I don't know, it's so good. Like good farmer, good tanker, good party charger. I mean, debatable.
It's crazy that they gave us one such an insane unit for free. It's crazy.
Yeah, her first skill's not AoE, so like she didn't completely kill Waver with one skill, guys, but still.
Yeah, I mean, still a
Man,
very good skill though. Very good.
Yeah,
if that
but
attack
come
was
on.
AoE, Waver would be so dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's AoE, I might use her over Castoria.
At all.
That's a
okay.
bold statement.
Gotta
I might
phrase
use
it
her.
Actually, no.
Anyways.
If it was AoE, wouldn't it just be a tankier
Oh, space.
Castoria? Like,
I mean, but you don't have
Kinda.
solemn defense, but yeah.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
depends
you
if you
have
want
strength.
hard.
Well, you
I
do on
mean,
the second
kinda
skill, but
do.
yeah.
Oh,
not
true, you
in
do,
not
true.
in that
Yeah, I
not to
lied.
that scale, but yeah, you still kind of
Not
have
the
it.
same way, but you
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
do. All right. So, speaking of damage earlier, so remember last week when I was talking about how like Ushigozen is special for having like the highest AoE in trait
Like the ceiling.
damage, like on their own. It is kind of hilarious looking back at that.
Oh, did you
now.
calc with threat against humanity now with the absolute
I
best
calc,
case?
because
Oh,
with-
it's gonna be
with threat
disgusting.
against humanity. Okay.
it's
Okay,
Skahawk
so-
level damage.
Okay, so think this in your brain. How much damage a Jolter without a craft essence NP1 does
Oh yeah.
on her one turn with her third skill. Now, you get that number in your head and add 100,000 to it.
Yeah, her.
Yeah.
So here I have it on the
so
spreadsheet.
absurd.
This is what I've been working on earlier because somebody wanted me to work on it because I've been slacking. So Jolter at MP5, with only self buffs, does 116,760 damage, and Mash against threat to humanity with only self buffs does 215,586.
And that's an
So
AoE.
it's like it's almost double to one target.
Oh my
and
God.
if we're saying no threat to
Wait,
humanity,
is
because
that
obviously
is that with the craft essence?
no
Wait. Huh, I got
against threat
I
to
guess I
humanity.
gotta-
Wait, did you calc the because her
Yeah, the
MP
50%
transformation also
MP
gives her
damage. Yeah,
50%
you get the
more MP
50%
damage,
MP damage
and
here
then
if
it
there's
gives
threat to
death.
Oh,
humanity.
yeah, I did count that. I
Oh,
counted
so
150%.
I hope I didn't fuck it up. Oh, I hope I didn't fuck
Yeah,
it up.
150%, and then she has 30% from. So she has 60% attack, 20% buster, 150%.
Yeah, I hope I didn't
Yeah,
screw it up because I'm
I
kinda in
estimated
charge
it
with
lower,
this
and
shit.
it's still ridiculously.
Yeah, that says a
Like,
lot.
neutral damage wise, like her NP, like neutral, does as much as Tyrant's.
Musashi at
Like,
MP2.
Mm.
Yeah,
Like,
Musashi. Well, she
Tyrant-
can't get to MP5. She
Yeah,
can't get to
I
MP5.
agree with Chad.
If you're
It's
checking
funny
the-
because remember she's
So if you're
MP3, so they can still upgrade her in the
so-
future.
So
Yeah.
MP3, yeah, MP3. If you're comparing her against MP5s, it puts her around Aussie, King Hassan, Skaha without traits, and but
Yeah.
then with traits, oh gosh, what is she
What's
like
her
damage
attack stat
wise?
again? Can you scroll back up to that?
I mean,
hope I didn't
with
screw up the
traits.
code.
Wait, what did you wanna see, Otto?
Matches
Never mind.
MHXA.
Never mind. I have it in front of me.
Yeah. I don't know, man. EX is there's so many good servants in this group.
Oh yeah, you know
mean,
what? Okay.
obviously, this
We've
is,
kind of glazed Mashu enough. So yeah, on that note, this now finishes the initial. As EX is very unanimous, by the way. Yeah, initial placements done. So now we're gonna take X amount of time to just discuss maybe moving some stuff around, and then we will just lock in the final servant class tier list of the year. So begin discussion, I guess. Are we gonna move something?
I apologize about the yap earlier, but
No, it's fine. It's fine.
But yeah,
Who
so
cares? This is why we're here.
couple of people to remove from EX, banish from EX. I think Melt, Fazette, and Arcoade.
I refuse to let Melt be stolen from me.
Melt, Fazette, and Arcoade has to go. In my opinion, I think all three of them has to go. I am so sorry.
Meld is the one I think should move the least, but maybe those two could be A plus. Because we do have
Yeah,
Tiamat
move
in
those
A
two
plus
down.
as well.
Who's in A plus?
Because I'm thinking of
Tiamat's an A+.
Arcade here.
It's not even a bad place. Like, come on.
Yeah.
We got
Like this is
Dryan,
just a
Tiamat.
crazy stacked list, if anything. There's
got
so
some
many really
god
crazy
tier-
Yeah,
ones.
the problem is that Alter Ego and Moon Cancer, like Moon Cancer originally, the first couple kind of sucked. And then they were like, what if for OC3 we just, except for Tilalak, put out actual good units? Gotta throw shade. But no, we can move Arc and Bizet down.
No. Look, as much as I love Melt, I don't think she belongs.
We can do all three as a compromise to not look too biased.
Fine.
We'll do all three. Fuck it. We'll do it. We'll do them all.
Go.
Oh my god, it's so
Dude,
funny.
Okay, Rio, you have to understand. I literally fought someone in chat for like 2 more servants just so that Melt would be an EX. So when I said I no longer think she's EX, it's not because of anything against you. You gotta trust me.
So is the EX fine now?
Should be EX?
No, Arc. No.
Look,
if Melt and Bizet aren't EX, Arc isn't EX.
I'll be real, guys. If Arc is EX, it's only because she's carried by MASH, baby. Let's go, MASH City. anyways, I'm joking about this.
I like how that the MASH image is like a screenshot from in the game and not like the others.
Yeah. But it makes her special like that.
Yeah, I also think MASH.
She even has the 5 stars there just to.
And look, it says she's #1. You see that? His top player says she's number one. Yeah.
But she was #1.
The another thing. Okay, I promise I won't go back to because another thing I do see some people comparing is like, oh, isn't this just Alco farming? And didn't you hate Alco farming, plushie? And I say yes, but it's Alco with 50 charge. That makes a very big difference. Anyways, that's it.
Yeah,
it's Alco with 50 charge and then 100 self battery.
I mean, Alco already has
100
self battery.
Well, I know, but it's like 50 charge and then 100 self battery.
Well, and then she also like her NP also her 30 attack, so
yeah,
like she contributes.
Yeah. Anyways,
okay. Before we discuss more of the top ones, is there anyone from the lower half we would want to move anywhere? Like, because that should not be that big of a content shed.
Fine with the lower part.
I'm okay with
there.
like Kiara. I don't have that much say on all of these servants, but like for example, my 120s, like Kiara, I think she's fine in A. I think Summer Kiara is fine in B+. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's because I'm biased, but I would maybe swap the places of Bunyan and Summer Kiara.
I'm okay with that, but I
maybe I'm beating Summer Bunyan down too much. But to be honest,
no, Bunyan's better than Summer Kiara.
Well, to be honest, I mostly use her in NA where she doesn't have the MP upgrade yet. But even
yeah, once you get the MP upgrade and you're throwing that 120, you have her at 120, right?
Well, she will be. She might be my next 120. She's 100 right now.
Okay, well, 120 her then. And once her MP upgrade comes out, and she'll be just smashing things. Like I think Bunyan is
well, she does have the far. Again, it's the Kintoki angle. It is. I guess it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Kinto. I mean, I can see it being swapped. I'm not saying it's absurd or anything.
No,
I can see it.
I
can see Bunyan moving down. Maybe. I don't know about. I don't know about.
We don't need both Kiaras in A.
Yeah, I don't think because I think Summer Kiara
is objectively better than the Moon Cancer one.
Dude, before we switch up to the list anymore, it's literally this Brendan Smalls' face from Home Movies.
It is identical to that. Thinking about faces. Like your life is
single core damage level of Ash.
Yeah, because it's funny.
Single core first round in the game and very good trade to target. She's very good, but Buster Black Grill Loop. I mean, look, I understand the rationale for Arc to EX. I did actually. We gotta remember we did push for it. But
it's crowded up there. Remember, this is contextual within these groups of classes.
Because here's the thing. I really don't like Arc and Challenge Quest, but I guess if she.
Dude, I think she could be EX because of the farming, though. I think she could be. I think she could be.
I mean, this list is perfect as it is.
Another thing with Arc is I really do believe her MP levels are important. Because that's the thing. I think Tonalico at lower MP level can sidestep to be more of a support. I think Arc, if you're farming with Arc, you probably at least want like MP 2 to 3. I don't know.
Or especially if you're bringing up the chaotic thing, like that's you want MP5 for. Tonalico at least can sidestep to a support role.
Move Dubai down.
No, I like Dubai.
Here's the thing. I would rather move Dubai down than move Arc up. Maybe. I actually am not sure.
Damn.
Hey,
'Cause, like,
plus you stop being influenced by sucking
No,
one
no, no,
guide in the
no,
comments.
no. Here's the thing with Dubai. You ask anyone if she feels redundant, she's gonna feel redundant to a lot of people. They're like, "Oh, I have Avalon, I have Castoria, I have Talmo. Why do I need to pull for Dubai?" Right? Like,
Well, they're
it really is
Philistines.
it's a
Oh,
it's a redundancy issue, right? Like, because like if
Sorry,
she was
I
any other
I saw posts online of Jean calling people Philistines this week, and now the word Philistines is in my mind a lot.
What does that even mean?
she's ultra redundant.
Philistines?
it's a biblical thing.
I
It's a biblical
see.
thing. It's like an insult of someone who has like, no sense of culture or art, or something like
Interesting.
that. And so it's like, it's a biblical insult. And so of course Jean would be throwing it around, right?
But yeah, I don't know. I can also
Yeah,
see
who
the
cares about
Dubai angle
redundance when
just
you're good?
because
Like she's literally like, if
Mm.
you're not taking if you don't need Tamamo for the cooldown, she's just better Tamamo in that case. Like way better. Like Tamamo's thing is cooldown. That's all she has now.
no, just heal.
Well, the heal can be handled by other things.
Also has
Like
Drain.
Castoria.
I mean, you don't need a heal when the
No,
enemy does
look.
0 damage, do you?
You don't need to
You're
heal.
right.
Yeah,
You're right.
true.
I
just
guess you're right.
I just think BB is good.
That's fair as well. I mean, maybe I don't know about Arcoade. I don't
No,
use
I
her
think-
enough, and it's because she's MP2. I think like
See, I have her MP5
levels
and
are a
I've
little
used
bit
her.
important.
See, the thing is like, I don't know how NA people are like rooting for Arcwade, because in NA she's absolutely dreadful to use right now. Like
For
without a pen
multi-core,
5,
no, right? No, you're not using her for single core. For multi-core, she's the same.
well, I know, but like
think
for single core, she's absolutely dreadful in NA right now.
Well, you're not doing
Um,
single core with her. I genuinely don't believe you're doing single core with Arcoade like most of the time.
That's what the people are doing in NA. Plushy.
Really?
That's how they operate.
Really? Are you guys more single core Arcoade or multi-core Arcoade? Because like
remember there was the meme that Arc does it needs to be 120 MP5 2K FO MLB Black Braille in order to do damage, and that was the meme
her
until
single core
Pen 5
isn't
happened.
great though, because the defense down is not stackable. Even like with BG it's okay, but obviously because of BG. But like again, BG farming is not always going to be relevant because there's going to be a lot of events with 50 starting charge damage bonuses. So BG, I think her multi core is more valuable. But that is just my take. Also somebody said I'm NA only, is CL really that good? Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes. I have grappled with that for a long time. I'm like, is CL really that good? You know, like at MP1, her MP damage isn't that good, but like it's just she is one of the more functional farmers at MP1, which is honestly saying a lot in FGO. I think
is so
like,
frustrating how useful that card damage thing is.
Yeah.
And like, because like when I was doing like the 90 on the bleached earth to farm for the OC3 mats, it's just like, man, she is just the best option there.
Santa Martha, not really, but that's cool. Another thing with CL is like her combo with Koyan Light is kind of negative synergy because Koyan Light drains her HP. But currently, the best farming Mystic Code, I think arguably the best farming Mystic Code, is the new plug suit that has a heal. That can heal away that drain. So it's actually really good. So I think CL is EX. I think CL is not a movable.
Yeah, I think she's fine there.
CL's not.
I guess we really just have to figure out whether we want to move Arc or not. That's the one thing remaining.
Why does this damage sheet not have anti-trait for?
I assume it's on the like detailed calcs. This is just like not cutting traits.
They technically have universal anti-trait, I guess, because
yeah, it's like I think it's
unless it's a beast or
there's the anti-chaotic calcs in the detailed ones.
Can I take a look at A+ again? Because like now A+ is the problem. I don't even.
Is it though? It's again. I feel like it's a testament to how good the servants are in this list, and it's fine.
Isn't Arc also depending on how to notice? Would you use Arc if there's an ST enemy on wave 1 or 2? She might not do enough damage. I mean, for multi-core, you're not using her to do the one enemy wave unless the enemy is chaotic. Then you can do the chaotic. But I think Arc is very reliant on the anti-chaotic and on MP level because of her reliance on the anti-chaotic. And her challenge quest I don't like personally. So I think maybe right as of now, it compared to the other EXs that are a lot more well-rounded and also just very good in general, Arc might take a backseat, but I can understand her rationale.
I kind of agree that all the EXs right now, they do many things.
I'm
They
gonna
do
posit a question.
People non-EX are bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you guys had to take only one servant from A+ and move them down to A, who would it be?
Well, here's the
Shikage.
thing.
It's either Hibiki Shikage or King Protea.
No, well,
as much as I hate to say it, if I had to move one, which I don't want to, I would do Jinako probably.
Jinako?
Yeah.
I know.
I guess she's not always useful. I guess she falls off a bit if you're not against lawful, right?
You move everyone down except for Arc, Bazette, Mel.
Or Summer BB. That would be my other pick.
Summer BB.
But again, I kind of like them in A+ anyway. That's just like if I was to force,
why
be
do you
forced.
someone down, Otto?
Because there's so many in A+.
Yeah,
but that's a testament to how good these servants are.
It's not a problem.
You know?
But now you have a problem 15 weeks in.
Because
it's a problem.
Because there's almost double the amount as there are in in A.
But
look.
Okay, so if you want to do that solution, then we move everyone in A down one spot, and then we filter A+ into two groups. We do this again. Same thing
sure.
last week.
Sure, we can do that. Sure, let's just do that.
I think that's too much. I think that's too much.
Bazette, Melt up there, and probably Tiamat, and then BB, KP, Janako, and Hibiki and Chikage could go down, and then we figure out where Draco goes.
Draco, look, if you're moving stuff down, Draco's staying in A+.
Yeah, it's just minimum there. She can't go below A+.
Suggested A-.
No way, though.
Why do that when you can just shift everything down by one?
It's the same. Like A- is the exact same as B because it's a relative list. It's literally the exact same.
It's relative. So just move everyone down except in A and below, and we break.
Okay, we can move one. I think. Okay, instead of doing the crazy thing, we can move one from A+ to A. I think, but we just have to decide who it is. One.
Just one.
I think one.
Like the thing is I think BB, KP, Janako, Hibiki, Chikage don't fit in with the rest of these, but they're better than the ones below. So that's why I'm saying, like, do you feel that BB, KP, Janako, and Hibiki, Chikage fit in with the rest of those? No, I think they're slightly worse, but they're better than the ones below. So that's why I propose.
Do we actually do a big movement moment here then? Do you guys agree?
I agree. I agree with Rio.
So we move everything down and then split A+ at A like that?
Yes.
Okay.
We move,
Sure. We did it last week as well. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I think it was last week.
Yeah, it was last week.
Okay, fuck it.
It was last
We're gonna
week.
do it like this.
We're doing this again.
Fuck it.
Oh no, it was 2 weeks ago because it was with Kenshi Huang.
Oh yeah.
Oh, whoops.
So it was
right.
Summer
Let's not talk about that
BB.
again.
Was it Jinako?
If we relitigate
Hibiki? Was it KP as well?
I think it was Summer BB, KP, Janako,
This. Okay, there you go.
and Hibiki Chikage.
The great movement of the final tier list has been
Does that
done.
look better, Otto?
There you go. Honestly,
Yeah,
I kind of like that. I kind of like
A
that.
more normal face.
I kind of like
I
that.
do
The
think
great
that is better
demotion.
because I definitely think there is a gap between KP, BB, and the others. Like,
Yeah.
you know, there's definitely a
guess,
gap.
yeah.
I kind of agree that there should be a difference there. Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
Relative,
Jinako, again, like Jinako probably is, like, she also relies on hitting lawful, right? Kind of, more or less, as a support.
A part of me wants to move Mush to A though.
Nah,
Sure.
we're good.
Oh, you mean Mosh? Like base Mosh?
Or base-
At least the
original?
base one, maybe even Orthodox.
No,
I don't care. Honestly, look, I'm not gonna. The base one and the Orthodox, to me, they're just zero cost backline, so they're the same character to me.
But that's
Are they
nice.
more or less, are they better or worse than Hakuno though? Hakuno.
I like Mush more.
Like if you're gonna play the game with them, Hakuno's way better to play them with. So that's why I don't want to move them.
No, I mean base Smash has the defense.
Yeah, and
has
Hakuno's
the
card
take
shuffle.
0 damage thing.
Hakuno, you get to press the funny button 10 times.
Oh,
yeah, but we have
I
many
got one.
servants that do
They
funny buttons
reset
like that.
because it wasn't enough.
Mm.
I mean, it
No,
depends on
it's
what
usually,
you do.
it's usually enough. It usually
Not
depends
for
on
my
what hand
Buster
you're going
chain.
for.
Not for
well,
my Buster Brave chain.
I will say I was doing a run and I had 250% charge and I needed double buster. And I got down to 30% charge before I got the double buster. But most of the time it's not that bad. Most of the time it's like just a couple shuffles. But that's why their MP game is so cracked. Because that has to be why. I can't imagine they would let them refund 80% off an arts card if it wasn't to enable shuffling fun time.
Yeah, they made it so they can overflow for
Yeah.
for that.
Also, we had some people pointing out the terminology. I think refund means if you spend but you get something back. So technically,
Yes.
card gain isn't refund.
Yeah, but you know what?
Yeah, those are
I
gains.
said last week. And he
Okay,
he
I
ignored
understand,
me.
but like when I say like, yeah, the arts card, refunds 80%, like you spent the time pressing the arts card button. And
Yes, spend the time. No, you can't use that, bro.
That's twisted.
80% charge.
You can't use that. You can't use that.
I spent time
redefining
picking
my
cards.
words.
Yeah, I spent time picking battery cards. So is Arc a refund looper now?
That's just purchasing, because refunding, you have to refund the same thing. So
fine, I purchased some arts.
joke.
I purchased this 80%
Yes,
charge.
you purchase 80. Yeah, exactly. You purchase 80% charge with it. Anyway, so.
Honestly, I think I might just log in it. It's gonna. There's never gonna be like a one thing that's gonna be something that everyone's gonna agree to again.
I am supportive of the idea of moving base Smash to A.
Just base, not orthodox. Just base. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Good.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, I don't care.
And also,
Just move her. I don't care.
one more, which is not really that important, but you need to switch Bunyan and Kiara around because their
their release order was different. Yeah, you got the release.
Oh, you mean like the placement order, like this? Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, this is the last movement. Go hideaway. There he goes. There he goes. That is it.
Good.
All right. With that, I locked it in. There it is. That's locked in. Look at that.
Oh, you moved it in the last second.
I did. I moved base Bashi to A. I did it. That was the last movement. It is done, and that is 2025 servant class tier list done. Woohoo! Can't wait to see the reception. There's probably going to be several angry comments about several popular servants, but it is what it is. I mean, it's not the first rodeo. Probably just Arcway, yeah. But so be it. There's been I know for a fact there's been one guy in the comments who's been pushing for Arcway for EX on every single tier. He's like he started even before I started my tier list. Actually, he was like, okay, you're gonna start the tier list soon. Here's why she should be EX. He wrote like a paragraph on every video.
That might be the guy that left like 5 paragraphs in chat.
He writes a lot, so maybe it's the same guy. I don't know.
How is it my fault? I literally pushed for EX when I first started rating her, but like, look.
Finally,
there it is.
My burning hatred for Arc bears fruit. I don't hate her actually.
But okay. So for a small closing word here, this is now 3 months of tier list weekly in a row.
Oh my God.
Very cool. We were maybe thinking of taking a break or two at some point, but we didn't. And here we are. This is now 12 freaking weeks. Yes, crazy. So at least if you're watching this on YouTube, can you at least press the thumbs up button for that? I mean, come on, like it's a bunch of effort at least. Even if you don't agree, because no one's ever gonna agree fully on a list. It's not fully objective or anything like that. So people can have their own list. That's fine. But there you go. This is it. 12 weeks of work, we're done. So there might be other tier lists in the future, maybe some more lighthearted ones and whatnot too. But after this, I'm going to take a very nice break out of tier lists, because as much as these are fun to do and they're entertaining and just good vibes and all that, at least for the most part, I'm going to need a break. This was so much stuff. I want to stream these took like a full stream out of my week every single week as well. So hopefully at least understand about that. And again, for the new servants that were also released, we're not going to place them right now, but again, chances are we might do these again next year, because we're fun like that. So if you want to see these again last year, again, another reason to press the thumbs up button. The better these lists do, the more motivation and all that there is, of course. And subscribe for more. Again, you might not see gameplay tier lists for a while, but there's a lot of other content on the way. Also, check out my co-host channels. They are all linked very nicely near the top of the description. Very easy to spot them. Otto also has his lovely Smobcast he does on every Sunday. This might be a topic there as well tomorrow, but probably also a lot of OC4 talk, if I had to guess. So do check that out. But if you can't make it there live, he posted up on his YouTube channel as well, so you can easily catch the VODs. Very cool. But yeah, that's. Do you guys have any parting words? Any words for like this? Not just this list, but this whole experience or anything? Anything you want to say?
120-year mash
Based.
It's been fun. It's been fun. I mean, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's every year we get to talk about every servant in FGO. It allows me to like revisit some characters that I'm not the most familiar with, which is pretty nice. It always comes with an experience with like if you know like damage numbers and whatnot, because I sometimes have no idea about how much damage a character does when I don't care about them. So yeah. Jet, thank you.
Did get me
really
to
good.
Poke around.
I got at least one thing to say too. There were a couple times where I got shat on for playing a game at the same time. I'll have you know that what I was doing was idly parkouring when I was talking. I was not engaged with the game at all. But also, thank you so much for landing me and my friends on this tier list. It was
I mean, honestly, just like a round of applause for my lovely co-hosts. Like, yeah, I'm yapping here a lot, but man, they're yapping like a crazy amount too. Come on, they were here for like every single week. We had at least 2 of this Mobcast members here. Like, that's crazy. I would like seriously, I could never even do this solo anymore. Like, sure, in takes aside, it would just be way too much for myself to do alone. So just having these lovely guys here, just co-host this whole tier list stuff with me is like it's the only reason why I can even do this still in the first place, because we have way too many servants nowadays. So yeah, big final hat for my lovely co-hosts. Very good.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and it was fun. It was good to hear people's opinions on things.
Yeah.
I know my opinions. Sometimes I like to speak in very harsh terms. So,
well, we all express ourselves in different ways, I guess. But yeah, on that note, this video
too loudly sometimes.
yeah, this video will now come to a close. So hey, also shout out to my patrons on the screen right now, and Suits for being a big YouTube tier member. And yeah, who knows when you'll see us again together next? Hopefully at some point soon in the future. But yeah, that'll be it. And hopefully you enjoyed these. And see you in the next one. Bye bye.
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 And there it is. Holy.
Wow.
This was probably just under 6 hours long, if I had to guess. Yeah, probably just under 6 hours long when it gets uploaded. Holy. It's not the longest, but still one of the longest ones. What a crazy thing.
It felt shorter than usual.
It went kind of fast, I guess, yeah.
It's an exciting lineup, definitely. It's a really good one to end on.
Yeah, for most of these servants, we actually had quite a bit to say. There were not many servants where we just kind of, placed them fast, I want to say.
Yeah, I'm glad the split did end up being, hey, because when I proposed Moon Cancer Alter Ego as a set thing, my only thought was, BB Sakura 5 in one list. That was my only thought.
It is kind of fitting, yeah.
But it turns out that whoops, it's accidentally the one with the most powerhouses in a single list. And
it's so funny because again, we happened to get Paladin Mashu here because of that as well, because Shielder was included in this split for a better balance. It could have been earlier too, and then we probably would have not talked about her like this. Yeah, so there you go.
It is crazy. It is technically a free SSR that they've given to everyone. So
Also, yeah, shout out to Tomlin. He said the spreadsheet would not have gotten done if I wasn't using it every week for tier lists. So I guess they got more motivation or something. Thank you for the sheet again. You guys did a good job.
It's a nice spreadsheet, actually.
Yeah,
I like the breakdown of different. I know it breaks down a lot of different things.
Yeah, it's easy to read too. It's not overly colluded or
Yeah,
whatever.
you can have kind of a servant's data in like one page.
Yeah, I like the TLDR with like the
lot.
usually the most optimal comps, and then you have the detailed tabs with all the more comps and
Again.
damage mods, etc. It's good.
I've definitely come to appreciate making these spreadsheets because this is I don't think this is actually that easy to maintain, to be honest.
Oh
Whenever
yeah,
a new
I would
server
not be
comes
able
out,
to
you
do
have to,
that. I would be too
whenever a
much.
buff comes out, you have to like do it as well, and it's just like wow. It's
And you're like, did I calculate correctly? It's
yes,
plus
I am.
If
What?
you need help maintaining Rat's sheet, like just let me know. Like,
Oh sure. I
help with
mean,
that.
I also
extends his
have like
tendrils.
another volunteer as well. Right now, so there's currently 2 people already working on it. So yeah, I'll let
What
you
happened
know
to
if,
Jordy? I don't think he plays
okay.
FGO anymore, but he did good job in the past though. Shout outs, whatever he is doing right now.
But yeah.
Well, yeah, that was an experience.
Oh yeah.
Being in
Also,
this guy.
speaking of Rat's sheet, I have no idea how to do Paladin.
Yeah, good luck with that.
You have to,
but it's a bit.
yeah, he has to add a new class because we haven't had any other damaging shielders until now.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that, and we probably won't have any ever again.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. Let's. Yeah. Look, you know, there's such a thing called like you intentionally say something is not there, and it just means that something's there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, there you go. Again, even outside the recording, thank you so much for joining me here. Like that was great. I dude, you guys like you're vital, not just for the opinions, but again for there's no way I would be able to yab so long alone. My voice would just die.
Any day of the week on a stream.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, you probably have a lot more to talk about
tune
tomorrow
in
as well.
tomorrow for that. Yeah, we have 2 weeks we have to do because we didn't really talk much
There was
about
nothing last week.
Mm.
Nothing happened last week.
Yeah.
There
We
you
had
go.
the reaction stream, so. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, which I am. Oh yeah, it finished uploading. It is a whopping 10.5 hours long.
Oh, you also went with the same angle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just uploading the whole thing.
Yeah, I uploaded my full stream, like the playthrough of OC4 as well.
Streaming to YouTube, but I had to download the VOD from Twitch because apparently YouTube cuts VODs at 12 hours. And so it cut off in the middle. Well, not in the middle,
That's
but like with
funny.
an hour and a half left. And so I had to download it from Twitch and re-upload it. Like,
yeah,
that's weird.
Still haven't uploaded it, the gameplay, because I've just been doing MASH stuff, so. It's very.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Frick, dudes. I guess next time is good old dinner time again. I'm gonna have to cook something real fast while the list downloads and then have it render ASAP because I have a crazy stream tomorrow as well. I'm gonna start very early because it's potentially like a 12-hour long lottery finale stream. So this weekend is pretty fucked for me.
No,
so I'm gonna try my best to get the tier list up before that. Hopefully the render doesn't fuck or anything like that because that would suck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, I do it always with the NA lottery finales.
We'll probably be live when you're finished.
You might be actually. You might be.
Feel free to rate us.
Yeah, I'll do that if you happen to be.
Yeah.
Well, look, joking.
I mean, it only makes sense.
You see, like a month ago, I asked him to raid someone, and he didn't. So
I'm so bad with raiding anyway. But yeah, again, I'm not gonna keep you guys here for too much longer because again, I have to hop off myself soon as well, and get the tier list going, like the video. But yeah, this was great, not just for today, but again, the whole thing. So, thank you for joining me.
all right,
Thank you so much.
peace out.
Up until the next time, wherever we may talk next. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go have lunch as well.
I'm gonna go make a sandwich.
I'm so hungry.
Sounds
I'm not
good.
eating today.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
Bye-bye.
something big too.
Goodbye.
See ya. There you go. Wow, crazy, dude. That was fun. Very good. Hopefully get this tier list up today as well. But yeah, let me read a few resubs first before we wrap up here because there were some subs during the stream, I think. Sharky gifting a sub to Spicy. Thank you. Connor with 2 years. Very cool. Alia with 7 months. Rick's giving 5 gifted. Very cool. Truth in Silence with a brand new Prime as well. And just earlier, Kalundia with 3 months. Thank you so much, my dudes. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to start very early on. like 4 hours earlier than my usual stream time, and it's I think I've decided now it's gonna go up to a maximum of 12 hours. So it's gonna be anywhere between 4 to 12 hours, because it's gonna be like a mini subathon thingy. I'm gonna have to lock in all the incentives and whatnot too, so I still have a bunch of stuff to do even after this stream to prepare for tomorrow, because I basically wake up, take a shower, and then I start streaming. So that's why I'm trying to get this tier list up also before I sleep today. So it's just gonna be very, very busy here. Don't forget to enable the TTS again. It's still kind of broken for channel points, but yeah, I'll enable it for all the other stuff. Unfortunately, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, Frick, also, hey, Peebo, thank you for the 100 biddies. You think I should be in B just because the guy thinks I should be in the X? Yeah, funny. But yeah, hey, for today, and thank you for watching. Thank you for all the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits and the tips and the follows. And yeah, like I said, thank you so much for being here. But whether you were here for the full thing or just tuning in randomly, hey, thank you for watching. And if you missed anything, this whole thing will be up on YouTube, hopefully still before I sleep, with timestamps, everything. I already made the thumbnail earlier too, actually, because I wanted to cut down on work later. So yeah, I'm going to try my best. Look forward to that. And yeah, tomorrow, hope to see you here as well. We're going to be playing FGO probably all day. Maybe some occasional stuff when my phone charges in between. Maybe some free to play actually as well, because I could maybe farm there too. Hopefully going to be a long but fun stream regardless. Yeah. So yeah, on that note, have a great rest of your Saturday, Sunday, wherever it is you're at, your weekend in general, of course. And yeah, we'll be back early on tomorrow. Whew.